A lot of people have been talking excitement about bringing back slavery.
I've only seen him talk about how we need to put people in jail for stealing $2 and then have them do slave labor.
Trump spent time with a victim at Epstein's home for several hours.
That doesn't mean that he knew that the person was a victim at all.
Trump probably didn't do anything wrong. And if he's in the files, he probably didn't really know. And if he was talking to victims, he probably didn't know that they even were victims. You love him so much, you're willing to destroy your own credibility.
Deport every illegal alien.
He has feelings like, hey, I don't like illegal immigrants here, which is fine. But then he doesn't understand how to realize that in a productive way that actually helps Americans.
Exactly. Like, there is no better feeling than to play video games all day.
Asmongold spends his entire time just either being online or being online. What kind of existence is that? Why do you talk about political stuff when, like, you have no relation to, like, any class of people?
Where is the priority list that a veteran ever gets outranked by a person in Africa? Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore.
Dude, that's why they call him Asmongoldfish. That was day one. All right, guys, this looks interesting. It's from Conduit. He made a really good Hassan video that we reacted to a while ago. That was really solid. Yeah, I spent a week watching Hassan. So now he spent the week watching Asmongold. I do want to watch the Mike from PA one eventually. Actually, I might want to look at all these, but anyway, it doesn't matter. We're going to watch the Asmongold one. Let's see what we got here. So Conduit spent 1 week watching Asmongold, and now my walls are full of alarm clocks. Does he mean rats? That's a little joke about Asmongold, I guess, using a rat alarm clock. So, dead rat for an alarm clock, I guess. Let's go.
There's been a lot of excitement about bringing back slavery. It seems like...
What a start. Wow. What does that mean?
We won't have to. If you steal from a store...
What?
Instant mandatory prison time. I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it.
But I love this take because it really shows how disconnected Asmongold is from the world around him. Because he has these just asinine idiot takes like, oh, I would arrest you for stealing nothing, and then I would force you to do labor. That's slavery. Right? It's like, oh, great. That's cool. Do you not realize that that's going to create like reduced jobs for middle and lower class people, right? I mean, how far do you think they're going to go? What do you think they're going to have them do? Probably like factory work. You have to find jobs for them to do. It takes away jobs from other people. You complain that jobs are being taken away from people. This should be an issue to you. Why would you support something like this? It just doesn't even make sense. I think he just says things to sound edgy.
I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever.
Whoa, based.
In general, there was a big protest.
That's a based alert.
Yesterday, people broke into the Capitol building, did all kinds of bad shit. Most reasonable people look at this and view it as a disgrace.
Yeah, well, I view it as an attempted coup on the government, from Trump. So
is the Gutex. Is there going to be civil unrest today? It is about as close to a call to violence as possible. That is almost verbatim what Aragorn has said in Lord of the Rings.
Whoa, we're playing Lord of the Rings.
In Helm's Deep. There's a lot of people out there that get left behind by the system. They get themselves into these like real deep conspiracy theories, right? Some people find Jesus, some people find Alex Jones, some people find Antifa, but the end result of all of these things is dogmatic behavior. It's a
Wow, it sounds like a more reasonable take.
Vicious cycle where like you get crazier and then more people don't want to talk to you, and more people don't want to talk to you, so you get crazier, and then more people don't want to talk to you.
And then you find like online communities that are like super insulated, and then you become part of like one of the crazies, and you get a level of acceptance.
You're even crazier, and then you get even crazier than that. I think anybody who stepped foot inside that Capitol building yesterday should be charged. There is a process to changing how things are. Is it right to kill terrorists? Not without a trial. You don't just shoot people randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happened?
Holy fuck! Asmongold is literally, this is like the biggest intro Owen I've ever seen. Asmongold has literally become the thing that he fucking pretends he's become what he is talking about in 2021.
What happens when they're wrong? Do you ever think about this? We have a system for dealing with people that break the law and are threats to society.
Yeah, apparently it's indiscriminately bombing boats now because that's what Asmongold thinks.
Use the fucking system.
Wow. This is a fucking explosive intro, bro. Maybe when he plays WoW, he's a different person? Dude, honestly, maybe.
I don't even know where to begin with how to describe
You know what? I love the PFP. I love that conduit.
Asmongold is someone who's never heard of him, the dead rat he used as an alarm clock, or the fact that he's one of the biggest streamers in the world, likely because of the mindset that would use a dead rat as an alarm clock and freely admit to it. I will say,
yeah, I think that he's somebody with like super low expectations on him, so he gets away with saying like wild ass shit because people already don't have any expectation onto this person. That's literally what it is.
that if it
And
were-
right now, like the left is, I mean, the right is like is the culture, the accepted thing to be online. So
weren't for his politics, he'd probably be the platonic ideal of a streamer. Someone who can spend hours a day enthusiastically yapping about anything, but mainly video games. In a similar experience to reconnecting with an old friend. But then you hear the political takes and it becomes less like reconnecting and more like getting cornered at the high school reunion. Still,
whoa, yeah. Well, I mean, like there's a lot of money to be had saying dumbass shit online. That's the problem. Is like the barrier of entry to be like a conservative is really low because they have some of the most brain dead fucking takes in the world. And I'm so sorry, but like you couldn't give me an intelligent take from the current conservative party. An intelligent conservative take would be like, hey guys. The technology is displacing jobs and driving down wages, and I think that the welfare system it captures people too much, and it's difficult to get off. So I think that we should transition to a better welfare system of like negative income tax, where we like literally make you tax free under 50K, and we actually give you money back if you're you make less than that. That I think is an intelligent conservative perspective that talks about more less micromanagement in the government. And like less dependency on the 112 welfare systems that are difficult to get on and off, right? But right now it's tradespeople. That's pretty much the whole party. It's pretty much the whole party. That's literally it. It's just fucking crying about trans people pretty much all the time. Like all of the time. It's such a small issue of what's going on. Like people will be like, oh, trans women in sports. Like, yeah, sure, I get it. That's an issue, I guess. But it's like such a non-issue at the same time. But they give that more attention than like fucking people dying of healthcare. Like you notice it because that's the whole thing. It's just like actually just going fucking apeshit ballistic and getting upset by everything that they don't like emotionally. That's all it is.
Still, the man dominates in the streaming space with 2.2 million followers
True.
on Twitch, 30,000 concurrent viewers, and over 4 million subscribers on YouTube, despite never really changing up his core format, where some streamers will grow into new settings, bigger guests, more production value, fancier shot callers. Asmongold's brief expansions have found him ultimately reverting back to his starting point. What bits of Asmongold I've encountered myself are the clips that get passed around on social media, so I want to see whether they were a good representation of what he actually believes.
I will say,
I'm also pretty sure Asmongold pays like clip farmers to take his stuff and put it all over the internet. Like, I honestly wouldn't doubt it, because that's what a lot of people do. They try to get people signal boosted, so they'll, like, pay other people in some capacity. Really wouldn't doubt that. That's how you kind of stay relevant. Or some people, or he's just so big that people feel like, are like, oh, I will fucking gladly do it with no money, for no money, because I make so much fucking money talking about it. Like, you have, like, Yeet that passes around Asmongold stuff constantly, because he makes money. I'm like, I get it. That's not me shitting on Yeet. That's just, like, that's the way that it is. Did I just miss that? No. So, I think that's another aspect of it too.
say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Or if he's just been taken out of context all this time. And so, I watched his streams
Yeah, I don't think he's been taken out of context. I think if he is, then he's trying to be. I guess. I don't know.
for a week, and I'm gonna tell you what I learned. And if you enjoy my suffering, please subscribe to my Patreon. No obligation.
Maybe I should, dude. Honestly, at this fucking point, it's just usually good.
Starting in 2026, I'm gonna start providing more rewards there than just the opportunity to give me money, which I do greatly appreciate.
Death is the solution to all problems. No man, no problem. Whoa! What'd that mean? What the fuck does that mean, dude?
Oh man, another day, huh? Another fucking day.
We begin where we'll end, in Asmongold's attic, and much like the Shel Silverstein poem, though the house is dark and shuttered, I can see someone inside looking out.
Oh.
Whoa, an old video game thing.
Oh god.
What is fucking happening? Why is he getting so... why is he shitting his pants?
Oh shit. Come to your name a VTuber without the letter B. Iron Mouse, literally in 1 second. Yeah, Iron Mouse, Philly.
You know he's jerking off to Iron Mouse, bro. Come on. You fucking know it. That's why he named her so fast.
And Silvervale. Who is this retard?
Whoa, dude, you can't be saying that word.
Anyway, it's gotta just be engagement bait, right? It just pissed me
You went on Asmongold?
off. I saw it, right? Well, that's true. Yeah, being fat is disgusting.
That's funny. But it is interesting because Asmongold's fatter than me. I mean, let's be fucking real. And that's only if you count fat as like a behavior. You know what I mean? Because we don't just use fat as like a, hey, you're overweight. I'm very overweight, obviously. I'm 340 pounds. But fat is also a behavior, you know, and like Asmongold has fat boy behavior. He let his teeth rot out on welfare, and the only job he's ever worked was what, 2 seasons of the IRS. I'm fat, but I'm beefy, dude. I'm gay bait. That's what they call me. I'm gay bear bait. So I'm literally fat, but I don't act fat. And Asmongold is literally not fat, but he does act fat. All he does is like eat fucking sugary, disgusting fucking meals all day. So, you know, if you look at it like that, I think that's interesting. I think that's the better way to look at it. It's the better way to look at it. You know, we got to stop letting skinny people get away with this like fat behavior. You know what I mean? Like you can't let your teeth rot out of your fucking face as a welfare baby and then sit here and call other people fat. I just find it to be very interesting. You know?
But, you know, unfortunately, Twitch doesn't agree with me.
If you were looking for some kind of filter between the mouth and the mind, for better or worse, you're in the wrong place. Probably should have warned you earlier, but
when do we boycott Twitch?
Whoa.
I mean, you are right now. There are millions of dollars that get evaporated from Twitch because they have to pay for my web hosting.
It surprised me to find out it's true that the web hosting for a major streamer is this expensive. However, that's a cost Twitch definitely understands.
Yeah, but wouldn't they still make money? Wouldn't they still make money? I don't understand.
Accepts, given that they've had more than one opportunity to drop Asmongold, and CEO Dan Clancy has a well-known deference for Hassan, who's on the opposite end.
Does Ozempic cure fat behavior? I'm assuming you mean GLP-1s. I mean, it can help. It can help. Yeah, sure. I mean, fuck it, you know? Listen, people got a lot of shit going on in their lives, so if you need the help of a GLP-1, I respect it, you know? If you're sitting here working 40-plus hours a week and you got relationships to take care of, whether it's your mom and your dad or your partner, your kids, and you're doing really good and you're kicking ass in life, but you can't get your eating under control, eat Ozempic. Take Ozempic, bro, like if you need it. You know what I mean? Like, you've already got 1,000 things going on. Who the fuck needs to also worry about the stress of like actively trying to lose weight? Like dealing with food noise is super stressful. So if you're kicking ass, man, do what you got to do. I still respect it. I don't give a fuck.
End of the political spectrum. In the lead up to talking about Hassan's China trip, Asmon watches a video about a fancy Huawei laptop.
If you search 1989, it explodes.
Which segues into a
I don't understand what that means.
Conversation about his broader view of capitalism.
So the U.S. doesn't practice free market capitalism? Wait, no, of course we don't. Like, I mean, not in an ultimate sense. Why would anybody? Oh God, it's a dishonest retard. I don't know, it's gonna make me mad. If you don't have a regulated free market, you won't have a free market. You're gonna have a few guys that.
So true, dude. So true, King. You're gonna have what we have right now with Elon Musk. It's gonna be the first trillionaire while people are dying of fucking cancer. You know,
get in control of it. And then now they're the regulators. Why do you think that we have to have a rule against monopolies? Do we have to have a rule against, selling products for free? No, we don't really have a law against that because it's not business. It's not business efficient to do that.
There are rules against setting prices.
I'm so confused. Is he against monopoly rules or is he for it? Because obviously you should be against monopoly rules. Or you should be for rules that prevent monopoly companies or monopsonies. Which I forget the specific. I want to actually read out what a monopsony is. It's because I think it's really important. So it's a market situation where there's only one buyer, right? So instead of like one seller, there's like one buyer, and it's usually a business. So like, let's say you have a factory, and that factory, buys gloves and wood and fucking steel, right? And let's say they're the only buyer in your town. They now get to basically set the price that they're going to buy from you because they're the only person you could sell to, and that could be very dangerous as well because they could drastically undercut and basically like fuck you up the ass and cause your people to be underpaid. Right, so there's a lot of different issues that we have going on. People should keep that in mind as well, and that's especially for like smaller towns. Where everything kind of centralizes around one big industry, factory towns, school towns, things like that. So
below, because companies seeking to create a monopoly can just starve out competition.
I didn't really get a lot of sleep last night, if you want me to be honest, so I'm probably having a few misfires. I want the Chinese government to get obliterated? Well, then you should hope for the Chinese people to do that. Only the people can hold their government accountable, right? We can't go and change it and then assume that it's going to get better, right?
Tucker Carlson's morning newsletter mentions Hassan's trip to China.
Uh-oh, look who
dude.
It is.
It's Hassan Parker.
It speak English, right? So it's just electric talk.
Asmon actually calls it out as disingenuous.
This is right-wing stuff that's disingenuous in the same way that Hassan can be about left-wing stuff. Don't defend Hassan. I'm not defending Hassan. I'm just defending what I think is true.
Well, it's true. fucking Tucker Carlson is a fucking scumbag. So he's definitely like a left. He's definitely a right wing piece of shit. Like he doesn't care. He's had this issue for a long time since he's been doing Crossfire. He will just say what he feels like he needs to say for attention and money and views. And right now he's pandering to conspiracy theorists. And this is the reason why he got fired from Fox News, because he was like knowingly lying about like the voter machine fraud. He was caught in text messages talking about how he knew it wasn't true. So he cost Fox News almost $1 billion. It's insane how he sells a platform, but again, the standards for conservatives are on the fucking floor. So,
and I think that if you have to attack people based off of things that aren't true, maybe the reason is because you're actually wrong. I think that sometimes people like to misinterpret things intentionally and then get mad at them for that.
The president of Syria.
I'm pretty sure I've seen Asmongold like push the 11 million like illegals coming into the country under Biden lie. So. That's a misrepresentation. That's border wall crossings. That's not actually people who've come in here. So, very interesting. Kind of like owning yourself.
Syria and ex-Al-Qaeda member Abu Muhammad al-Jawlani met with President Trump at the White House, which is a sentence that would probably kill the average person from 2004.
You know, they say keep your friends close and your enemies closer. And apparently that's what's happening. This is crazy. This guy is a head-chopping ISIS guy. Everybody has, you know, a rough past, right? I mean, things happen. I think it'd be nice if we just didn't have an endless war with the Middle East. And if that means we got to invite a few head choppers over to the White House, that is what it is.
This is pretty racist.
Yeah, that is kind of racist. Why are we calling head choppers? Does that person like actively engage in some kind of killing of Americans or something? Like, why are we shitting our pants?
But you're probably not going to convince anyone that it is, given that Jawlani and members of his government have actually overseen executions.
Oh, well, then there you go. So it's going to be something that, I guess that maybe it isn't racist. Maybe he's actually just saying that those people are engaged in bad behavior, and that's kind of weird that we're getting so buddy-buddy with them. Like the, was it the Saudi prince? The fact that like we were fucking guzzling his cum was fucking wild. Hey, I'm going to invest $1 billion. Don't worry. I promise. By the way, I killed Jamal Khashoggi. It's like, okay, great. Like, that's definitely the person we want to be listening to.
It's cheap. You just, what do you got to buy him food? Like, that's it?
Okay, but that actually is racist. A lady at a wrestling show got mad at one of the wrestlers, leading to her getting forced away by him.
Fat Karen versus a big ass dude. There is no need to be going around and touching people. You don't need to be doing that. You can't understand the mind of a fat person.
What the fuck? Asmongold has the mind of a fat person, though.
Just doesn't like. There's no logic to it, right? It's just right. It's probably maybe he had food. Maybe she thought he had food or something.
The fat
bro, it's just funny because Asmongold has fat boy brain, dude. He like you telling me that the guy who drinks diet sodas all day to let his teeth rot out doesn't have some kind of brain inflammation that makes him unable to like actually function correctly in society.
Jokes are going to be a frequent occurrence. You will not be spared.
Whoa.
Someone posted a meme in Asmongold's subreddit about Sydney Sweeney's jeans ad, if you recall that controversy.
Yeah, it just seemed like, I mean, it might have been a dog whistle, but it was like so like not even worth talking about, to be honest with you. It's so stupid.
I don't know how this happened. This was so stupid.
But that's not important. What is important is Asmongold's perspective on intelligence related to someone's susceptibility to manipulation.
So it's easy.
What is he calling himself, unintelligent?
Easy to take advantage of like a middle intelligence person, and it's harder to take advantage of a smart person, and it's also harder to take advantage of a dumb person. And they
You think it's harder to take advantage of a dumb person? Why? That's like the easiest person to take advantage of. What is he talking about?
Never question themselves,
What?
and anything that reaffirms what they already believe about themselves, they will instantly agree with it, right?
Yeah, that's how people are in general. I would say more intelligent people would hopefully be more open to having their mind changed. Is he just pretending that he's intelligent right now? What the fuck's happening? Oh, fuck.
And so because of that, you can prey on people's biases and you can take advantage of them that way.
Is this like the, what do we got, like fucking low IQ philosophy here with Asmongold?
On how you qualify it, but generally speaking, there's no level of intelligence that immunizes from being taken advantage of or scammed.
I would say that if you're a higher level of intelligence and you usually comes with, I would imagine, like actively trying to be fucking goddamn it, actually fact checking shit that comes to your brain. I would hope, you know. So. And
there's evidence to say that being smarter would actually make it more likely.
How? Why smart people are more likely to believe fake news, particularly when a statement feels fluent, easy to process, and familiar. We tend not to focus on details and instead go with the gist. Fortunately, there are many simple ways that purveyors of misinformation can tweak the presentation of their claims to increase statements. I don't understand how it would be. I'm curious how the smarter people would be more likely to believe fake news, though. This is just talking about familiarity. One example is the use of imagery. Photos help us visualize statements, which means they can be processed fluently and therefore seem truer. We can see this with medical stories. People are more likely to believe a pseudo-scientific claim if the brain scan there's a brain scan along it. Perhaps the most potent way of spreading misinformation is simple repetition. The more you hear an idea, the more likely you are to believe it. Yeah, that's fine. How does this have to do with... That's a serious problem when a small but vocal community of climate change deniers say are presented as talking heads. What does this have to do with intelligence, though? What? Listen, I fucking read through the old article really quickly. It really doesn't talk at all about intelligence. At a certain point, it just talks about general misinformation pushing, so I have no idea why it's titled the way it is. Maybe I needed to read it more in depth, but okay, I guess I'll take their word for it. But mostly it just talked about tactics, like constantly saying something that's incorrect over and over again, or having somebody with like pretend credibility come online, or putting nice pictures next to things to make it seem more credible. I don't know if it actually is true, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm coping as fuck because I'm super smart. I'm like harping on this point right now, but I can't get it out of my head. So apparently, intelligence alone does not protect people from believing fake news. Research indicates that smart people are just as, and sometimes more susceptible to certain types of misinformation due to factors like motivated reasoning and overconfidence. The intelligence paradox. Isn't this like Dunning-Kruger? Maybe it's not. While individuals with higher analytical reasoning skills and education generally tend to be less gullible, these smart skills often do not free people from irrational biases. In some cases, intelligence can even exacerbate biases. Intelligent people are often better at finding evidence to support what they already believe rather than evaluating facts objectively. They use their reasoning skills to construct sophisticated arguments for their existing viewpoints in a phenomenon called motivated reasoning. Okay, that's fair. That's interesting. Overconfidence. People who consider themselves good at detecting lies often overestimate their abilities, making them less likely to question information. Social and emotional factors. Belief in this information is strongly influenced by emotional content, social identity, and trust in specific sources rather than a lack of intelligence. Okay. Authority bias. High education individuals who have... Okay, interesting. All right, interesting. I think I fucking harped on that a little too long.
I want you to hold this in your mind as we go along.
Yeah. And smart people can do that too. They can, but I think that with big groups like Reddit, it's very easy to do that because of the groupthink that it kind of reinforces. And I think that's what happens in a lot of cases.
Some news about the LGBT community in China.
Oh, shit, dude. We love them.
Apple removes 2 gay dating apps in China.
That's rough, dude.
I've always said this, and I'll say it again. Every company... all they do is they make money. China hates gays? Well, I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Probably are much more regressive. Yes, in China, sure.
They hate gays, but...
they just removed 2 gay dating apps. What else is the reason?
My understanding is that they're not, as progressive as necessarily we are.
So I would say they probably hate... I mean, maybe hate gays is too strong. They just strongly dislike them.
Chinese government is getting worse about gay rights, even as the people are slowly becoming more accepting.
I never even think about whether a guy is gay or not, right? I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe that's weird. But it just never even comes into, like, my fucking,
never comes.
Orbit of thinking, right? Yeah, who cares? Yeah, who gives a shit?
Steam announced new hardware for 2026.
A big...
Dude, I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to get the Steam machine. I know that it's probably not, like, fiscally intelligent. Because they have to basically make money on it, which I know sounds stupid, but like they don't need to make money on a PlayStation 5 to make money on a PlayStation 5, right? I know it sounds silly, but like if I buy a PlayStation 5, I'm gonna probably buy PlayStation 5 games, right? So they can take a loss on selling it. But the Steam can't really do that. The Steam machine can't do that because it's basically going to be a computer. And so, there's nothing stopping you from buying this discounted Steam machine and then basically, or companies specifically buying a discounted Steam machine and then turning it into computers and they can do whatever they need to do at their workspace. And so that doesn't guarantee that you're going to buy Steam games when you do that.
Big black box. Yes, exactly. And what we have here is a small black box.
Whoa. I like fat black boxes, baby.
Dreams come true. My best advice is not to buy one of these necessarily. It's not to buy a pre-built. It's to build your own. And my best advice for...
fuck that. I'd rather not. I'd rather just fucking buy... I'd rather just buy something somebody's made for me already. I don't really care. I just have no interest in doing it myself. And I want to have the Steam machine. Part of it's just for like the... I just like Steam as a brand, honestly. And I'm fine with it. And I have the extra money, so it's not like it's a big old waste of money necessarily. So fuck it.
People that are buying their own, there are 2 things not to skimp out on. Don't skimp out on your power supply, and don't skimp out on your motherboard.
My knowledge of tech is limited, but I think this is good advice.
Maybe, I guess.
Someone made a dating sim and included Asmon as a character.
Okay.
I have forbidden you to wash your hair.
What?
I do not wish to see what little hair that remains get washed away.
Are you kidding me?
I'm tired.
Who did this? Sounds nothing like you. That's okay. I don't really care, okay?
And then he gets to a post about someone fanficking Hollow Knight characters as queer.
Tell me that you have issues
Hollow Knight? I feel like all those characters are gay as fuck, boy. What the hell are you talking about?
with your sexuality without telling me. Well, actually, you are telling me that you have issues with your sexuality. What
Who gives a fuck if you fanfic about characters being gay? Who gives a shit?
a weirdo. Like, putting all these sexualities on different characters in a video game. This is one of the really weird things that, like, a lot of these, like, gender warriors do.
Gender warriors. You got some fucking, like, 15-year-old online pretending their favorite video game character is gay because they're gay. And then it's like, oh my god, gender warrior. It's not that fucking deep, boss. It's really not. Some fucking gay kid wants to pretend the characters are gay, alright? If they were straight and they did fanfic, like, they wouldn't have to pretend they're gay, so... Although those characters are gay as fuck. What the fuck?
Is that they try to rewrite everything to include themselves. Whitewashing?
Damn, dude. Who the fuck would ever do that? Why would you ever want to rewrite something to make yourself feel included? That's like so what a weird behavior.
Well, I'd say this is rainbow washing.
I'm sure Asmon won't do something just like this before the end of the week.
I mean, I don't think anybody cares about this kind of stuff, right? The people that do are kind of weirdos. What's next? Smurfette is trans. You'd really be surprised.
Matthew
Maybe that'd be kind of hot.
McConaughey and My Cocaine apparently pulled an Ariel and sold their voices to an AI company in exchange.
That's fucking bullshit, dude. That's literally fucking dangerous. We're like running out of. We're we're literally fucking cooked, because that just kills it just kills everything. You know, like that's gonna kill voice acting in the future. They could just use Matthew McConaughey's familiar sounding voice, and boom, they're done.
Exchange for human legs. And Asmon takes it as an opportunity to talk about people on Twitter who dislike AI.
There's like a few weirdos on Twitter that are like constantly at war with AI, and they think that somehow they're going to win.
I mean, what? Is he okay with this? I don't understand. Why would you be okay with this type of behavior of basically killing like voice acting job markets through AI usage? Like Matthew McConaughey, he's a familiar person with a good voice, and so now we're not going to incentivize like newer people. We're going to kill art. Like, I don't understand this whole like bow down, like cuckold shit. Like, this is the most beta perspective ever. Yeah, they think they're going to do something. Well, that's what we have laws for. You know, we stopped like slavery, although Asmongold wants to bring back slavery, so I guess he doesn't care. I don't really understand. Like, yeah, you should be for regulating AI productively, because it's going to kill people's jobs, just like automation has been killing people's jobs. The labor force participation rate has dropped 4% since like 1990 or 2000. It's significant. That's jobs that are literally disappearing because of technology, and it's making things more convenient, and that's great. But we need to figure out a good balance, because people are just going to keep losing jobs, and they're not going to have like anything that they can do in their life. They're going to literally like they need, you know, people need like some kind of thing to do. I know it sounds silly the way I'm saying it, but I think people need meaning in their life, and I think work provides like a profound meaning to their life. So
AI is inevitable. Here's how you know that there are only a few people that actually care.
what?
That's how you know. It's because you don't listen to what people say, you listen to what they do.
I think this is
What the fuck does that mean?
perfect argument because it assumes people playing know it uses AI and that people who oppose AI have equally absolute opinions about it.
Never, because people are retarded. They're going to say things they don't really believe. They're going
Is that like every Asmongold stream? He just like highlights some people doing something, and then he says, "See, nobody cares." Like, is that his whole thing?
to say the way that they think should be, the way they think things should be, rather than the way they are. AI is a massively positive and massively popular thing.
It can be positive, but we need to be more productive about it. What?
And don't let a handful of furries on social media convince you otherwise.
A Moroccan immigrant in Portugal mugged someone, which is proof that Europe is being overtaken by criminal foreigners who all need to be removed.
I would never want to go to Europe as to vacation.
Europe.
And the reason
Okay.
why is that the police don't protect you.
The murder rates in every European country are drastically lower than in the United States, and overall crime has trended downward the last 2 decades.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Okay, well, thank God we don't look at that stuff and we just go, oh my God, Twitter showed me a brown person committing a crime, so all brown people are crime committers. Because that's what it is. And I'm not even saying that there probably isn't an issue with like people, like immigrants coming to different countries. Like there might be like an issue and people feeling like frustrated by that. But you guys act like it's, you guys, they just fucking like melt down anytime they see a brown person doing something. It's fucking insane. Dude, stop hitting this guy. What the fuck is happening? What a game.
So yeah, that's Africa, brother. I mean, like, well,
And Asmongold misses someone doing a racism.
what was it? Morocco is like, yeah, that's in Africa. It's at the top of Africa. Yeah, that's in Europe, bro. Like, what do you mean?
It sounds like that person's trying to say that black people are violent.
Poland, I would go to. Okay.
He watches a video about China making robots.
I mean, we're
Oh, you can fuck that one.
obviously going to make robot slaves that do our activities at home for us. And
But until we get there, Asmongold thinks we should enslave regular people.
I think that's a good thing, by the way. This is a great...
Yeah, I think that what we need to do about AI, by the way, like what I would do about it, which I think is like the best way to regulate it, and I could be wrong, is to just completely fucking own myself in this game, would be to tax the fuck out of it. And you take that tax money and you invest that into universal, like a negative income tax. I think that that's what we really need to do. Like, do whatever you want to do, man. You want to keep, you want to do that. You want to make like displace jobs and drive down drive down wages with AI. Like, okay, but you're gonna get taxed. Like, we're gonna tax you like a 20% VAT tax or something on your shit. So your goods are gonna be more expensive, which is gonna make non-AI used goods more competitive. Or you displace jobs and we just give people back money through a negative income tax while we also use like a negative income tax to slowly get rid of our current welfare, like overcomplicated welfare system. That's what I would say is something that we should really like heavily consider doing. This way, you know, you don't completely kill AI because like it is the future and we have to like adjust. But at the same time, you can still like preserve jobs and create new jobs with it. You know, that's what I would say more than anything else.
Thing now, instead of because we won't have to bring back slavery. A lot of people have been talking. There's been a lot of
Nobody's talking about slavery. What do you keep talking about slavery for?
excitement about bringing back slavery.
Who is excited about bringing back slavery other than Asmongold? I've only seen him talk about how we need to fucking put people in jail for stealing $2 and then have them do slave labor. Why does he keep bringing up slavery? Is that like the white European in him? Is he the type of person that used to be like a slave driver back in the day? I can see why he would want to enslave people because he's like literally just a frail little guy. So I guess he wanted to like enslave labor to do things that he definitely could not do. So, okay, that makes sense.
Who said that?
It seems like we won't have to because we're gonna have robots instead.
When would we? When do we ever have to?
And I don't know what we're gonna do with all those people. Maybe we'll just have that. We're just gonna kill them.
And a clip of people
What, dude? This guy's so weird.
making Lord of the Rings jokes about racial crime statistics.
Orcs only make up 13%.
No.
Oh, no.
Hey, I
There was
didn't say
already
it.
a
Okay.
meme the other day where it was like, the Shire's losing population. Should the hobbits more? Should we
orcs?
import goblins?
And that allowed
Whoa, import goblins. It's so funny because everybody who seems to love Lord of the Rings doesn't actually know the lore. Goblins were created for the movies. They're not actually real. Goblins were literally just a movie thing. They're orcs inside the books. I've been reading the books. Which I think was a good idea for the theatrical release because it makes things a lot simpler. But actually, and there's something interesting that you should know about Lord of the Rings, and I think that this is why the prequel, The Rings of Power, are more faithful to the core originals, is that while orcs are bad, they were created by Morgoth, right? They're evil. They actually do breed regularly. They're not born out of like piss sacks like they are in the movies, but that was like for the theatrical release because like generally speaking, they are like pretty dehumanized, because they are like kind of evil. But I think I really liked what the Rings of Power did to offset that a little bit through having them be like, kind of like a little bit more humane through the use of like Adar. I like that a lot. I think that was pretty cool. I can't wait for the third season, honestly.
allows me to segue into a story about actual immigration. Greece is trying to test immigrants to confirm their ages. One aspect of it, which supersedes the others, is a wrist x-ray that doctors have criticized as having up to a 2-year margin of error, and opting out automatically lists you as an adult. So there's no way to know if these numbers are accurate.
What the fuck? Only 10 were actually kids?
I don't even understand what that means. Like, how does that work? Okay.
So that means they're going to end up being sent to a high school with kids and they're an adult?
Only if they're going to star in a CW show.
It's always like that? Yeah, that's why you can't let them in.
I'm so confused. If they get automatically listed as an adult, wouldn't they not go to high school? Why does he think this? Am I the stupid one? No.
You shouldn't let him in. I say it all the
Am
time.
I starting with the reading of Hobbit? Hobbit for sure. I'm doing it canonically. I'm starting with the Hobbit. I'm not even reading it, honestly. This is what you guys should keep in mind, and like unironically, like, it's something that you should do. First of all, like go to your local library because it is a fantastic and fun resource. Second of all, sign up. I don't even think it's that much money. I don't even know if it is any money, but let's say it's $40. I don't even remember. And then third of all, go download the app called Hoopla, Hoopla, and then go like link your library card to it and go see what benefits you have. Right now I'm reading the Lord of the Rings books and it's free. I already have a library card. My taxes pay for it. So I'm audiobooking the Lord of the Rings books. And I'm listening to them while I walk at the gym or while I like play a game on my phone. It's like you're literally already paying for it. Just go and do that. There's a lot of selections. Go use Hoopla. Use your tax dollars. Everybody complains about taxes. Oh, what are we paying these for? We're paying for them for things that you can go use. Go to your fucking library because they also have 3D printers at your library, probably. They have VR headsets at your library. They have a whole entire selection of like DVDs. I know people don't do that anymore, but instead of going and using Netflix, go to your fucking library. Go find a DVD. And if you can't find the DVD, go buy it. Go watch whatever show or something you are and then donate it to your local library. You know, there's tons and tons of resources at your local library. Go there. Go use your tax dollars. If you have kids, go to the local library because the library, at least around me, are fantastic. There's a bunch of kid shit there. There's kid books. There's like play stuff for kids, like puzzles. There's different things for your kids to do. There's reading clubs. There's a lot of different things that you can expand your child's mind for. So, like, honestly, everything aside, go to your fucking library, regardless of how old you are, and just walk around there. It's a really fun, interesting experience. You'll see how libraries are awesome. Just go there, please.
I don't know why they do that. And to appear not racist? Yeah, I guess so.
What?
And now we've
What about Greece? Not for nothing. Greece is like a really poor country. Like Greece is like kind of a poor ass country, dude. One of the things that people don't understand about illegal immigration, it kind of like blows my mind, is like, yeah, you don't want to take too many illegal immigrants in because like there is a culture in every country. Like in the United States, we do have a culture, and I would like to think it's the culture of like multiculturalism and hard work, and like doing what you have to do and not bothering anybody, and religious freedoms and sexual freedoms and gender freedoms and blah 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 blah. That's what I like to think it is. Apparently, religious people think it's just the Bible, except for the parts where it says take care of vulnerable people. So, hey, we're a Christian nation, except for where it counts, which would be to like, help vulnerable people, but okay. But you know why, like, realistically speaking, like, especially for Western countries, there's low birth rates. And I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe these people are fucking lazy because they don't want to have kids or something. Or maybe they're working on their careers first. Or maybe they're doing this. What? It doesn't really matter. Our population is aging. We need young people to support it. So how do you do that? You import people from other countries so they can perform jobs. It's just what has to happen. So, like, stop hating illegal immigrants. Like, just stop hating them. They're the only ones that are keeping your shit. They're the only things that are keeping your shit together. Or else we'd all be fucking cooked because we'd have such an aging population. We wouldn't be able to pay for any of the entitlements that these old people who vote fucking MAGA desperately love. That's the problem.
reached Hassan in China. Police Story is such a good movie, you guys. Lonerbox gives the consensus opinion here.
How moronic do you have to be to go to China, a country that you're clearly planning on doing propaganda for, to get your narrative contradicted on fucking day one where some cops come up to
Oh, God. That's what happened.
What's up with this, like, performative fucking, like, laughing? I don't really understand it. I find it's so cringe. It's fucking annoying as hell. The fuck?
You can never be wrong. And when you can never be wrong, you end up never being right.
Hold on to that one because it's time for Trump and Epstein, with the emails released by Democrats after the government shutdown ended.
Dean Weathers says the new Epstein story is 100 times bigger than Watergate. That's way bigger.
Asmon's
Okay. I don't know why I targeted that one, but okay. That sounds way bigger.
perspective is that Trump is in the wrong, but he probably didn't do anything, but both parties are bad, and the emails Democrats released are misleading, which means Trump is bad, but he isn't a pedo. If
What? He released them.
that sounded confusing, let me massage your brain until it is comfortably smooth. Asmon says he's willing to believe that Trump is implicated in Epstein's crimes if there's evidence, but he's not willing to accept the evidence. Here's Asmon's reaction.
Well, I have to see him say that. I trust his breakdown, but like I need to see what it's. says to fully trust it. Okay, I just level 1 trust it.
To the revelation
Wouldn't doubt it, but I need to see it.
that Trump spent time with the victim at Epstein's home for several hours.
That doesn't mean that he knew that the person was a victim at all. Like, just
Why is he so interested in cum guzzling Trump?
because you interact with somebody that was a victim doesn't mean that you know the details of what happened to them.
Trump in this email a quote dog that hasn't barked by Democrats on House oversight.
It's interesting that he agrees with the release of the emails as a tactic to pressure Trump to release the files, even as he doubts their legitimacy.
I'm glad this came out, even though I think that there's a high probability that it could be fake, misleading, or misunderstood, or
Well, if he had just released the entire Epstein files instead of 1% of them, we wouldn't really be misunderstanding it, would we?
misinterpreted. Yeah, I think they should release everything completely unredacted besides victims' names and obviously photographs that could be problematic.
Why do you think they're not doing that, Asmongold? Why do you think that Trump's not doing that? Why do you think he's violating, I believe, the Senate's vote for doing this? Oh, because he's in it. Okay.
Oh, it could make somebody look bad?
Trump specifically, yes, it'll make him look very bad because he's probably a pedophile.
Too bad. You shouldn't have gone to an island with a pedophile. But like,
Trump?
if you know who the victims are, you know who the survivors are, obviously you word filter search the name Trump, right? Can't you just do that for the victims and then just omit those two?
The process of redaction is much more intensive to guarantee there's no way to retrieve information that's removed through various recovery techniques in the paper and the data.
I don't think there's hard evidence that commits Trump to doing anything weird with Epstein. If there was, I think they would have already released it.
What? He's the they. What is he talking? This guy's an idiot.
And if there is, I think that there is as much, if not more, hard evidence against Democrats doing it too. So
who cares? This is like, it's so weird the way he talks about the Epstein stuff. Who cares? Like, not a single Democrat, it will be upset if there are Democrats on the Epstein list. If fucking Bill Clinton's on there, punish him severely. I don't care. Nobody cares. This is a weird game to be like, well, yeah, Trump's probably, this is his whole thing is, Trump probably didn't do anything wrong. And if he's in the files, he probably didn't really know. And if he was talking to victims, he probably didn't know that they even were victims. And if he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein for 15 years, it's probably just a coincidence. And everything's a coincidence. But actually, I also think that they should release everything, even though Trump's the one that's not releasing it. And I'm not going to look at that as skeptical or some skepticism for Trump. And by the way, I think the Democrats did the same, if not more. And that is basically all the reasons why I think Trump is innocent. Bro, if 90% of the people in the Epstein files are Democrat, I don't care. Like, literally put them in extra jail. I don't want to say anything too intense. Like, nobody's like, this is the fucking problem. And then pair that with the fact that Donald Trump is saying that he likes Bill Clinton recently. He was on a fucking tear talking about how much he likes Bill Clinton recently. And it's just like, he's not even, it's fucking weird. He's like, yeah, I like the guy. Why would you say you like somebody that's so heavily in the list? None of this makes sense. Asmongold is like a top tier fucking Trump cum guzzler. It's fucking pathetic. It's only going, it's going to take something happening that's so bad that he can no longer keep like guzzling Trump's cum. But I guarantee you, if you saw a picture of Trump literally raping a kid, he would be like, well, this is probably not real. Like, there's nothing that can happen. There's nothing here that like Asmongold would change his mind on it. He's actually fucking has Trump derangement syndrome, the actual kind, not the kind where you don't like Trump because he's fucking worthless. The kind where you love him so much you're willing to destroy your own credibility. Pathetic.
So coping so hard? Well, I'm not coping. I'm just being logical.
I'm just being logical, guys.
I don't care. If
the least illogical person is acting logical.
Trump was in the Epstein files, I would want to know about it. My conspiracy theory is that
guys, I'm going to be logical, by the way. Here's my conspiracy theory.
I think that both parties have a piece of the Epstein files.
Whoa.
And because of that,
both sides are bad? Wow, that's intelligent.
They don't want to release it because I think there is a third party.
What are you talking about? Trump's the one who ran on releasing it.
My opinion is that the most likely candidates for that third party are Israel, China, Russia, in that order. Okay. Have the entire Epstein files. And if these files are released in a partial amount, they will then be released by this foreign third party in their entirety.
What? Does that make any sense?
It's always Israel. At this point...
Well, yeah, he's dog whistling anti-Semitism. That's his whole thing. He's got the Fuentes crew on him now. So he wants to say like anti-Israel stuff. That he wants money. Like, he just wants to be popular. I think Asmongold is somebody who's an incredible fucking loser. And he started to get really popular when he would say things. And now the biggest way to be popular is to say things that are, putting Trump's wiener in your mouth. And so I think he wants to keep doing those things. I mean, that's why you have to be careful about people who are like dregs of society that people don't generally respect, because like they're, in my opinion, more likely to do to do things for do like say performative shit for attention. Honestly, I really wouldn't doubt that. He's compromised.
No, I don't think I'll ever actually be numb to that.
These mails are nothing new. They were already released in 2024.
These emails were not released in 2024. Separate info from the Epstein case was ordered unsealed by a judge in 2023 related to a Ghislaine Maxwell defamation case, but did not contain much information not already known to the public.
Virginia Giuffre has testified multiple times that President Trump did nothing, and she never even saw him at Epstein's house.
Additionally, Greg Price, whose Twitter he's looking at here, is a conservative journalist who got in trouble in 2022 for editing the audio of John Fetterman in his Senate debate to make his ability to speak sound worse.
That sounds pretty good. Interesting.
Which is the exact same criticism Asman has of these emails for their redactions.
So it's bullshit? Wait, what? You can tell that he's lying by his eyebrows. Like some merchant or something like that that's going to sell you snake oil.
Oh, I guess, okay. That's an incredible cope.
I don't understand. It's obviously not a White House cover-up. I mean, was Biden covering it up for 4 years?
Biden wasn't covering up
Biden wasn't covering it up at all. They didn't talk about it because they didn't run on talking about it. They just weren't going to talk about it. And it might even be because there's shit in there that would make some Democrats look bad, like the Clintons. It's totally possible, right? But like Trump decided to run on it, and he's in the files. He is one of the pedophiles. Like... like most likely he is one of the pedophiles. So like it's totally different. I wouldn't have held Trump to the standard of releasing it if he didn't run on releasing it. That's where everybody's at. It's like not a sight out of the mind. It's like, oh, something terrible's going on. There's obviously some powerful players here that don't want it out, so they weren't going to release it. And I was like, okay, I don't think Biden's in it, but like fucking Clinton is definitely in it, and that's probably one of the reasons why. But Trump ran on doing it, and look at that, Trump's also in it. So it's like, okay, you ran on putting it out there. Now you don't want to put it out there because you probably touched kids. It's like, okay, well, here we go. Like that's all it is.
The case was still open for Ghislaine Maxwell's trial until her last appeal was denied in October of 2025. He did not have the authority to intercede in the case to reveal the evidence, and doing so could have given Maxwell grounds for an appeal.
I mean,
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
What are we talking about? A White House cover-up? I mean, if anything, I feel like Trump is really kind of a piece of shit. It's like if you can't even find any evidence of Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew, like why are you going and dragging their name in the mud by saying this if you can't even prove it? That's crazy. The problem is that we can all sit around and theorize on a reason, but we don't really know what the reason is. That's the truth. Nobody really knows. And I think that's why nobody trusts him.
There's a difference between the standard of evidence to convict someone of a crime and the standard necessary to recognize with reasonable certainty that until exonerating evidence emerges, the most likely explanation is the correct one. I doubt Asman would say that O.J. Simpson didn't kill 2 people just because the glove didn't fit. Asmongold reads the GOP Oversight Committee's Twitter response to the Democrats and uses their reasoning to dismiss the emails.
So they released something that was already unredacted, and then they re-redacted it again, and they're trying to think that it's new.
What? Who is they? What is he talking about? Republicans released it. What?
Are you seriously? Oh my God. It's a clown show. Yeah, there's no way.
And the fix is in.
If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people.
I'm going to put
Who redacted it? Am I wrong? Didn't the Trump administration release this information? Why would it be on Democrats to be? Why would Democrats be the one that redacted it?
Pretty big if at the start of this, just because I might be misinterpreting what I've seen. And this isn't about the victim herself, but what Asmongold is saying about these emails. If I've read what Virginia Giuffre...
They're talking... this is from a while ago, these email releases. Isn't it just standard protocol to redact victims' names?
Ray has said correctly. She claims to have only interacted with Trump at Mar-a-Lago when she was employed there, and a couple of times at parties, and said nothing bad happened between them. However, the emails released suggest that she talked with Trump for hours at Epstein's home, which would contradict her testimony. Giuffre isn't alive to correct the record, but if Democrats were willing to lie, as Asman suggests, it would be to their benefit to leave the name unredacted as it would undercut the testimony frequently cited to say that Trump did nothing wrong. But they didn't, at the wishes of the family who have condemned Republicans for revealing her identity and not Democrats for being dishonest. I won't speak to the rest of the sexual assault accusations against Trump, because even if they relate to the broader context of Trump's relationship with Epstein and how you should interpret these emails overall, I think that might widen the focus too much from what these initially released emails say specifically.
I think people aren't really understanding what happened here. The victim might be afraid. She's dead. She said that she didn't have any problems with Trump and Trump was fine. She went on record and said that.
Again, these emails contradict her testimony, not the other way around.
So the reason why they redacted her name is because if they didn't redact her name, it would have shown, obviously, that this is the person that had already cleared Trump of wrongdoing.
And again, it would have been more beneficial for Democrats to leave the name unredacted, but they did it anyway per the wishes of the family.
Why is Trump...
Am I just like not understanding this specific part here? I had to re-listen to it to understand how this is actually bad for Trump because I'm fucking dumb and slow. Okay, here we go. So we got the victim. The victim was asked some questions. They were asked like, where they met him. None. I work for Donald Trump and I met him probably a few times. Where have you met him? Mar-a-Lago. My dad and him. I wouldn't say they were friends, but my dad knew him and they would talk all the time. Well, not all the time, but when they saw each other. Then this is Jeffrey Epstein saying that the victim actually spent hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with Donald Trump. She was asked these questions. Did you ever see Donald Trump at Jeffrey's home? And then she says, not that I can remember. On his island, not that I can remember. In Mexico, not that I can remember. In New York, not that I can remember. So Jeffrey Epstein's email actually suggests that like she was giving faulty testimony, possibly because she was just afraid of being hurt or harmed in some capacity. And so this actually makes Trump look bad. Oh yeah, 100%. Now I understand. I guess what they give Asmongold a charity because I'm stupid as fuck and I didn't interpret it. I didn't really understand what I was seeing. Now I understand what's being said. Now I understand how this looks really bad for Trump. Gotcha.
And said that. Why they redacted her name is because if they didn't redact her name, it would have shown, obviously, that this is the person that had already cleared Trump of wrongdoing.
And again,
cleared a Trump of wrongdoing. Cleared is a pretty heavy word there, boss man.
It would have been more beneficial for Democrats to leave the name unredacted, but they did it anyway per the wishes of the family.
Right, that makes sense. So Democrats respected the family's wishes, so they redacted it, and then the conservatives grabbed onto it and created like a narrative that somebody like Asmongold would believe, somebody who thinks he's super smart. Gotcha. Okay.
Why is Trump not releasing all of it? I think that is a great question. That is an incredible, amazing, great question.
He doesn't think it's a great question because despite that, he keeps saying dumb shit. Like he doesn't think that Trump has done anything wrong. So why isn't he releasing it?
And I think people should be asking that all the time.
Asmon will not.
Maybe. Okay, I think Asmongold. Okay, now I understand that he made up a fake conspiracy theory to justify what he thinks. Okay, so basically he said something about how Israel, Russia, and China, like in that order or whatever, like a fucking weird lunatic freak, knows a lot about it, and they are the powerful people or something that is making them. I don't know. I don't even understand. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't even know what to say because it's just so fucking crazy. So I don't know what the possible justifier is. Why wouldn't that make you feel hesitant about Trump?
Consider whether this conclusion might be based on where he gets his news from.
How do you solve this problem with the corruption? You don't. The reality is that this problem will probably never go away.
This guy's a fucking idiot loser.
And that is why you shouldn't try to better your life, because you might fail. So it's easier to fail.
We will
what a weirdo.
Find out the nature of the Epstein files when we are on Social Security, if Social Security still exists by then.
This guy has like a consistent pattern of just saying you literally cannot change anything. Does he just want things to stay the same because he's rich and he doesn't want people to be able to like change their lives or something? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like in general, there's lots of corruption that we can change. I don't understand. And like we're already changing this one. Like more of the files got released than we would have ever expected because Trump's probably in them.
You must all go and spread the word of frowning!
Because this is never going to go away until everybody that was involved and everybody who was even involved secondarily is dead.
Pretty soon, everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
And I think even then, we won't really know what happened. And do you not feel bad for telling people to vote for him? No.
Why?
No, he's done a lot of things that I agree with.
Like what? He's done nothing good for the country in either administration. He's actually been a profound failure. Like there's nothing productive about Trump. He deficit spent in his first term, and then he got blasted out. He lost really hard in the midterms. He had full control over the House and Senate, still got his ass blasted. And now he's coming in again, and all he's done is made things harder for people. Like wage growth is going down, and is trending downwards, and inflation is trending upwards. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
And he's also done things that I disagree with.
Wow.
I feel so exasperated watching this because it feels like I should be trying to.
Everybody you will ever vote for does these things. Like, they're going to do things you agree with. Like, I voted for Joe Biden. He did things I disagree with. I think he should have been harsher on the border. I understand why he wasn't. There was a back channel of people through COVID that wanted to come in, and he allowed them to do their thing, right? He should have done more, for sure. But, like, that makes sense. I liked what he did outside of that. I liked the massive infrastructure bill that he signed, roads, bridges, highways. That's huge. I like the codification of gay marriage. I like that he expanded Obamacare subsidies to more middle-class Americans. I mean, I I like that he got us out of COVID stronger than any other of our G7 allies. I think he did a pretty good job overall. I think I like that he supported Ukraine. Because I don't need Russia trying to push through the fucking Eastern Europe. So, like, you know, that's what I liked about him. What did you like about him? What do you like about Trump? Oh, because he's targeting brown people, right? He's fucking targeting brown people. That's what it is.
Convince Asmongold to change his mind about these things. But if he comes away from hearing about these emails still thinking that Trump is preferable as the most powerful person in the world, I don't know what else I could say.
But I think that both of them are inadequate candidates. That's why I didn't vote for either one of them. Even though I am much more aligned with Trump, that doesn't mean that I totally agree with Trump. I just view him as the lesser of two evils.
I thought he said that he's doing a lot of the things that he liked. I'm so confused. Which one is it? Is he good or bad? What do we got here?
So Asmon thinks that Trump is the lesser of two evils. What would Asmon actually want if he were president?
I would want to use the military to deport every illegal alien in the country.
He's so stupid. Holy fuck.
I would want to bring back insane asylums and put crazy people in insane asylums. And
dude, it's so funny because, like, first of all, when it comes to mass deporting illegals, like, our economy will collapse. I mean, you can cope, and it's frustrating, but we have a big dependency on illegal immigrants. They pay a lot of taxes. They also buy a lot of things, and that, I don't know if you know this, that's how jobs are created, and they do jobs that we don't want to do. So our economy would have a pretty big collapse. Like, we would be harming ourselves just mass deporting them. So that would be incredibly fucking stupid. Insane asylums, I don't know why you would need an insane asylum. We already have pretty robust mental health services. It really just depends on the state and how much money they allocate to that. We don't need to bring back insane asylums and institutionalize people with intellectual and developmental disabilities and keep them away from the general population, because that just causes demonization. They should be functioning in the community. There are some people that are, like, really bad and maybe should be in jail, but most people with intellectual developmental disabilities that were in insane asylums were people that were, like, incredibly manageable if they were just treated like human beings and got, like, a direct support professional. So far, he has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
And I would reduce foreign aid by about 80%.
Why? Foreign aid is one of the greatest ways for us to run propaganda and help people at the same exact time. Okay, foreign aid is fantastic. We help people, which is just the right thing to do. You know, giving HIV treatments to fucking children and vaccines and shit or whatever. Pretty good idea to me. Helping them survive, but it also makes us look better as a country, and it gives us first, like, access to those countries when they do start to develop in some capacity if they get resource control. It's a great idea. So again, he's just saying things. He doesn't look, he looks stupid. This isn't the person that should be running a country, and he isn't, but if he, like, his ideas are incredibly fucking dumb. They're low IQ idiot ideas. You get better trade deals by helping the rest of the country. And you create jobs too, by the way. It's job creation. When you give resources to another country, all right, the American government hires private companies to deliver this stuff, and that's paid jobs. I like that question, by the way. Do you think that Asmongoldfish likes Trump so much because of my theory of Hassan, where Trump is doing so much awful, crazy shit that it gives him more money and views? Yeah, probably. That's probably a big part of it. I remember in 2016, during the first Trump administration, that's where I blew up. That's where Hassan blew up, and I'm guaranteeing you Asmongold had a pretty big spike too. He's a content machine. It turns, like, politics, which are considered much more serious, into drama, which is obviously less serious. And so, like, low IQ drama people like myself and slop tubers like myself can talk about it and look credible. I like to think I'm more intelligent than Asmongoldfish. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. But, like, yeah, of course, I think that that's why he voted him in. I do not want him in the administration. I'd rather make less money because he's such a fucking piece of dog shit. But yeah, that might be it, 100%.
Maybe not 100%. The goal would be 100%, but the beginning would be 80%. I would completely remove any illegals from the census as well.
Illegal aliens are on the census because otherwise resources would get misallocated, and areas with illegal immigrants wouldn't receive enough to provide for those with legal status either.
I guess that makes sense.
Would even take people that were residents of the country, if they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job.
Dude, what?
I'd deport.
It's so funny. He doesn't understand. What do you think a net? I understand what a net positive taxpayer is. A net positive taxpayer is somebody who pays more taxes than they are receiving back in benefits, right? But people who are not net positive taxpayers are still good for the economy. Like, do you understand, like, if tomorrow we decided to cut all food stamps for poor people, Walmart would lose a significant amount of their revenue, and so would a ton of other businesses. When you give people food stamp money, it allows them to spend money into society, and it creates jobs. It creates literal jobs. Like, you have to understand that that is why when we had like a huge, like the Great Depression, and we implemented different welfare programs, it actually stimulated the economy, because giving more people more money that they are going to spend stimulates your economy, and it creates jobs. If a bunch of people that didn't have welfare services tomorrow didn't spend, if a bunch of people that had welfare services stopped spending it tomorrow, you would lose tremendous amount of jobs. They create jobs. Like, he doesn't understand what he's saying. He's an emotional speaker. He is an unintelligent emotional speaker. He has feelings like, hey, I don't like illegal immigrants here, which is fine, but then he doesn't understand how to realize that in a productive way that actually helps Americans. He's the type of person who is rich, so he wouldn't have any kickback, who would put his foot on somebody's shoulder and then would shoot a fucking gun through it just to hurt that person. This is who Asmongold is as a person. Very unintelligent, very low IQ, very emotional ideas, no actual productive way to implement them whatsoever. He just says things that make him and his audience feel good because they're mean to other people. And that's probably what people were to him when he was in high school, because, again, he let his teeth rot out and he probably smelled bad because of it. It's fucking insane.
Them too.
This would basically trap immigrants already in America in their jobs, leading to greater abuse, while also being ignorant of historical data that shows immigrants yield greater returns on their labor than what they cost to take care of.
Oh, I'd add 2 additional tax brackets for people that are wealthy, for people that are making above $5 and $10 million.
That is a good idea.
Oh,
that's a fine idea. How would you deal with the fact that a lot of rich people like Elon Musk don't even pay themselves an actual income, and instead they just borrow against their massive net worth, and they get to that money is tax free, and so they don't have to contribute to the system in the way that they should have to? How would you deal with that? Because, like, I agree. I think that, like, after you get to a certain point, I don't know what that point is in 2025, or I guess 6 by the time this video's out. Like, we should have tax brackets of up to 90%. Honestly, I don't think that that's too high, because the way marginal taxes work, it's like you're taxed on certain money, the certain money you make. It's like your first 10, and this isn't exact in any capacity. I just don't feel like bringing up the thing. But like your first $5,000 or $10,000 is taxed at like 0%. The next 10,000 is taxed at like 10%. The next 10,000 is taxed at 20% or something. So like if anything over $1 million, yeah, like maybe $1 million, maybe $5 million, tax it at 90%. Which would incentivize you as a business owner to either pay your people better, or you just give that money to the government and hopefully it would get used better, more correctly for different like governmental services.
Well, I would double the amount of the money that we put on policing.
Functionally used.
Why? Double? I think our police in my area get paid way too much. They fucking top pay at like $190 a year after 8 years. It's fucking insane.
But it'd probably
it's fucking ridiculous.
Feel nice.
I think that anything, if anything, I would give more funding to the police so that they can hire social workers. That's what I think that we need to do. We need to hire more social workers to deal with different stuff.
The issues with policing aren't directly correlated to funding. They're related to excessive force, corruption, and overall relationship with the population they are entrusted with.
If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. Even if you stole a paintbrush. I don't want to live in a world where people steal. I don't want to.
Wow, really? That's ironic, considering you basically, I mean, let's be real, what content that we do, it could be considered theft by some people. I don't think it is, but I think that, like, since we're in a moral gray area, it's a little bit ironic. Also, who gives a fuck? They steal a paintbrush? Like, oh my God, fucking Jesus Christ. Like, it's just, like, so stupid. I don't want violent criminals. The way to deal with people stealing isn't to put them in jail. That does nothing for them. We have a shit jail system. The recidivism rate's like 74%, which means they're going back after 5 years. That's the best way to deal with it, is to lock someone up over a paintbrush. Give me a fucking break. That's fucking insane.
I live in a world where there's violence, hostility, aggression.
That's all you want. You are okay with ICE. You're okay with slavery.
And turmoil. So just put them in jail.
Okay.
Simple. I would make it to where every prisoner had an extended sentence by about 30 to 50%, and they could work in prison to reduce their sentence that got increased.
Hey, just do slave labor. That takes jobs away from middle and lower class Americans, guys. It's perfect.
Increased back down to what it was if they wanted to work in prison. And I would do mandatory prison labor, and I would punish the people that wouldn't do it.
Wouldn't the punishment for them not doing it be that they had an extended sentence? I don't understand.
Violation of the 8th Amendment for cruel and unusual punishment, the 13th Amendment because it's not punishment for the crime they're in prison for, the 14th Amendment because it's a violation of due process, probably the 5th Amendment for double jeopardy, The Ninth Amendment, just because it's fun.
What is double jeopardy?
Assess.
All persons what?
Probably the Fifth Amendment for double jeopardy.
Interesting. What does it say? No person shall be. We're just gonna grok it. There. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, that makes sense. I should have known what that is. It just means that you can't be punished more than once for the same crime.
The Ninth Amendment, just because it's fun, and the 10th Amendment, because this isn't a power specifically given by the Constitution to the president, unless in this hypothetical he managed to get this through Congress.
Would you be president? Would you be authoritarian? I mean, I think people...
Yeah, no shit. He's literally saying you would be.
...would say that I was, but I would actually be the most pro-freedom president ever.
Whoa. I got to say things in a sarcastic voice so that people can't... They can just say it's a joke later.
Reducing the root problems that result in people stealing, prevent people from stealing, instead of just adding more people to the prison industrial complex, which is designed to make them repeat offenders.
That's actually incredibly based.
Well, they wouldn't have a chance to be repeat offenders because they'd be stuck in jail forever working. And if
okay, great stuff.
They're a repeat offender, that's great. Now we have...
It's just so interesting because Asmongold is like the definition of somebody who is like who was a failure because of his environment and is successful because of his environment as well. And you'd think that he'd have like more empathy for that, right? Like Asmongold, again, welfare baby. Only meaningful job was 2 tax season at the IRS. Let his teeth rot out of his fucking head. I'm just letting you know because like when you're in these desperate situations, like you're gonna act shitty. And then he randomly got popular for no actual reason other than the environment changed, and now he's very popular. But like he doesn't extend that charity to people of like, oh, let's do some kind of like welfare service. Let's help people instead of just trying to like imprison everybody and use them for labor. It's just so weird. Like, how do you have such little amount of empathy for somebody who literally was born and raised on the welfare system? It's fucking insane to me.
Have another worker.
I guess we know who was excited about bringing back slavery then.
The idea that poverty causes this to happen is a complete removal of an individual's agency. If you
what are you talking about?
Give people more opportunities and more abilities to do things and have a degree of ownership in their own life, then yeah, there are going to be less crimes. So I agree with you.
I'm so confused. I thought he just didn't agree. What?
But there will still be crimes after that goes away. Because
okay, they might... who cares? Like, you're not going to fully get rid of it, but you can significantly cut the amount of people committing crime if you give them access to things.
There are people that commit crimes that do have money, too. After all, people, universal healthcare? Yeah.
Yeah, true. There are people who commit crimes that have money. That's great. We can lower we could still lower crime significantly. This is like such a doomer take. Like, do nothing. Hey, guys, just do nothing. That's literally it. Asmongold's take is like, just don't care. Just don't care and just be as shitty as possible to people. That's super based.
Yeah, we'd have universal healthcare. Because we'd get rid of all the people that are causing problems.
People causing problems, the way Asmongold implies, are not the main impedance to universal healthcare. These ideas contradict each other. You can't create a society without violence and turmoil, while aggressively enforcing laws with maximum punishment. You simultaneously need a populace willing to go along with and enforce that system, which creates the dehumanization that leads to greater violence. All the while, they need to bear the increased cost of social services that would face more strain from fewer people being able to pay into it.
Did you ever steal previously? Yeah, I've stolen tons of things. And you know why? It's because I knew I wouldn't get in trouble. Better social services? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so should you be in jail? And so that, I mean, like, people steal shit sometimes, man. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? Okay.
I'd give people food stamps. We'd give people, I would invest a lot into autonomous driving cars. They will reduce a number of different industries that are massively, like, I think, a tax burden.
I have no idea.
What the fuck is he talking about? Is he talking about buses? What the fuck is he talking about here?
What? Idea why Asmongold thinks this? Maybe there's some logic to it I'm not seeing.
Did you steal when you were an adult? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, multiple times. Tons of times.
Wait, but then why?
How about social parasites? Citizens can be freeloaders too. There are going to be social parasites, and there are going to be useless eaters, and there are going to be retards. And you know what? That's fine. We're always going to get some of those. That's the way it goes.
Some of them become popular Twitch streamers, yeah.
How would you build up universal income? By taxing corporations that utilize a tremendous amount of automation and then making them have to help pay for it. And if
yeah, I agree with that. The problem is that I don't think Asmongold actually thinks any of the things that he's saying. It's just so strange to me because he'll come out of this take of like, hey, enslave everybody that does a $2 crime. And then he's like, yeah, I think we should have healthcare. I don't think I believe him. I honestly, because it doesn't really make sense. I don't think that there are people who support universal healthcare and like universal basic income in some capacity. I don't think that there are people that exist that like that are fucking idiot loser slave justifiers. So to me, it's like, how do you have these takes? And I think it's because Asmongold wants to be like a forced centrist. I think he likes being like, I'm the both sides guy. Yeah, I believe in slavery and, abusing brown people, but I also believe in healthcare for white people. Right? So it's like, it's just like this. I think it's just a virtue signal. I think it's just a virtue signal so that he can pretend to be some kind of a centrist, because I guess he gets some kind of desire and like he gets really horny in his penis for being like being a centrist. To him, that's such a fun thing because he probably feels like an air of like intelligence about him because he's like somebody that's I'm on the center. It's like, oh, okay.
If they don't want to get along with that, then I wouldn't give them access to the American economy and I would heavily tariff them.
Why would they automate when they could just use cheap prison labor in that case? And
that's actually so true. Actually, that's actually, I didn't even consider that.
Why would the American...
Wait, that's holy fuck. I didn't even consider that. That's actually that's actually so smart. This guy's fucking blew my mind. Yeah, Asmongold wants to set up a society where there's an incentive to constantly imprison people and force them to do free labor. So then why would we even need to automate them through robotics or something? Because we could just outsource that labor directly to the government. And then that means that the government to some degree controls the means of production. And it also means that you can't tax AI. So it doesn't make any fucking sense.
American market be so valuable at that point when the population is spending so much more of its wealth and resources on maintaining the strict social systems that are implemented?
I have a lot of other ones that are, some of them are a little bit more not stream sufficient, right?
I am incredibly worried about what those could be. But I guess it makes sense given his response to a TikTok compilation of women losing their jobs in the next video he watches.
Total Karen obliteration. Whoa. Absolute Karen destruction.
These aren't Karens by any stretch of the definition. All they've done is say they lost their jobs. Actually, I don't know what Asmongold's definition of a Karen is.
Well, I have to watch their videos to know if they're an actual Karen or not. Why are they Karens? Like, you get job offers that are extremely low? Oh, okay.
Later on, he explained
from somebody named Crayon Head. Okay.
Lost their jobs. Actually, I don't know what Asmongold's definition of a Karen is. Later on, he explains the attitude that makes someone a Karen, but he'll still apply the moniker to basically every woman that crosses his screen in an unflattering way.
I think that there's a lot of people in these PR, marketing, and fake jobs at these companies, and the companies are starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, we don't need to pay this girl to come here and drink boba tea for 8 hours and then complain that somebody said something that made her mad.
Oh, he's talking about HR. You don't need HR people? What the fuck? Why? It's supposed to protect people. It is really just designed to protect businesses, though.
They just fire her.
As Asmongold will come to understand over the course of this video, that is incredibly not what's happening.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, fired 80% of the staff, and nothing changed to the product.
What are you talking about? Asmongold admits that it's full of fucking idiot morons that just want money. He literally said this in like another video. He said that it's full of a bunch of people that are just trying to make as much money as possible. He even said that maybe they should get rid of that financial incentive structure for people. So he doesn't even believe what he's saying.
In fact, I think the products got better.
Twitter did not get better. Monetization of posts has created an incentive structure for people to post the most salacious rage bait possible.
Hey, listen, I like money. Listen, I'm down for a monetization pathway for people because, like, you know, this is that generation, but you need more moderation to make sure that people aren't going fucking batshit crazy. And so what they've decided to do is they decided to maximize funds by, having ad revenue for people to make whatever content that they want, and even like take other people's content and like re-upload it without caring, or say whatever wild shit. And they've created like an atmosphere where they will incentivize that with that, but they won't have like people policing the crazy shit on there. Like you could say horrible white supremacist shit on there. They don't care. They actually welcome it and you get paid for it. So that's the problem. Like I say, yeah, pay people, but make sure that they're getting paid correctly and like uphold values that aren't like being okay with white supremacy. Like holy fuck, how crazy is that? I just think that Asmongold likes it because he just gets off stream and he just sits on Twitter all day and he gets like happy making a little extra money.
The one Asmon got caught in earlier in order to get more views.
It just pissed me off. I saw it, right?
Musk has had the website intentionally altered when it doesn't give him enough attention.
Oh yeah, he forced himself to the top because Joe Biden got more attention for a post than him, so he got upset by it.
Or it corrects his unsubstantiated claims. For example, when he said Joe Biden stranded an astronaut on the International Space Station. Also, Musk himself.
Oh, that one always blew my mind because the party that keeps talking about how we need to save money, which is so true, right, guys, was complaining that an astronaut got stranded, but they didn't get stranded. They were going to be hit with the next pickup, but like it was more cost effective to not go and grab them immediately. It was all a political move from Elon Musk. It was stupid.
Himself has said that he would unban at least 2 accounts that were removed due to posting CSAM.
Every single other business owner in the world saw that. It's bot crazy now. YouTube is bot crazy too, but YouTube
Not nearly as much as Twitter, I'll tell you.
didn't fire 80% of its staff. So is Facebook.
This is where
Well, YouTube is actually starting to cut a lot of their staff, and there's like huge, and he knows this. But he knows this AI because they're using AI to fucking monitor things and it's fucking people. I've seen him complain about it.
starts to sink in what's actually happening.
So 13 million people have been laid off in America. How many people are in the U.S. workforce? 10%. Oh my God. Well,
10% of what? As a civilian labor force in the United States is approximately 170. What is he saying? 10%? Oh, it's 10% of the workforce was laid off.
many people. So 13 million people have been laid off in America. How many people are in the U.S. workforce? 10%. Oh,
So, like, just to be clear, it's 170 million people are in the workforce. And this is a growing problem people don't talk about. It's a labor force participation rate. The unemployment doesn't count like labor force, right? And our labor force participation rate has dropped by 4% over, like, since I believe it was 2000, either 1990 or 2000. It's significant. But that's not even 10%, it's 8% or 7% because it's 13 million, not 17 million. But great math, thanks, Asmongold.
oh my God. A little bit less, but still. Holy shit. The reality is that these decisions are made in order to maximize shareholder value.
That is true.
Yeah, but he's okay with that. He's just like jerked off Elon Musk doing that.
To an extent. The priorities and obligations of corporate boards are to seek greater returns on investment, but the goal of a CEO and the goals of a corporation are not always in complete alignment. The average tenure of a CEO does not match the average lifespan of a company, so the goal is to maximize the amount of money they have by the time the CEO leaves, which means that they can ignore long-term strategy in pursuit of short-term gains, which then become the next CEO's problem. For an example of this, see the 2008 financial crisis.
People that work in Amazon fulfillment centers, that's probably the least fulfilling job that you could ever have. People take these
How do you know that? You've never worked a real job.
jobs because they have to, not
Okay.
because they want to.
Yes, but eliminating the
Is that just a justifier to eliminate the job? I don't understand. Like, most people are going to do something that is not something that they necessarily love. But if you get paid well and it gives you the ability to go and like provide a family, you could still feel good about your job. And frankly, like, there are probably ways, if Amazon paid these fulfillment people better, for you to feel good about your job. Be like, yeah, this is what I do and I make a good living and I can provide for my wife and kids or my husband and kids or my partner and kids. Right? Like, not everything's going to be the most amazing, fun time ever. It's called a job. That is what the point is. But it still gives people, it still makes people like feel like they're doing something. Because they're doing something, right? Yeah.
The job doesn't solve the problem of a person needing a job. It's just reducing their options.
They're trying to plot a trajectory for where their business is going to be. So right now it's doing some people's jobs, and later on it's going to be doing everybody's jobs or more people's jobs.
And again, as Asmongold is about to see, they aren't
Dude, he's actually a goldfish, bro. He just has a different take like every 5 seconds.
just letting go of people who don't do anything.
He gets upset that they're reducing the labor force is being reduced, and then he sits here and he's like, yeah, AI is cool. Like, oh, okay, great stuff, man. Like, that's really logically consistent.
A perfect
That's not
example
what I
of
hit.
this
What the
that we
fuck?
saw earlier this year was when Microsoft let go of Ron Buckton.
That's right. They fired because they didn't need him.
Suddenly discovered to be a slacker after 18 years of promotions? Or is it that executives looked at a spreadsheet, saw his senior level salary, and decided that number was too big?
I do think that, like, I mean, to be fair, like, I'm in general in favor of AI, but I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly. But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied.
Earlier this week,
You don't have to deny the inevitability. You can acknowledge that it's coming, but we need to do something about it. Like, does he not know that?
was talking about the fact that last year there were 1.2 million graduates for 17,000 jobs.
Then why the fuck do we keep importing people?
Without validating the premise of his description, because that's not how immigration works, put simply,
Well, I mean, there's other jobs that need to be satisfied, so that's probably why we keep bringing people in. It's not really, he's saying importing for a reason. Like, he's not saying, like, why are we having more immigrants coming here? He's saying, why are we importing people? It's a dog whistle to, like, the make fun of this community. I fucking dodge. Holy fuck.
expanding the population isn't a zero-sum substitution of laborers. The necessities of immigrants provide the demand for new services that allow companies and social programs to grow their customer base and funding.
There used to be a retard that would sit there with a screwdriver and screw a bolt into a tire and get paid the equivalent of $75 an hour, live in a beautiful house, have every benefit that he wanted, have a family that he supported, 2 cars and a boat, and go on vacations.
This is what happens when propaganda is too effective.
I don't understand what is he trying to say. I'm not really understanding what like his point is there. Is his point? What's his point? I think what his point is he's saying like, oh, it's justified to cut these people's jobs down, but I don't think there's anybody that ever just did a screwdriver thing and made a lot of money. So, and also, what do you think CEOs do? They don't do fucking anything all day, and they make a bunch of money for nothing, and they justify cutting people's income and like firing people for no reason.
This belief is based on the visualizations used in ad campaigns merging with stories of expanded workers' rights. Things got better, but the reason we have that imagery is because that's what people aspire to. If they already had it, it wouldn't work in advertising.
What do we do about it? Well, you have to tax companies that are using automation in a way that, you know, you can redistribute the money into the population. But like, it's not going to happen. I think we're going to have to bring back.
It's just not going to happen. Yeah, I guess if you fucking support Trump, it's not going to happen. Sure.
Somehow like slavery or something like that. Like,
what is up with this guy in slavery?
Like, I don't know, maybe feudalism. It's one or the other. Maybe both. Or you could have a plague. Maybe all 3.
And once that's done, we can finally eradicate.
What is up with this guy saying that he supports like social welfare programs, and then like the next sentence saying we really need slavery? Like, what is this? I don't understand this take. I don't think he actually supports these programs.
All the Puerto Ricans on the planet! What do you say?
Wall Street literally rewards human suffering. And some
Well, yeah, of course.
Okay.
There's a lot of money you can make off of people being sick.
of you may own
I went into the fucking the oncology place. I felt like I was walking into the Hilton fucking hotel with my dad. He got pancreatic cancer. And I walk in there, I say, oh, there ain't no way they're curing this shit.
It's not like that as a show of wealth. It's because cancer treatment is awful and treatment centers try to make things as comfortable as possible for what minimal relief it can provide.
I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, but also like a lot of times these hospital services are like overpaid in different ways. And it is good that it looks nice though. You know,
she is right about everything. And it doesn't matter. Nobody knows how to think. Everybody is going to be turned into a battery.
Bro, this is insane. I actually think the Asmongoldfish is like Dunning-Kruger 100%. It's 100% Dunning-Kruger. He's like, nobody knows how to think, except for me, of course. What are you talking about, dude? He can't even chain a fucking sentence together that's like a logical sentence together. He's the one that cannot think. What?
And that's just the way it's going to be.
I'm not sure how to square Asmon believing in AI as something that's good for humanity, while also seeing it as something that will help facilitate the destruction of people's general happiness.
I think that if things keep going the way that they do, we are going to have a eugenic effect of the lowest IQ people literally die because they can't take care of themselves. No way, ChatGPT will take care of them. Well, it will tell them, no, you don't want a soda today. You want to drink bleach. And they'll be like, really? Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's called Asmongold fans, right?
And as you can see from the smiling mask behind Asmongold's head, the next video he watches is an anti-Semitic right-wing nutjob. And I don't mean that as an insult, I mean in his video about the Inquisition, he asserts anti-Semitic conspiracy theories. You can check out this guy's video if you want a full breakdown, telling us why the Crusades, which killed millions of innocent people, were good actually because at least it was in the name of defeating Muslims.
Ridley Scott, the director of the film, is an atheist, so we can see why he deliberately decided to portray things this way. The events are held as a staple of why we need separation of church and state.
Asmon can recognize that it's propaganda, but much like Hassan, he basically leans into it anyway.
By 900 AD, Islam had expanded, by conquest, all the way to France and southern Italy.
The more things change, the more they stay the same.
They turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole. This crashed the European economy and made—
Wait, so you're telling me that all the way back then, they were going out and fucking with boats? And now they're still going out fucking with boats? 1,000 years! Been dealing with these guys fucking with boats.
According to the UN, an estimated 32,000 people have died since 2014 trying to reach Europe by boat.
Islam's so-called Golden Age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true—
Isn't that how everybody's golden age comes? At someone else's expense? An American golden age? Don't we go to like a bunch of other countries and like take control of their fucking governments and destroy their economies? And then we go like, look at us, we're so amazing. Like, why? Like we've what are we talking about? What the hell are we on about right now? It's fucking ridiculous.
true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe.
The label Dark Ages is a misnomer based on the premise of this period in history not having a significant number of written records, which in itself is also not true.
Here's how historian John J. O'Neill describes the circumstances.
John J. O'Neill is not a historian. I couldn't find any actual mention of him on the internet outside of the ebook PaxTube is citing here. Oh boy, burning cross imagery.
Who's controlling Jerusalem right now? I actually don't even know.
Hassan doesn't know what the Western Wall is, but Asmongold doesn't even know where it is.
Jewish people have it now. Israel has it now. So all this was for fucking nothing. I'm sorry, but like I cannot get over the irony of the Muslims and the Christians fucking fought and killed each other over Jerusalem for like 1,000 years, and now the Jews have it. Neither of us have it. It's the Jews that have it now. But I do think...
Aren't the Jews supposed to have Jerusalem? Isn't that the whole biblical thought from Christians? Or am I fucking stupid?
I cannot get over the irony of the Muslims and the Christians fucking fought and killed each other over Jerusalem for like 1,000 years, and now the Jews have it. Neither of us have it. It's the Jews that have it now. But I do think that it seems like the Crusades were not a universal, like one-dimensional moral evil. I think...
Who gives a fuck about the Crusades where a bunch of people are killing each other over religion? That's probably not accurate. Like, who gives a shit?
I think that seems to be the case.
Nope, millions died. The threat to individual people on the ground does not justify the actions undertaken in the name of conquest and empire by kings and popes. Lastly, Asmon gets triggered by a video game review.
Eurogamer is totally captured by identity politics and progressive values.
Dude, how boring does it have to be like one of these fucking weird, like, anti-freaks? It's so fucking boring, bro. What the fuck? Holy shit, what am I doing right now?
And all these people are losing their jobs, and we're going to send them all back to McDonald's. All of these different media companies, they are all biased. None of them should be trusted. The only people you should trust...
Yeah, just Asmongold, the unbiased guy that thinks it's okay that Trump's that wants to downplay Trump's molesting children. That's the guy.
Trust are individual YouTube creators, and even them you should take with a massive grain of salt.
You individual YouTube creators? That's crazy.
Even including me.
Yeah, I'm
I said there's never a book in cursive. I don't need to read that. But I never read books either.
Okay. It was the same thing you were talking earlier, where like people grind for games because they don't have anything else going on in real life.
And that was just
from,
day
like,
one.
Silver 2 to Silver
That was day one? Holy fuck.
1. I was like, oh fuck yeah, dude. I'm so sick. How
old is this Dr. K and Tectone conversation?
Killing it in real life.
You feel like you're not wasting your time.
Exactly.
Like there is no better feeling than to play video games all day and to go to bed and know you did something. And
what the fuck is this take?
I felt that way a lot, but the problem was for me is I turned like 27 because I was like, man, I've been doing this for like 10 years nonstop, and my friend just got married, and my other friend has a job, and I have I've got this new mount, you know, it's pretty cool.
You said a quote years ago that really fucked me up. You're on.
How the fuck are you 27 and you're able to just play video games all day? Why are people like this like representatives of anything? That's crazy. Like I remember I used to play so many video games, and then when I was like 18, I had to start like, you know, I went to work. I mean, I worked a little before that too, but like I had to get like a job, and then I did that, and then like I had to get another job because I needed more money, and then all of a sudden I wasn't playing video games anymore. Like it's called, I don't know if you guys know, it's called growing up. So it's like, how the fuck did you ever get away with that at 27? Holy fuck, this guy literally like had his entire life handed to him. It's fucking insane to me, dude.
On Facebook, and you see all these middle-aged women, posting about the Minions movie, taking their kids out to the movie theater, and then you realize those middle-aged women were your classmates in high school, bro.
It's a real reality check. I had to lay down after that one.
Yep.
Yeah. And well, I think that also like a lot of these games, right? I mean, they do kind of like they're super cheerful, they're really happy, and so I think that they do have like a big appeal to people that are kind of like feeling empty.
I feel like we're watching like an AA meeting right now. This is insane.
Or they don't really have something going for them in real life, and then so they play these games and it makes them feel better.
Okay.
Usually whenever I'm laying in bed, I'm just on my phone. Like video games to me, it's like, oh, that's work, right? Like, cause usually like what I do is I'll just read Twitter and then respond to people on Twitter. I'll be like, yeah, you're fat, something like that, right?
Well, that's a strong indicator for how today's gonna go.
That's fucking dude. I don't know. Listen, here's my thing, because I am fat. Maybe I'm taking it personally. Super fat, dude. I am fat. But you're telling me you come online and you stream for 12 hours playing mostly video games and then having some like fucking dry shit takes on politics. And then you get off and then you go on your phone and you respond to people on Twitter so that you can get on the next day and have some dry shit ass takes about politics and hope that you get clipped. What the fuck kind of life? Like, why do people listen to that guy? Why do people listen to that? And you want to know what? For over a decade, I worked like a real job. I worked for a bus company. I was a manager. I climbed up a little bit, and then I got sick of that, so I decided to go back to school. So I was working and doing that, and then going to school. And then I got lucky with this because like COVID happened. You know, couldn't go. I was going for like what the fuck is it called? Computer stuff, computer science. That's what I was going. And now I'm lucky and like, yeah, I come on and I will react to content and then I'll play a video game while I do it. And it's great. It's not really work though. It's fucking easy. And then I do work offline though. Cause I do like, I have an editor and she's great, but I do some of my, like, I basically like the senior editor. I make sure I review, make sure everything's good. And I schedule stuff and I make thumbnails and titles. It's just like tedious bullshit work, right? But like I get off and then like I'm hanging out with my wife or I'm doing chores around the house or I'm going to the gym. We've been doing that. Or I'm doing grocery shopping. I'm doing domestic labor. Even though I make like 2 to 3 times more than my wife, I still do that because it's like, you know, she works harder than me. Her job actually is valuable. She's a social worker. And, you know, I hang out with my family and my friends. But mostly my family. That's kind of is my friends. You know, my wife's my best friend though. The point that I'm trying to make here is Asmongold spends his entire time just either being online or being online. And it's like, what kind of existence is that? That's just like a sad, shallow existence. Like, what? Why do you talk about political stuff when like you have no relation to like any class of people? Talk about like what are we doing? What do you? What's? Just, why do people watch this guy? It just fucking blows my mind. I don't get it. He's no relation to you. The fact that he tries to talk about anything is fucking insane. He has no personal experience or anything. He's just literally a welfare baby. He grew up on welfare, let his teeth rot out, and then got lucky and became a streamer. He never worked a meaningful job. What did you do? IRS? I seasonal work at the IRS. Great, man. Awesome stuff. It's the same thing as working seasonally at Walmart. Cool. Stupid.
Guys. Trans in bathrooms.
ATSTs! ATSTs!
How is it that we had this right for 2,000 years, and now we're literally reinventing the wheel?
We did not. Bathrooms segregated by sex and or gender are a modern idea.
Yeah, why do you even need to do that? Let's have everybody piss in the same place. Like, who gives a fuck? It really does not matter. It's not unsafe unless you're at an unsafe place. Like, I went to like some fucking place in the city. It was a gluten-free restaurant. It was fucking annoying, but their bathrooms were interesting. You walked in, it was a mutual place where you washed your hands, and then they had individual stalls where you pissed. Who would have thought?
Did you like watch movies growing up, or are they like the people get bullied in men's bathroom?
Trans people do experience higher risks of harassment and assault when using public bathrooms.
That makes
sense. You make people use
bad, by the way,
the bathroom that their like their sex is at birth, right? Then you're also going to have women that transition to men walking in the women's bathroom. No matter which way you cut it, you're going to have people that look like guys walking into the women's bathroom.
Okay.
That is correct.
The best solution is just to have a third fucking bathroom.
While this notion is common,
it's not the best solution. Just fucking have a gender neutral bathrooms. Who cares, dude? Who the fuck cares? Just have a fucking gender neutral bathroom. Just go take a fucking piss in the goddamn bathroom. Who gives a fuck? Like, honestly, who cares? It really doesn't matter. You can do a shared stall. You have like stalls that are all lockable, and then you wash your hands in a common area. Like, people will be safe. It's fine. I've been to restaurants like that before. It's literal nothing. It literally is a big nothing. Nobody gives a fuck.
It does not solve the inherent problems for either party. People who want bathroom bans are trying to push trans people out of public life altogether.
Well, yeah, that's just like they just want to harm trans people, sure.
And trans people wouldn't be any safer because the very premise makes it easier to identify them. The issue isn't trans people. It's people willing to harass others based on assumptions that aren't even correct a lot of the time. But maybe they're all just Karens, right?
Like, ultimately, bathrooms are supposed to be like gender safe spaces, right? I mean,
No, not really. A locker room is supposed to be a gender safe space. A bathroom is just a place you take a poop.
generally.
That was the original justification for sex-segregated bathrooms when they were established, because men didn't know how to handle women in the workplace because they believed they belong in the home.
This would have never happened if women couldn't vote. Man, so true, brother.
Whoa,
so
true,
true, absolutely.
And that was the original mindset.
Like, I don't think the world has to become comfortable with these people. I think these people have to be comfortable with the world.
There's a
What?
slim degree of truth to this, insofar as pushing for rights is a slow, painful process. But the same can be said in the exact opposite direction, that personal discomfort is not broad justification for exclusion. The streamer Valkyrie had a minor controversy over her wardrobe.
Like, I wouldn't wear, like, if Balenciaga sent me something, I would wear it if I thought it was comfortable, or I liked the way it looked.
It's beautiful, isn't it? The Balenciaga.
You get all these strings attached to you, bro. And you get enough strings attached to you and you become a puppet. Said high-priced merch is just a way to liberate retarded people from their money. Yeah.
I think Asmon just indirectly called her the R-word.
I think he's just... No, you have to understand. Asmongold is just a goldfish. He receives information and he just has like a low-effort, unintelligent take on it. Yeah. And then he'll hear something next that will contradict what he says. Yeah. He's a yeah machine. He's a right-wing yeah machine. Anytime it's a right-wing thing, yeah, sure, yeah. That's it. He's a fucking goldfish.
Hassan's back in China again.
Okay.
All right,
what
China.
is he wearing? I don't know what he's... Nobody
From the Chinese.
knows. He's in another country, but I'm still on his mind. What can I say? It's because I play video games a lot.
I mean, Asmongold talks about Hassan every day. They both talk about each other all the time. They're both obsessed with each other.
And I play their video games a lot. What I think is even funnier is that a lot of my viewpoints on the way video games should be made and the types of things that should and should not be included in video games.
Okay.
You know who agrees with me on that a lot? Chinese people.
Cool.
No, it's the Chinese government. As will be pointed out, media is heavily regulated and censored in China.
Well, but
Well, Asmongold loves free speech. That can't be true. He would never have a conflicting opinion about things.
But they put people in work camps and they harvest their organs. And I said, I already like them. You don't have to convince me.
I got him. Fun guy. We like him.
So Asmongold's logic.
So then what do you not like about Hassan? Because he doesn't give a fuck about like people in work camps either. What is it that you don't like about Hassan that I don't understand?
Because Europe is bad because the cops don't do anything. China is good because work camps and organ harvesting.
I don't know if they do or not, but
I think that Asmongold thinks that slavery is based. I think that's what it is. I think that's what his whole take is. So,
but either way, it's pretty edgy.
While watching a Steven Crowder video where he mentions Asmongold, we get to hear his policy on lying.
I hate lying to people, to be honest with you.
whoa.
I love deceiving people, but I hate lying.
What's the difference? I don't understand that.
So I love telling people the truth and making them believe that it's a lie, but I hate actually having to lie.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I feel like it's like cheating.
Why would you like to tell people what you consider the truth, but you like to propose it in a way that's a lie? I think he's trying to say that he likes to rage bait people with dumb shit that he thinks is true, but it's not. And then when people are like, that's dumb, he's like, I was just rage baiting, actually. I'm super high IQ. I think that's what he means. Is that anytime he takes an L because he says some dumbass shit, he just goes, oh, I was just trying to trigger you.
Eating. Because, like, there's, like, the game of deception. People are like, well, you wouldn't eat a dog, would you? I'm like, I'd eat a person. They're like, you shouldn't have said that. I'm like, yeah, probably not. But it's true.
Okie dokie.
Go on a show? Maybe one day I will.
You do not need to go on Steven Crowder's show.
And I don't like...
Yeah, because he abuses his wife. Or abused before they got divorced, I think. I don't know if they finished getting divorced, but...
actually saying A is B, but I would maybe say, a lowercase a is capital A, right? Because I feel like that's a little bit more exciting for me. It's more entertaining. It's more engaging.
Following another conversation about gay people in China, Asmongold looks at the trailer for the new Black Ops.
I've heard Call of Duty actually sucks dick.
Asmon has his own idea for what Call of Duty should do in its next game.
So I told you...
They should stop making Call of Duty games is what they should do. We have too much, like, fucking slop. We have too much, like, just enough of it.
Guys, they should have gone with my 9/11 idea. They should put Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein...
Okay, we're done listening to that.
I would have the
I wonder where that was going.
people jumping out of the building.
Thankfully, Asmongold has the right idea about what age of consent means.
18 is barely legal, and 15 is under that by, like, 3 years.
How the fuck did I
Like,
hit
doesn't
that?
she see, like, I mean, that's clearly
No, this is the Republican Party, Asmongold. What the fuck is happening?
not, that's not even barely illegal. That's just illegal.
No kidding. No kidding. Thank you. Thank you. Can you now attach that to Trump, since she's talking about Jeffrey Epstein only liking 15-year-olds and they're basically adults? That's what she's effectively saying. Can you? And then Trump is hiding the Epstein files on purpose. So, like, gonna get a criticism of that or no?
Most America is 16. Well, it's not 15. Like, what are you even talking about? You're not even arguing. That could be what you're saying too. Like, I don't even, what? 15-year-olds today are less mature than they were 40 years ago? Well, yeah, of course. You know, if you look at history, people very, very commonly, for like 99% of history, had kids before 18, okay? This is an established fact. Everybody knows this.
It's also not really safe.
Another common misconception based on education that centers primarily on the ruling class. It was not that common, relative to our modern understanding of sex education and contraception, to have a kid before you were in your 20s. There are obvious health risks involved, but also the fact that whether you were a boy or a girl, odds are you were living on a farm, and farms demand work. But he has the exact wrong idea about why this conversation is happening.
Is that they think that Megyn Kelly is trying to create a future, like a future argument for why it's okay that some political person she was attached to,
Trump,
was in a relationship with a 15-year-old.
It's Trump.
That's, I think, kind of that's why I think people are mad about it.
Yeah, and it is Trump, but again, I don't think he can admit that because he's been fucking guzzling Trump's cum for how long? So
I don't really see a reason for it. There's no purpose. It's totally counterproductive, and it doesn't help her in any way.
Now we're forced to hear about what Asmongold thinks of the Super Mario Brothers sexuality.
Like, Bowser is super rich, he's really powerful, he's huge, and then Princess Peach always just happens to get kidnapped by Bowser. Are we really believing that? Yeah, she wants...
Why is this not weirder than him criticizing some gay little kid for, like, wanting to fantasize about the Hollow Knight people being gay? Like, why is this not more cringe? He's sitting here doing a fucking fan fiction live in front of everybody. It's the same fucking thing. And it's fine. It's silly. It's a silly bit. But, like, he was going off talking about how much he didn't like gay people before. Gender warriors, I think he called them, because some 15-year-old fucking, like, weird little kid on Reddit was like, hey guys, I think that I think Hornet's gay. And it's like, okay, you're a kid, cool, like, do your thing, man. I don't care. It's
that big lizard dick. I'm just saying, guys.
Whoa.
Yeah, Mario's getting cucked. He is. Mario's getting cucked. That's why I said that you could prove Luigi had a bigger dick than Mario. Princess Peach is always getting kidnapped by Bowser, but you never see Daisy getting kidnapped.
I prefer Hornet being gay to this perversion. Activision released a statement about AI usage in the new Black Ops, and you'll never guess what Asmon's perspective on it is.
that he doesn't care because he's somebody that's rich and has no stake in the game and doesn't care about the middle class or the lower class or anybody but billionaires or people that'll shout him out.
If you are one of these dick-sucking retards that likes to complain about AI and, oh, AI is so bad, I hate AI, I'm against AI, AI is so horrible, you know what you're going to be? You're going to be a dick-sucking retard for the rest of your life.
Wow.
And everybody is just going to laugh at you more and more and more.
I'm starting to think that
Jesus Christ. He's worse than I thought. Holy fuck, he's so embarrassing. He's such a fucking loser. He's a loser that just breeds apathy. It's fucking pathetic.
people being gay actually crosses his mind a lot, whether or not he's actually into it.
Yeah, where's all the women, guys? This game must have been from a long time ago. You know what's so fucking insane? Is the fact that this actually happened.
What?
You guys ever think about that? Like, this shit actually happened.
Asmongold really knows how to sound like a stoner even though he doesn't do drugs.
It's actually so sad how badass video games used to be. And
how are they not badass anymore? Like I never understood this. I seriously do not understand it. I don't get it because video games haven't changed. People do this like thing where they whitewash, like video games used to be so cool. How many fucking channels were there like about basically angry video game nerds talking about how shit games used to be? Oh, a lot. Okay. So we know that there's a bunch of shit games. Now we have a market where it's it's easy and more accessible to create video games, which I think is a good thing. And so now we have a lot of video games. And you want to know what? If you aren't 7 years old, you'd go, oh, so a lot of these games just aren't for me. I'm like fucking Hello Kitty fucking piss pants game is not for me. Super LGBTQ representation game, it's not for me. But I'm a grown fucking man, so I just don't buy it instead of complain about it. Like, it's such an entitlement complex to cry like a fucking bitch about this stuff. Like, shut the fuck up and just don't play it. Just don't play the game. It's not for you. That's okay. But these people can't stop. They can't stop complaining. They have this whitewashed version of like what games used to be. Bro, you like, okay, cool. Like you were a kid. You were a fucking child. And that's it. That's your only interaction with it, was when you were a kid, you thought things were cool. Wow. That's it. You're listening to a child. Like, this takes our childish because you listen to a child. Because you have a memory from when you were fucking 10 years old going to Blockbuster and picking games out, and then that has dominated your mind at 30. And every single time you have this dumbass shit take, what you're doing is you're going back to when you were 10 and you're asking a 10-year-old their opinion on things. That's what you're doing. It makes you look stupid and fucking immature. Not everything has to be for you. Just don't play the fucking game.
I'm just going to say it.
Just say it, dude.
These were games that were made by guys for guys.
Are you ready for Asmongold to turn his gamer brain up to 11?
This is when gaming used to be good. And now you have these video games that are made to just be slop that's enjoyable to everyone. No. No, that's not how it works.
What?
This has happened to every single video game, is that women have gotten into video games and they've made them for women. And I don't
all video games are made for women? What?
like this. This makes me fucking mad.
What?
According to the entertainment software,
I'm not for nothing, but I'm pretty sure that, what was the game called? Elden Ring. If you look at the characters in the game style, is one of the gayest games I've ever seen in my life. Non-discriminating, by the way. It's one of the gayest games I've ever seen in my entire life. And it's one of like the best games ever, right? I didn't play it. It's not really for me. That's fine. I don't have to like it. But like, common consensus is that game is incredible. So it sounds like women made that game better. Like, it doesn't. Oh, okay, because they made some more shit gay. Who fucking care? Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's just good games and bad games. And it's interesting that when a game sucks, if it has a girl in it, then it's because of the girl. But if a game sucks and it doesn't have a girl in it, then it's just because this game sucks. It's like, oh, okay, really interesting. That sounds like that's like a super normal and regulated perspective. Yeah, Hades, everything is super gay. Hades is one of the best games I've ever played. Might be the best roguelike I've ever played. Might be the best roguelike that I've ever played. So, okay. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
Association, 45% of all gamers in 2010 were female, and in 2013, 42% played MMOs.
Well, just to be clear, like, a lot of gamers, the girl gamers, are like fucking Pokemon Go and like shit like that. But I do understand what you're saying.
Since then, the total number has risen to 48%.
I am having
me when I love capitalism. Me when capitalism means that girls get games made for them. Okay.
my culture appropriated. Like, I don't go to the salon and say, why is nobody listening to Rob Zombie in here? And we don't do that. We don't do that to them. This is what we use.
You are aware that you can go to the salon, though, right? You actually can go to the salon as a man. And if enough men went to a salon, they would start making salons that are more male-oriented. Okay. Just wanted to kind of give people time to let that incredibly basic point set in. That is what Asmongold is complaining about. Asmongold is complaining that a store exists and the demographic used to just be one type of person. And then 30 years later, more people like that store and a different group of people come to that store more often, so they try to make that experience more enjoyable for a wider audience of people. Oh, wow. You know, games used to be fucking cool, but, like, they're not cool anymore. Like, things change, you know? Like, I loved God of War. And when I was a fucking 15-year-old or 16-year-old playing it, I loved the booby scenes. I am 35 years old now. I don't want to see tits in my fucking video game. I don't want to see Kratos sex scenes. I want to see a guy who has gotten older and more mature, and I'd rather see a maturing person. I'd rather see a fucking... what is it called? What is a recovery arc? That's not the word. What is it called? When you, like, get better. Thank you. A redemption arc. I want to see a fucking flawed anti-hero, because Kratos, frankly, was not the good guy in the story, regardless of what God of War 3 tries to tell you. It's fucking bullshit, but that's a different conversation. God of War 3 terrible storyline wise. But I want to see the person who used to not be a bad guy with anger problems, because that's what I was when I was a fucking kid. I want to see the guy now going through a complex emotional journey to try to be a better father and a better person. That's what I want to see, because I identify with that more as a grown fucking man. I'm a 35-year-old man that used to have issues with my anger because my father was a fucking dickhead. You know what I mean? So it's just like, dude, it's just so fucking stupid. Again, the childish lens.
Just to have. Okay? This was the peak. And I think that it's
What?
Like, I don't go to the salon and say, why is nobody listening to Rob Zombie in here? And we don't do that. We don't do that to them. This is what we used to have.
Did he just say Warlords of Draenor was peak?
Okay? This was the peak. And
oh my god, he's fucking stupid. He just said Warlords of Draenor, probably the worst expansion ever made in World of Warcraft is peak. Okay.
And I think...
All right, guys. Gamer card gone. Am I right?
That it's girls getting in there and trying to change shit.
Warlords of Draenor was made for girls, bro. What the fuck are you talking about, dog?
No, Asmon, it's the fact that you're getting older and starting to age out of the...
Bro, he just said Warlords of Draenor is peak. He's talking about the cinematic, but like you shouldn't be giving Warlords of Draenor any credibility, dude. Fuck that game. That game sucked fucking balls, bro. Warlords of Draenor was not good. Legion was the literal best fucking expansion WoW's ever made. That is uncontested. It's a fact. It's actually in the presidential library. He said that. I don't know what I'm talking about. I do, though, because it's a fact. Okay? That's the fact of the day. That's the fact of the day.
Primary demographic these games are marketed towards.
No. Absolutely
Jeez.
Fucking not.
To show how games used to be good, he compares the Warlords of Draenor cinematic from World of Warcraft to Dragonflight.
The worst expansion. That's what he's comparing. What the fuck?
Because this shit used to be so badass, and now it's cringe.
The premise Asmon is working from isn't men dominating the industry. It's nostalgia.
Yes, he's listening to children.
It's a Karen game design. That's all it is. Literally Karen game design.
What does Karen mean here except problem you are blaming on imagined women?
And so guys should have a complete monopoly on making games? Yes. And if girls want to make games, they should make their own games.
What does make their own games mean? What does that mean?
You have Stardew Valley.
WoW is like, what are you talking about? Like, are we trying to make it seem like World of Warcraft used to be a masculine game? What the fuck? I used to play WoW all the time. It was a fucking incel loser game, dude. What are you talking about? I loved it too.
You have Animal Crossing, you have Pokemon. And I'm not saying
so guys can't play Pokemon now? What's happening?
Always, I think there's plenty of women who write great stories. But the difference is that whenever you're writing something like World of Warcraft, this is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing each other and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
Boy,
what? Is he deficient? Sorry, there are a ton of female characters in that. Onyxia, one of the most I would say like one of the most known WoW bosses is a girl dragon. Jaina is a girl. Like, what are you talking about? There's so many women in this fucking thing that have like a big storyline. It's always had like a female focus. Sylvanas, huge storyline with Sylvanas being the Banshee Queen. What are you talking about? There's so many different women. In general, it's not just about that. It's what are you talking about? Does he even know the story of World of Warcraft? What are you saying? The story of World of Warcraft, Thrall's entire story is about escaping slavery. Like, Thrall used to be a slave of humans, something that he loves. He loves slavery. What? Alex Straza is like what is she? The leader of the Red Dragonflight. She's a girl. What are you talking about, bro? Are you fucking stupid? What the fuck are you saying? Elves in general are fucking super gay. Was it Maiev? How do you say her name? Maeve? Whatever. It doesn't matter. Tarande? There's so many. Like, what are you talking about? Elves are like, dude. These are the men you're talking about. No, like, what are the original races? We got humans. They weren't super muscular or burly. So humans, dwarves, they're more burly. Gnomes? Okay. Elves? Okay. Like, I get it. Tauren, orcs, those are pretty muscular and burly. Undead? Lanky as fuck. Trolls? Lanky as fuck. What are you talking about? What the hell is it's like a more complex story than that. What is he saying? He's just saying things. I actually think Asmongold might be like super gay. I think he's a gay guy. He might be like, yeah, dude, I remember playing WoW, and it was all about these guys. It was all about these guys. They're so muscular and fucking burly. What the fuck? What are you attaching yourself to when you play games, bro? What do you pay attention to when you play the game? I'm curious. Is this guy even good at video games? Fucking real question. Real question.
Spoilers about the ending of Warlords of Draenor if you care about that. But the main character in the cinematic he watched earlier dies refusing to take any responsibility for his own actions, revealing himself ultimately to be incredibly weak and petulant.
No, Garrosh was innocent, just to be absolutely clear. I'm gonna be fucking real with you. Thrall cheated in that Makara. Okay? You're not supposed to use magic, and Thrall did, so he's a fucking pussy.
Make me what I am.
Don't let yourself get tone policed by these annoying fucking Karens. This is a masculine thing.
Watch him counter someone's transphobia with what I think qualifies as its own transphobia, but in a way that's still inclusive.
I can't wait for this to be based.
Remember, valid criticisms of child touching mentally ill people isn't hate? I mean, I don't think that every person that is a transsexual is a child toucher. I mean, like, that's insane. Why would you even say that? I don't really think that you can change your gender, like, not entirely. Like, obviously, if somebody wants to go through the requisite procedures and everything, I'll use their preferred pronouns because I don't want to create a conflict with somebody.
Honestly, I'm
sound like a pussy to me.
fine with this. Obviously, I have a different understanding of sex and gender, but if we're talking about the broader public, tolerance should be the acceptable baseline.
Here's my take on it, you know. Here's my take on trans people. If we live in, I've said it before, I'm just going to say it again, I don't care. If we live in a society that accepts religion, nothing is crazier than that. Nothing is crazier than that. Believing that Lord of the Rings is actually a true story from like thousands of years ago, or same thing with like Star Wars, is a more rational, logical story than believing in the magical apple curse that made us not immortal anymore because two people that didn't know right from wrong were told not to eat it, and then they were manipulated by a snake when they had no understanding or agency over themselves, and then it cursed us eternally with like a removal of our immortality, and it hurt to have babies. And then God created sin, and he put all the sin on the earth, and he gave us all sin, and then he made a baby, this time through having sex with a girl, I guess, instead of just creating one out of a rib. Whatever, I don't know. But then that baby, he made it so that they would die when they're 30 to absolve us of the sins he created to put inside of us. And then now every week we go to church, and we eat the metaphorical body and blood of Jesus Christ. And then we get on our hands and knees, and we pray, and we moan. And we only believe in climate change if it comes to 40 days and 40 nights of rain. But when it comes to like any actual science and data, we don't believe it. So if we can believe that, and if that's going to be the, you know, I think that maybe we could believe that a person feels like they're born in the wrong body. You know, it's like alcohol and marijuana. Trans people are marijuana. They're chill as fuck. They chillin'. Religious people are alcohol, but only the good kind, where you have a cigarette with it. But when they get blackout drunk, you get a country ruled by Donald Trump. That's what you get.
It even gets covered in a World of Warcraft cinematic.
I have learned patience, tolerance.
But you can obviously, you know, dress different ways and get surgery and then, you know, act and behave and be seen as a woman in society. I think that's true.
Here's a good example of why I find Asmongold interesting. He just clearly laid out gender presentation as a social standard of expectations with regards to femininity and masculinity. But even with that understanding, he falls back on gender as a binary because biological delineations between men and women, even though trans people aren't even trying to take that away. In the simplest terms, without trying to step on people's personal definitions or present as an expert myself, it's just people who want to exist at certain ends of the spectrum between masculinity and femininity and be recognized as such.
So really, I don't know why there's such a weird distinction for people to have, right? And there's no point to being mean, I agree. Yeah, exactly. The reason why people get hyper obsessed with trans stuff is because it's always being put in their face.
By conservatives. Progressive, liberal, like left people don't give a fuck. Like, they don't talk about trans people nearly. Like, religious conservatives are obsessed with trans people all the time.
And if I had to guess, I would say the reason this is an issue that comes up a lot for Asmon is that his regular news presents it to him as being one.
So
yes.
They see a new show comes out and there's a trans character.
What show? What show is there a new trans character in? That was really upset you, Asmongold. Fallout? There's one trans character in Fallout. That's like the only thing I can remember. And the character was good, so I don't care. I don't care if you make a character trans. Just make the character good. And that character was good. Who gives a fuck if they're trans? Why does it offend you if a trans character exists?
Trans people are like 0.6% of the population, but if you look at media representation, you'd think that they're like 10 or 20%.
Like, what character is trans? What is he talking about? Unironically, what show are we talking about? I just watched Rings of Power, which people shit and farted themselves over about too much representation because they had a black dwarf and so. And you want to know what? Some of it did make me cringe at first. When the first episode, I'm like, dude, why is everybody fucking black and gay? You know, I was like, what the hell? And then I got through the show. I'm like, oh, I actually really like these characters. They were good. They're well written. What is it? Dina? Disa, that's her name. I actually didn't really like her too much. She was kind of annoying, but I don't think it's because she was black. I think it was just because she annoyed the fuck out of me. But that black elf guy, he was cool as fuck. A little weird that he died in one episode and then like just didn't happen the next episode. I guess they forgot they killed him, but it was like, that's whatever. He was a good character. No trans people in it though. No trans people in it. So we didn't have an issue with that one. I don't know what else we're talking about, though.
According to GLAAD, in 2023, there were 33 trans characters in total across all TV shows between cable and streaming. Trans people aren't taking up a huge chunk of space. They're just taking up a space.
It keeps getting forced on them.
Forced on them. Trans cocks are getting forced down their mouths, and they're getting so horny. It's upset.
Compromise you have to make to enjoy a product made for a broad audience.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say it's cringe, dude. Rings of Power is actually a really good show. If you ever say that again, I'm banning you from the channel. That's a good show, bro. If you don't like that show, it's because you're fucking racist or something. I'm just saying things right now.
Is that someone has a lifestyle you don't necessarily understand or agree with, but isn't directly harming anyone. That's a you problem to get over. Now it's Irrelevant's turn to have his reaction to Lonerbox's reaction to Hassan's reactions reacted to by Asmongold.
Hey, listen, don't be too rude, bro, okay? I'm a reactor as well. A nuclear one.
The thing that everybody accused him of doing with Israel, which is like some paid propaganda.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Social credit.
Every Jew is being paid by Israel to promote Israel.
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
I learned this on Instagram Reels.
What?
While I don't think Asmon is being serious, I have concerns if his Instagram algorithm is feeding him.
I wanted to see the rest of that thought. I have no idea what he's talking about. Is he talking about because there's like birthright trips to Israel? I don't think that that's an issue. I think that the issue is that Israel's government is fucking genociding people in Gaza. I think that's the bigger issue. I think Israel even has the right to exist. But I know Asmongold's on his like he's on his arc. He's on his like pro Nick Fuentes arc. So
anti-Semitic posts.
There are some other things that I learned on Instagram Reels too, but I don't think the chat's ready for those yet.
Bro, you didn't like it? You didn't like that? Dude, let me tell you something. Can I tell you? I'm going to give a fucking hot take here, and I'm going to let all you understand this since you're fucking, you tell me you didn't like the show. Lord of the Rings is better than Star Wars. And I feel like I needed to say this, and I needed an excuse to tell you. Lord of the Rings is better than Star Wars. I'm going to explain why. I liked Star Wars when I was younger, and I still do. It's so cool, but it's just boy shit. It's like, hey guys, Mystic Space Sword, fuck shit up. Very cool. Very awesome. Very dramatic. So also, incest kiss. Who really? I mean, can't really argue with that. It's amazing. But then you watch Lord of the Rings, especially as like an adult, and you're like, oh, the story's just kind of better. It just kind of makes more sense. It's a little bit more spiritual, and I'm getting older, so I kind of value that a little bit more as I get older. And it's just like it's a more explored story. It has a really nice emotional component. I mean, you look at the original Lord of the Rings, and I'm referencing the movie more than anything else, but it's like really cool, man, because the whole story is like a story of mental health. You know, with fucking Gollum, it's a whole mental health story, and it's very interesting. And it's very interesting how much charity they give to the little guy. You know. And I like that aspect of it. I like it more. It's a little more spiritual. It's a little more fun to me. I think it's an enjoyable experience. This is not an enjoyable experience. I'm actually getting my fucking ass twisted.
I saw an AI translated speech of obviously Adolf Hitler on Instagram Reels.
Okay, wow.
And it had 200,000 likes.
Wow.
And I was thinking to myself, that's a lot.
Why is
that's a great point, Asmongold. What does it have to do with anything? For
that your Instagram recommendations?
I always joke about.
Am I gonna watch the extended films in the theater next month? Is there extended films in the theater next month? That's fucking crazy. That's awesome. Maybe.
about this, about how wars get announced on my days off.
All right.
I took a day off yesterday and a war got announced. How does this keep happening?
Knowing that, let's see what Asmongold's reactions to the bombings in Venezuela are.
Now, do I totally agree with the regime change? I don't know really if I do or not. I mean, I don't have a strong opinion on it one way or another, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not totally against it, though. Only the people can hold their government accountable, right? You know, we can't go and change it and then assume that it's going to get better, right? If their economy is built off of...
I told you, Asmongoldfish. He has one opinion to the next. It's just totally different, dude. He's a fucking goldfish.
Basically sending illegal drugs to our country, then it is our problem.
The Venezuelan economy is built on oil. Once again, propaganda takes its toll as Asmon wonders why the military has such a hard time with forces that are seemingly insignificant in comparison.
I always wonder, like, how much of that is like a forced problem and how much of it is that they just let it happen. Because I've always assumed it's like, if we have satellites that can read a license plate, why can't we figure out what these guys are doing?
Most of the technology developed for the military is about putting as much distance as possible between yourself and a target while still being able to connect with it. Guerrilla warfare is about closing that distance.
And like, my opinion is that, like, with the Vietnam War and with the Iraq War, is that we were not there to win. We were there to continue fueling the military industrial complex. I think if...
Whoa. It's like sometimes he has an actual human being take, and then the other half the times he just says something random and stupid.
We had tried to actually accomplish any one specific goal there.
I think this is why people call him a centrist, because he'll say something like, yeah, obviously there is a level of truth to that, 100%. But then he won't like follow up that take with, we probably shouldn't vote for the Department of War administration. Like all of a sudden, like he doesn't have a consistent take. He says something about how bad something is, and then he votes or advocates in the opposite direction. Yeah, I think that we should have like universal health care. But also Trump is amazing. It's like, oh, okay. Wow. Hey, I wish that this game didn't have this stupid ass motherfucker enraged for as long as he is. This is preposterous and like fucking insane.
It would have happened extremely fast.
This would require a much longer explanation than I'm equipped to provide here. But basically the problems our military faces in extended conflicts are not limited
Sorry for being unprofessional.
To what we can or can't blow up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if he starts a war over there, I think that most Americans probably won't really care that much as long as soldiers aren't being sent over there.
If Trump unilaterally and unconstitutionally decides to throw the U.S. military at a country, regardless of whether any soldiers are in immediate danger, people are going to care.
Not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here.
Thankfully, that's the last political story he covers before he gets to the new video game Where Winds Meet. You know, I've never actually seen Asmongold play a video game. I wonder what it's...
I also don't think he's good at video games. I think he just like, I think he honestly, unironically, like sucks at video games. Now, me personally, every game you see me play, I'm playing on the hardest difficulty, even this. So I'm pretty fucking based. And you guys should fucking love me for that. Okay? I'm not even a gamer, dude. But I'm fucking badass, bro. I'm okay. I'm okay.
It's like...
Not eating food is really OP in terms of losing weight.
It's incredible. Thank you, Asmongold.
Listen, I'm not an expert, but I think Asmongold has an eating disorder.
You're just like those...
He just drinks like soda and eats McDonald's all day, but then but he doesn't gain weight, I guess.
Girls? No, I'm not. You just don't eat food. That's easy. It's easy. You just stop eating food.
True.
I don't make a big deal out of it. You just do it. There's a lot of foods low in calories. Most people just want the sugar. I love sugar. I started eating way more sugar, and everything in my life improved.
And that would be a sign of depression.
Like, in 100 years, there might not be anybody with diabetes anymore. Yeah, it's probably just going to go away. Story mode, this is for girls, I guess. This is for...
Is he playing Ghost of Yote?
I guess normal people.
Were you even listening?
Shut up!
Did he play an expert? Or what is he playing?
This is for, I guess, normal people.
Were you even...
I guess he played expert, dude, or I don't know.
Listening?
Shut up, bitch! This
got it.
Bitch is wild. Damn, bitch. This bitch gets mad. You stupid fat bitch.
Please stop calling the child a bitch.
What is up with Asmongold and like saying inappropriate things to children? I wonder if that's why he likes Trump. Also, my game definitely soft locked and I'm triggered.
This bitch tries to tell me what to do.
There are a lot of strangers in town lately.
Well, I tried.
You guys noticed there aren't any fat people in this game?
Crazy.
Cocksucker.
All right. My game is definitely soft.
So this next topic will be regarding the Christchurch shooting aftermath.
Do you feel like this person was influenced by these people on YouTube?
If you did read this guy's manifesto, this guy was like an extreme like alt-right figure. He wanted to rely on government to literally kick out all Muslims from New Zealand. So he felt that he needed to go to a place and target and kill the most amount of Muslims possible, and he went to a mosque and did it. I do think that like hateful rhetoric can lead to hateful acts of violence. I mean, that chain is to establish that is very complicated. You know, people maybe listen to a few jokes in one place, start posting on.
You know, it would have been interesting. It's so unfortunate when it comes to, because right now we're watching something from like what fucking 6 years ago, where you have Destiny sitting down with Asmongold, Hassan, Trainwrecks, femboy loving guy, and then I don't know, some other guy, Sargon of Akkad. And like Destiny is a smart dude. He speaks really well, and he has just fucking destroyed his reputation. And it's not even like one thing. It's like one thing after another. This guy just needs to just stop. I see like now he's got doxing shit going on. Him and his community and other people or the anti-community dox each other. It's fucking holy fuck. Like, how do you expect to be like a productive, positive mainstream figure when you're doing like wild ass shit like this?
Pull in another place, start getting drafted into more extremist groups, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of people that are really good gateways for this. I mean, people have written up so many different types of studies for how you can start watching a Joe Rogan video and then go to Jordan Peterson and then wind up with more extremist figures like Nick Fuentes or maybe Lawrence Southern or something like that, and then eventually go down that extremist road.
I think at the beginning of your statement, you did give a little bit of credence to Nick and also Sargon's point that maybe he didn't feel like he was able to discuss these issues without being bladed or, hated for it.
Oh yeah, sure, but that doesn't mean that I think that those views are legitimate or need to be platformed. I think that's a bad dichotomy, right? If somebody says like, I want to kill all black people, like, well, I'm going to fire you if you say that on Twitter, and then they go out and they actually kill black people because they got banned from Twitter, you wouldn't say, well, hold on, like, should we be suppressing this man's views? He felt like he had nowhere to express them, and now he actually went, well, no. I mean, the idea is we need to not have people have these horrendously anti-immigrant views in society, right? Mm-hmm. So views like Fuentes pushes, for instance, where he seems to be anti-immigrant or anti-person of color or whatever, moving into certain countries where he feels like it violates their Western culture or whatever, however he dog whistles.
How we doing, boys? What's going on? Ready to go again, man. Another fucking day.
All right, let's hear what today's discussion will be.
The big question of the day: did Donald Trump suck Bill Clinton's dick? Yes.
Whoa, big question.
Stop 9 wars and you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker. You're a dick sucker. And wouldn't that be crazy for like all of the people that hate Donald Trump if he turns out to be the first LGBT president?
Whoa.
Not really? Like, you're basically saying that Trump being proven to...
He's just trolling. He just doesn't really care about what he's saying.
...have committed sexual acts in connection with Epstein means you get to own the libs. And I don't think that's the priority.
The French president is the same, apparently. Yeah, I heard about that with his husband as well. Candace Owens and a bunch of...
Oh, so he's calling like a trans woman a girl. I mean, a trans woman a boy. But it's not a trans woman. It's actually a biological woman that's had kids. But Asmongold is saying, and so there's like another take of that right there, right? Asmongold's like, I would respect people's pronouns, even though I don't really get it because I just want to be a good guy. But now he's like, oh, this person who's confirmed to be a woman that Candace Owens says is not a woman is a guy. It's like, wow, we're doing a great job here.
Other people think that she's a man. Well, we don't really know this, right? It's not something I would bet on. Isn't she also a pedo? Yeah, of course. But it was in Europe, and so, like, you know, like...
Well, I guess was she a pedo? I mean, Asmongold's cool with that, so I guess it doesn't matter. Why is she a fucking pedophile?
They do things differently over there.
I think that Macron's relationship is weird, to put it mildly. But yesterday, you called Trump a piece of shit for calling out Bill Clinton and Prince Andrew's relationship with Epstein without evidence. So I'd still call this a double standard even before you get to the idea that any conspiracy theory touted by Candace...
What would she be a pedophile for?
Owens is even remotely plausible.
In 9 wars, you suck one dick. You're not a peacemaker, you're a dick sucker. That's right.
Jack Doherty got arrested. If you don't know who that is, he had one viral moment last year when he crashed his McLaren on stream because he decided to go 90 miles an hour in the rain.
Yeah, he should have been banned from Kick Forever.
Oh.
But Aiden Ross unbanned him, so.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
But there's one moment here I want to show you about a conversation Asmon had with his dad.
And I'm like, are you cooked? And he's like, what do you mean? Like, am I dead? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, I don't know. Come over, let's find out.
This is what I'm talking about when I say his casual yapping is endearing, and it's something I haven't gotten from any of the other people I've watched. Maybe it's just my experience, but when you're dealing with a sick family, it's not just a constant deluge of sadness. There are the funny, awkward bits in the middle where you can eke out a laugh at the absurdity of the process. I think this is a good memory for Asmon to hold on to. Hassan is back in China again.
That kid is back on the escalator again.
Someone asks Hassan about the gay dating apps China banned, which he incredulously calls a Twitter rumor.
I think you just saw that on Twitter. Meanwhile,
that's where Hassan gets all his information from. What?
Twitter. It's all Twitter. Listen, just because you...
I'm so confused. This guy champions Twitter as the greatest thing in the entire world, and that's exclusively where he gets all of his information. And now he's criticizing people from getting stuff from Twitter. Asmongoldfish, got it.
Went to China doesn't mean you have to justify everything that China's ever done. You don't have to run PR for them. Feminism is still a dirty word in China. Guys, I already wanted to go. You don't have to keep convincing me.
Ooh, based.
You could probably tell from day one, but it's pretty clear this isn't just edgy humor. Asmon just doesn't like women. And if you reject that...
Well, yeah, I think I was sold on that when he existed. Now, I think that the biggest seller for that was when he was calling a little girl a bitch in a video game because she was a little girl. That's a little strange. I think that's one of the problems that a lot of people get like locked into. And I think it's something people should keep in mind, though. But it's gay. No, it's strange. It truly is strange behavior to call women bitches in your 30s. Like a hot take, right? Hot take of the fucking century. But it's strange. Like if you're like, and the problem is that we're online, so a lot of people are surrounded by fucking kids, and they take those kids as seriously. They see like a little kid in their chat say girls are stinky, and they're like, yeah, girls are stinky. And they go fucking crazy. This is like Asmongold's entire like content base, right? And, you know, you'd think that you'd grow the fuck up and not, like, think these things. But, I mean, I guess we're wrong about that. But, again, Asmongold gets, like, little kids tell Asmongold that it's okay to feel this way, so he just keeps saying it. And I know that that's not something that a lot of people will align with or understand, because a lot of them are kids, and they'll be like, well, who cares? And it's like, whatever, you do you. You represent yourself how you want. But that is what he's doing. He's an immature, a grown man. He's 30 years old, but he acts like 17. You know, I guess that's why he's okay with Trump probably being a pedophile, because he's like so close to kids himself. I don't really know. I don't know. Maybe he just thinks kids are adults because that's his entire chat is kids and he listens to them.
That notion. Let's finish up here and you'll see. Before he moves on from the subject, Asmon watches a clip of Destiny's reaction to Hassan's trip.
I think he's like Jackson Hinkle territory to me, like worse than Fuentes right now. I cannot believe that you would do a propaganda trip to China and that you would suck off Mao.
Obviously, you're not worse than... I don't think Hassan is worse than Fuentes right now at all. Fuentes has more popularity. Hassan is not exactly the most credible individual. I think he's bad. I think he's stupid. But I also think like generally like the far right extremism is worse, especially since it's getting platformed. Fuentes is getting more platformed more seriously than Hassan like ever has been.
I think that
calling worse than Fuentes is so retarded and biased. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't want to get into it. I mean, I can see why he says that. I can see why people would disagree, right?
Oh, then explain it. Then actually explain yourself.
Boy, I sure wonder.
He's not gonna. He wouldn't do it.
If the implications of his non-comment won't reveal themselves later. This is Hassan's reaction to being gifted a little red book.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
The fact that Hassan's entourage would think the Chinese government would offer him a Bible is just so telling about their understanding of the country.
The red book? I don't know. I mean, I don't even know what it's about. I have no idea. Can you imagine if I did that? Like, let's say somebody gifted me a book of like fucking The Art of the Deal or like Mein Kampf and I did that. Oh my
Did what? I don't understand.
God, like that would just be, people would be talking about that on the, like around the whole world. Can you imagine that? Oh!
I'm pretty sure Asmon doesn't intend to make any implications here, but he's making implications here.
Because of the implication.
Now Asmon reacts to the trip.
Yeah, he's basically saying, I guess he's saying that he's charitable to the Mein Kampf. I'm very confused by that.
Trailer for a new Pokemon game.
Wow. It's Ditto. This is made for people that have an IQ of like 65. And
I don't understand. It looks like an interesting looking game. It's like what is it, like, would you say Stardew Valley or whatever, or like whatever it is for Pokemon, right? I think that's kind of a cool concept, is it not?
I am so excited to see every dumb e-girl probably playing this game on release. Oh, wow, it's a Squirtle.
I don't understand why he talks so much about... He was literally saying before that girls should stick to their own games, and now he's shitting his fucking pants that girls have a game, I guess. The game looks kind of interesting. I don't understand. He's such a fucking baby.
Ow! Oh, God.
Remember what he said yesterday?
Like, I don't go to the salon, and we don't do that. We don't do that to them. You a Pokemon.
He watches the trailer for the new Call of Duty.
What a stupid game. This is tough. You can only choose wisely. Yeah, it's bread. Yeah, if it was regular bread, then it'd be a tougher decision. But yeah, with garlic bread, I mean, come on.
And then he finds out that a games journalist said Expedition 33 isn't an indie game, and so it shouldn't be nominated for an indie award.
Didn't they use AI too? Asmongold hates emotional arguments, by the way, Papa God, so this is cognitive dissonance. Asmongold's, all of his arguments are emotional. He has no non-emotional arguments. He's a completely illogical person. This is a fact, by the way, because I'm super logical. It's a fact. He literally does. None of his takes make any sense. When you want to bring back slavery and enslave people who steal $2 worth of things and mass deport people, you're illogical. You don't really care about anything. You're a completely emotional person that doesn't actually care about the health of a country.
Asmon proceeds to loop.
It's not a loop.
Asmon,
It's a spiral.
What if he can
Asmon
start
proceeds
poop?
to spiral.
Which dumb retard idiot
Whoa.
said this? Where's the dumb retard idiot that said
Whoa,
this?
dude.
You idiot. You fucking moron.
Whoa, dude, based gamer words. Hey, we love based gamer words, baby. We love it. We love them.
He's over into anger at the Indie Game Awards in general for being woke.
So woke. There's a girl there. It's too woke, dude. I'm fucking shitting my pants. It's fucking so woke. I mean, that's the problem with these woke games. They have girls in them. And I hate girls. What the fuck? Dude, don't hurt me. Please stop.
Oh. The problem is not...
Oh, dude, there's fat people on the screen. He's going to lose his mind.
In their girth, but it is in their taste. 2 overweight soy millennial men to go and gas up the Indie Game Awards, and
gas? What the hell?
you've got a bunch of nominations here of games that nobody even played. This is...
Nobody play. I mean, I don't even know what the games are.
You've got a bunch of nominations here of games that
Well, they're indie games. Silk Song, Hades 2. Keep Driving. I saw Brandon playing that yesterday. That's Caleb Hammer's buddy. That's on the live show with him and stuff. I don't know the rest of the games, but they're indie games. By definition, they're not supposed to be super popular. What?
nobody even played. This is bad. I am so
What the fuck? 2 of them on the screen. I knew what they were. I didn't play Hades 2 yet. I should, though. But
fucking upset.
Should that be the next game we play? Is Hades 2?
And these retards are sitting here making these award shows for other retards.
Whoa.
And it's making me mad.
So just to make sure...
Why is it that every single time anything happens, Asmongold thinks it's supposed to be for him? Like, if there's a video game that's not designed for men, then like he gets upset because it's supposed to be for him. Or if there's a game show that's about indie games and he gets upset with the choices, it's just not for him. I don't understand. Like, is this not entitled behavior? Like, not everything's for you, bro. Not every game has to be like your cup of tea. You don't have to like everything that it's put on. You could just be like, oh, I'm a grown man. I don't have to play it. But I guess you actually can't do that. I guess that's too difficult. I don't know.
I understand. These are people you don't like, promoting games you don't want to play to an audience you aren't a part of, and for some reason this is deeply offensive.
This is pathetic.
I mean, I agree, but not for the reason you intended.
Blue hair games? Yeah, all woke shit, bro.
Damn,
all
woke
annoying, cringe, like millennial slop woke trash. Well, it's my
Hades 2? What the fuck? I think Hades 2 might be the next game I play, by the way.
Lizard. Oh, he's on the wall. I tried to catch him the other day. I couldn't get him. He's fast.
And now we're looking at libs of TikTok. Why are we looking at libs of TikTok?
Literally.
Because like Asmongold has gone into the anti-SJW thing, and he makes money doing it, so he will never change. And he gets people saying you're a cool guy when he does it. I think that the online bubble is going to burst soon, and I think that people are going to realize that these people are so terminally online. And I just have to hope that I haven't been captured by terminally online behavior too much, and that I can actually gain popularity. Because sometimes I worry about that, like, oh, have I become too terminally online, or am I good? You know, am I good? Chad, am I fucking good or what? I don't know, but to figure that out later. But that's what I'm. You know, hopefully there's more of a demand for like a normal person on the internet, and let's hope I'm the normal person by then. Make sure I listen to my wife. Are you fucking my mom?
All Karens. All middle-aged white women.
But don't worry.
But it looks like they're exercising. I don't understand. Who cares if they look cringe?
It's not over yet.
Women are fed up.
With what?
What is this, for lesbians? articles like this are written by angry fat women in their 30s. So they can hopefully, ruin the marriage prospects. And
no, they're written to get rage clicks.
I'm so confused. Oh, he's on Twitter and he's taking it seriously. I understand now. Okay.
It's all.
What is this? Manskeeping is why more and more women are done with dating. I don't know what that means. I don't care.
A massive psyop. None of it is actually real. Okay, yeah, let's look up who wrote it. Let's see if it's a fat middle-aged woman. Let's find out.
Are you more woke games media who don't like AI?
It's because all of these studios and all of these people are totally bought and paid for, and they are pushing an agenda.
Who's bought them, though? Any particular group?
I cannot wait for the day that I get to announce that this company is being shut down and they're having layoffs. Once these like weird freaks get into your company, they're like a parasite or an infection. And you can't just, remove every infected cell. You have to sever the limb.
Everyone knows once you start using language like parasite to describe someone, your ideology is a winner.
You can't rebuild Ubisoft. The only people who can do it is China. And the Middle East can also do it. It's because there isn't a cultural cost for them simply firing all of the woke people. Same with Japan. Like, Japan just got rid of all of Square Enix English team. It's because they're a bunch of woke, weird losers.
Oh, you think it's that? Or maybe it's because they have technology now that they can use, like, AI voiceovers. I wonder what that is. Did they actually do that? I feel like that's not even true.
Like, just for them simply firing all of the woke people. Same with Japan. Like, Japan just got rid of all of Square Enix English team. It's because they're a bunch of woke, weird losers.
Hilariously, the director for Final Fantasy XVI said the most unwoke thing possible outside of an actual slur about the game, and it still didn't sell well. Asmon has a message for the people who don't like hearing the R word from their streamers.
I'm so confused here. Here you go. This follows earlier restructuring efforts, restructuring efforts, including merging developing divisions and plans to use AI in development. Of course it is. AI is just taking over people's jobs, but it's woke, I guess. Okay.
It doesn't matter how many fat, annoying, stupid, middle-aged women.
Okay, I think you get the point now. Mexico had protests against the government for supposed connections to drug cartels in their country. It's actually amazing how horseshoe theory is proven in real time.
It's One Piece, it's just like One Piece. Are they taking back their country? I think it's because they think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know.
I think he's memeing on Hassan right now.
If she is or not. I don't know. Like, I think that to some degree you probably have to be cordial with them. But I don't really know that. I've never been to Mexico, so like, how am I really supposed to know? I mean, honestly, how can you run Mexico without working with them? I'd probably threaten their life and family. Well,
what?
I mean, El Salvador, the guy over there did it, and, as far as I bet they probably tried to threaten him too.
El Salvador suspended basic rights and arrested thousands of people, overcrowding their prisons even with the opening of CCOT. It's also reported that there are hundreds of political prisoners. Since 2022, the state has arrested over 3,300 children, many without justification or connection to gangs. Interviews reveal that the police were given arrest quotas, meaning that this was likely done to pump up their numbers. They've also been held in detention and prisons with adults.
We got those too, man. You're not supposed to have quotas, but they're fucking pulling you over, like, because they're fucking assholes.
Exposing them to potential abuse. Which, speaking of, torture and abuse are rampant. And now with the gangs gone, the ones committing crimes are now the police and the military.
I'm the president of Mexico seeking asylum in America. I can't believe he did this. They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing. Look at them go. Bro, it's like Helm's Deep.
What is with him and Helm's Deep? I don't understand this obsession with it.
They're bringing in the ladders.
Just when I thought the disparity between his initial reaction to January 6th and this couldn't get any more stark.
Maybe this is like an egomaniac thing for me to say, but I do actually feel like I have some degree of obligation to, whenever something crazy like this is happening in the world, that I do actually like talking about it, because I feel like every mainstream media publication doesn't give a fuck and doesn't care at all.
Your obligation isn't to just talk about something that happens without any proper understanding of what's happening. Your obligation is to accurately inform people if this is what you want to spend time on.
Straight up punched him in the dick.
But I guess that might be too much to ask.
Oh my god! They beat him with bolt cutters? Oh, they are! They're beating him to death! To be fair, they're just pushing him around right now. But whenever I see a crash out happening in a country like Mexico, that to me is very different than an American crash out.
Why? Because you have low expectations for that country?
Because American crash outs are people who are angry because the election didn't go their way. In these other countries, people are angry because the election didn't go.
I think he's talking.
Is he saying something anti like J6? It's so interesting that he will say things like he genuinely believes that like, you know, we had a fair election, or he says that, and then like, but then he doesn't say it's bad that Trump incited the problem. Like it doesn't make any fucking sense. What is this fucking idiot doing?
About no kings as opposed to, you know, January 6th. But either way, he's incorrect because Claudia Sheinbaum won with stupidly large margins, beating her closest opponents by nearly 2 times the votes in an election that no one has called illegitimate. So the people he's watching are, in fact, rioting because the election didn't go their way.
Like, if you don't have a way to democratically be able to voice your frustrations and vent your frustrations, then the only option is violence. But sometimes you just simply lose the Democratic vote.
Oh, why does he complain about like left-wing violence then? If he thinks, is that not what those people would think? Like, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying, like, he would be the one justifying left-wing violence then, because they feel like they don't have a proper outlet to express their frustrations.
To be fair, our democracy probably plays a role in their lack of democracy. I think that you're right, and I think that Americans do need to spend less time in.
Bobby, I think he buys into the Fedsurrection. Do you mean to say it like that narrative and condemns some January 6 people? It doesn't. That's not like a meaningful though. It doesn't matter that he says January 6 is bad. What would matter is if you actually know for a fact that January 6 was Trump's like attempting to overthrow the government, you wouldn't be pro-Trump. That's what my point is. So it doesn't matter if he says it's bad. If you could say anything is bad, yeah, guys, I think that like watching streamers is bad. And then I just go back to like streaming. Like, what am I? Do you think they really believe that? No, of course not. That's what so when he says something is bad, it's for like dumb people to think it's true, even though he doesn't actually act as if it's bad. He doesn't really care.
Intervening in other countries' affairs.
It's horseshoes all the way down.
This is what January 6th was meant to be. Yeah, I do think this is funny whenever you look at this and you compare it to January 6th, you know?
Why?
It's like, oh, wow. Yeah, January 6th was so horrible. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure, guys. Most reasonable.
Oh, he's saying because that one is worse, and that means that January 6th is okay. Got it. That's the insinuation.
People look at this and view it as a disgrace. Most Mexicans ask Trump for military help.
They do not. A little less than half would support U.S. military assistance specifically if it came with government approval.
I don't think we really should intervene militarily with Mexico, but I do think that there's a degree of American best interest, some degree of aid or something like that we could give them. It'll be better for us too. Because like there are 2 ways that you can.
Wait, so you should give them aid now? Didn't he say we should cut foreign aid before? Okay.
And stop people from coming to your country, right? One other way to stop them from coming over is to make it so they don't want to. It's like if they don't even want to, problem solved.
You have just made the argument for USAID.
Bro, if they catch her, they're going to kill her. The cartel members, I mean, am I really going to feel bad for that? The cartel members kill people all the time. They think that she's in cahoots with the cartels. I don't know if she is or not. I don't know. Like, proof that she's a cartel asset, though? Proof? No. Evidence? Yes. I don't know. Like, but there's no actual proof.
He doesn't know that Claudia Sheinbaum is corrupt. He doesn't know who organized this protest. He doesn't know what the actual goals of the protest are. But it's good because it's in the direction of what he needs to validate supporting Trump's policies. Asman thinks the protest isn't being covered by American media because it would convey that Mexicans aren't able to assimilate to American culture, and Sheinbaum is unpopular despite opposing Trump.
In order to push the narrative that there is like a parity between American culture and Mexican culture in the way that people from Mexico are going to come to America and seamlessly integrate with the culture.
Has called it a movement financed by right-wing politicians and business.
You're jumping the shark. You're jumping the shark. It's so obvious that's not true.
Asmongold might dismiss that claim out of hand, but let's actually dig into it. Apologies for any mispronunciations of any names. Claudia Sheinbaum said that the protests against her at that moment were a coordinated right-wing effort stoked by online botting, billionaires, and members of the opposing party in an effort to undermine her legitimacy with the populace. So,
oh, that would make sense to me. Yeah, I get that. I mean, Asmongold was literally saying, if Asmongold was pushing this idea that the only reason that American media isn't talking about it is because it would make Mexican people seem like they couldn't assimilate. Fucking wild. Then like, yeah, if that sentiment is expressed and Asmongold's on Twitter all day, like, oh, I wonder where he got this sentiment from, because that's a very anti-Mexican sentiment, and it dog whistles that Mexican people in general are too violent to be part of our society. Like, that's what he's trying to say there. So I wouldn't doubt if that's happening. that like there isn't other forms of extremism attached to it. 100%, that makes perfect sense to me.
Oh, were there billionaires? Yes, there were. Ricardo Salinas Pliego, a Mexican billionaire who owes the government $4 billion, was one of the initial instigators of the protest on social media, sharing a message from a Mexican influencer, Carlos Bello, who had not previously delved into politics, denouncing the administration. Those calls were amplified until a protest was announced and simultaneously promoted by 179 TikTok accounts and 359 Facebook groups.
Crazy.
And on November 1st, after the murder of Mayor Carlos Manzo, every group shifted from a general demand for change to supporting his memory. Were there members of the opposing party? Yes, there were. Vicente Fox, former president of Mexico, the guy who during Trump's first term said they weren't going to build the fucking wall, supported the protests. Here he is wearing a one-piece shirt. Very Gen Z. Were there bots? Yes, there were. Javier Negre, the founder of La Derecha Diario,
I don't think you can say that word, bro.
and Agustin Antonetti are two right-wing digital strategists with connections to Salinas and have operated in South American politics previously and have used bots and artificial promotion of hashtags on Twitter like Narco Presidente in the Mexican election. They both participated in the creation of this movement. And the final piece of evidence that this was astroturfed is that the protest following this one only garnered 200 people. There is not broad dissatisfaction with Scheinbaum in Mexico.
That's fucking crazy. 200 to 17,000? Oh, follow-up protest was 200 people. Oh, yeah. You'd think that there'd probably be at least 201 people. If they 17,000 were upset in the first half.
Only garnered 200 people. There is not broad dissatisfaction with Scheinbaum in Mexico.
Right. It's all bots and right-wing extremism. That must be it, guys. Yeah, for sure, guys. 100% that's what it is.
I mean, bots and right-wing extremism is what got Trump to win in the first place. So, yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all. Who would doubt it?
She still says she has 80% approval rating? Really? I see that.
She has 70% approval. A crowd of people is not indicative of nationwide popularity.
Do you believe that ICE human rights violations are committed with total impunity? I disagree with the idea of human rights to begin with.
That's incredible. He believes in healthcare, but he doesn't believe in human rights. Makes perfect sense to me, I think.
People don't have innate rights.
Wow,
rights are invented. There's no difference between a right and the way that you should treat somebody.
Whoa, dark woke.
So you've started off the conversation on a lie.
Okay, cool. What do you think about ICE's violation of people's invented rights?
A human rights violation. According to who? Somebody who disagrees with you? Oh, okay. Well, let's just listen to them tell you why you're wrong.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Well, there are the people who died, the people violently detained without cause, the people deported against court orders and their legal status, the people arrested despite following the rules they were given to avoid deportation, the people who died, and the people who were violently detained without cause.
So he's saying this about Donald Trump? What the fuck?
More Epstein cope that these emails don't literally say, yes, we were best friends doing sex crimes together.
I feel like it's such an abstract thing to say, right? Because if you're saying that he brought up Trump after the relationship had ended, does that mean that he's talking about new things, or is he's talking about Trump in general?
What? Maybe I'm just too fucking stupid to hear what is he talking about.
I think that's a misleading statement.
What?
Crimes together.
I feel like this is such a saying this about Donald Trump? What the fuck?
More Epstein cope that these
Oh, okay. I'm the one to be able to take him down. Got it.
emails don't literally say, yes, we were best friends doing sex crimes together.
I feel like it's such an abstract thing to say, right? Because if you're saying that he brought up Trump after the relationship had ended, does that mean that he's talking about new things, or is he's talking about Trump in general?
What do those words mean? Is he talking about new things or Trump in general? I don't understand what those words mean together. He brought up Trump in emails after the fact because I think they were worried about Trump like talking, I guess, about shit or something. I don't know. But what are new things? I don't understand what that means. Like, what is the point of what he's saying? I'm truly fucking confused. Like, what's the point of what he's saying there?
I think that's a misleading statement. You know what? This actually makes me think that they were actually pretty good friends. Because there's no way you're going to be emailing somebody years after the fact, still mauling out over it, unless you guys used to be boys. Yes, he was.
Okay, so then why don't you criticize him for that?
It's patient zero for TDS. Exactly. Yeah, but like obviously he didn't, like Epstein clearly doesn't think that about Trump, because if he did, he wouldn't have been friends with him for all those years.
Yes, the people who might have one specific thing in common that they can't share with anybody else wouldn't override their other feelings about each other that
you mean being a pedophile?
They might find distasteful.
He's close to no one. Well, if he's close to no one, then I guess then you weren't close to him, right? If you're saying this.
What?
I would not look at Jeffrey Epstein as a reliable narrator. It's worth taking into account. It's worth reading and listening to. But
dude, there's just so many different things that he just downplays Donald Trump. If Epstein says something couldn't have happened, he's not a reliable narrator. Always something. Email information comes out that makes it, that it shows that like Donald Trump was like best friends with Epstein. No, it doesn't matter. He probably just didn't know about it. Like, well, how many different excuses are you gonna make for this guy?
But I wouldn't just believe it.
In the span of one day, we've gone from,
oh, it could make somebody look bad? Too bad. You shouldn't have gone to an island with a pedophile.
To, well, being in the files doesn't mean you're technically a pedophile.
Well, Trump's name being in the files doesn't mean he did anything wrong. Like, Epstein is crashing out about Trump and they're not even friends anymore. So are you counting all the times that he's complaining about Donald Trump in his emails? It's so dishonest. Just release the files. We'll figure out who the weirdos are.
I love that part too. Just release the files, because who's not releasing the files? Yeah, this is so dishonest to blame Trump. Just release the files. Who are you talking to? Trump's the one that's not releasing them.
And arrest them.
And also he has an opinion about the concerns about Trump's health, given that he got an MRI that he won't explain the purpose of.
Maybe there's something wrong with Trump. Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe he has cancer, or maybe there's some other big issue. Maybe it was an MRI. They needed to do that because he's the president and they do an extra level of testing for somebody who's the president. I don't know. It could be 50 different reasons.
Okay, but the issue is we still don't know, and he won't tell us.
I think it's important for people to know whether the president is physically capable of doing the job.
I'm going to warn you now, if this
is that him talking about Biden and not Trump?
This video is spiking your blood pressure. 1, I'm sorry, and 2, it's going to get worse. Because Asmongold is about to react to Kyle Kalinski's video calling him the dumbest person of 2025.
Oh yeah, we took a look at that. Oh, this must have been a long week ago, huh? Oh, this must have been a while ago, huh? Shit, dude.
Look, you do a massive disservice. You got this giant audience of people who follow you, and if you're out there...
The disservice is disagreeing.
Kalinski's arguments kind of suck because he's basically blowing hot air for his own audience rather...
Thank you so much, dude. You fucking made me feel vindicated, by the way, because I watched that shit and I was like, oh, Kyle Kalinski was kind of cringe here. And I was getting fucking pissed off because people were like, no, you're fucking wrong, dude. I was like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? I'm wrong. I'm never wrong. How could that be? You know?
Rather than trying to say anything substantial. But Asmongold's response is... something. He starts off with a whopper on Trump's cuts to the NIH, which include cuts to pediatric cancer care.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the research was done in a way that was bad? Every time that people say...
if it was, why doesn't he just explain that?
Say something like this. The implication is that, oh, they're curing cancer or something like that. This is bullshit. Yeah. And also on top of that, yeah, just because you're doing research doesn't mean that it's a good allocation of government money.
Yeah, but they don't explain it, so...
Asmon will not look up to see whether this is even remotely true. Federal budget cuts, amongst other things, include $4 million from the Pediatric Brain Tumor Consortium, an organization that does research on rare cancers affecting thousands of children every year. You might think on principle that the government shouldn't fund bad science, but they aren't checking on the validity of the research because the mechanisms aren't in place to do an audit like that, let alone that quickly. And if you need evidence, over the course of this year, the government has fired thousands of people and then had to hire them back because they didn't realize they were necessary. This is not being...
Yeah, that's why Doge doesn't do anything anymore. They literally just don't exist anymore. Like, Doge is dead. It died almost immediately. It existed for like 15 seconds, and then they realized that they fucked up, and so they just, like, they pretty much dissolved themselves. Also, like, why isn't Doge going after the Department of, like, why aren't they going after military spending? They don't care at all. It was never about trying to, like, save money. Like, what, did we fail an audit again? I think this year, when it came to like our defense budget, it's like, oh, okay, cool stuff, man.
Being done with care or concern for the consequences.
But I do think they're probably overshooting and probably firing too many people too quickly.
Whoa, really?
But I think that the inevitability of this is not to be denied.
That's so funny. That's his AI take from before.
Oh, but it's for cancer kids. Okay, great emotional argument. Because the idea...
It's always an emotional argument if he disagrees with it. It's fucking amazing.
Of, oh my God, he's cutting research for cancer kids.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah, that sounds pretty bad.
That sounds bad.
What he will...
Yeah, it does. Especially paired with the fact that they keep giving fucking billionaires tax cuts. So yes, I think it is bad. I think it's a bad thing. Like, how can we justify cutting billionaire taxes but not spending more money on kids' cancer? Like, if you were like, oh yeah, we're spending too much on child cancer, we have to cut this, but you're not worried that we're getting too many tax cuts to billionaires? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, they're not doing anything productive. We don't even need billionaires. They're fucking worthless. Oh, they own businesses, sort of millionaires. We don't need them to be billionaires. Just because billionaires own businesses doesn't mean that they need to be billionaires. The fuck are you talking about?
We'll look up is whether the Weather Service cuts were actually to blame for flash flood deaths in Texas.
Yes, oh my god, dude, this guy's fucking base to sell this condo guy. That's what I'm saying. That's what they did. That's literally, like, I remember he only looks things up if he knows that the answer, if he knows that if he looks it up, it'll make him look good. That's the only time he'll do it. Are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. That's the only time he fucking does it. Because I watched him do the exact same thing. He won't look shit up ever.
3 former staffing shortages, national services are nothing new. So this has already been happening. It was already happening, and I
am dubious that cutting staff for the Weather Service as we encounter more and more extreme weather events will have a positive overall impact on our ability to navigate them in the future, even if you accept that it wasn't a problem this time.
This is the thing, right? You give a specific example, and it falls apart.
Now, what about Trump cutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau's budget in half?
Yes, which has yielded, I think, how much money was it? Was it 100 billion, or am I overshooting that? I remember looking into that, and they actually they saved a bunch of money. Then Trump cut their budget in half. They still saved money for like consumers, like protecting them against bullshit. And then Asmongold still thinks it's okay to get rid of.
Good. They weren't doing their job.
The CFP.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't even look it up.
It was created after the 2008 financial crisis and has a budget today of a little under $1 billion.
They obviously had no fucking idea what they were doing.
They've saved tremendous amounts of money for consumers.
But prior to the cuts,
it's literally would be considered like a form of jail, right? Like you're having them being held accountable. Asmongold believes in like a jail. You're having like the government hold people accountable. But I guess it doesn't matter in this sense because it's big companies with money. Okay.
It clawed $21 billion back for consumers and imposed $5 billion in fines. Again, this is an institution that has a higher rate of return for the people at home.
And that's not considering the fact that it saved more money in its inception. And then after it was gutted, it wasn't able to save as much money. But it worked out really well.
Helps than the taxation it costs to operate.
The scams have been through the fucking roof.
Who cares if it helps more or not than the money that it gets back? It doesn't have to be a net positive. It has to be a deterrent. It's like police officers. Like if you get rid of police officers, then you're going to probably have more crime committed. So it's worth the expense.
So there's a bureau of people that are supposed to stop scams. And you want to keep them on payroll?
Guys, there's a whole institution, grocery stores that exists to feed people, but then people still get hungry. So why would we bother with this? This is logic here.
Sucked.
Like, oh, well, we have a police force that's supposed to stop crime, but crime keeps happening. It's not working. That's That's literally his logic.
Hiring government workers who are veterans?
Oh no, you can't fire veterans anymore.
Trump is firing 80,000 people at the Department of Veterans Affairs. There is no way to fully predict the impact of so many people losing their jobs in such a short amount of time, or the reverberations it will have across the broader economy. But this will mean that care for veterans will get worse.
Another emotional appeal.
Firing 250,000 government workers overall.
Good. It should have been more.
Apparently, Asman isn't worried about the economic impact of sudden large-scale job loss. I'm scared to hear what he thinks about gutting USAID.
Oh, no. That's right. It's America's responsibility to pay for people that have HIV and AIDS in Africa.
I love how he frames that as a bad thing.
Unironically,
they don't do their jobs most of the time. What does that even mean, bro? Who doesn't do their job most of the time? Like, oh, the cops? Maybe. That might be true, actually. Be based.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
The total cost of USAID fluctuates between $40 and $60 billion, or around about $105 per person in the United States, and less than 1% of the total federal budget. Since 1990, USAID has helped cut mortality for children under 5 and a half, and 90 countries had their...
But I guess they weren't born in the right country, so Asmongold doesn't care about this.
Under 5 mortality dropped by 2/3. PEPFAR, which provides AIDS medication, has saved 25 million people, and currently helps 20 million people, including 500,000 children.
Yeah, but they weren't born in America, so Asmongold doesn't care.
People have been dying in droves.
Oh, droves.
Is he specifying in America or not? No.
Yeah.
Well, he's not.
He's not, because he's a big stinky guy.
It's because it's not happening in America.
It's not happening in America. People dying in other countries, that's okay. Unless I guess There are Christians dying of a genocide in another country. That one we care about. But, you know, if they're not dying in America, we don't care. Americans are the only ones who deserve human life. I guess. I don't know.
If you don't believe the numbers that say hundreds of thousands of people will inevitably die as a result of dismantled infrastructure to provide aid, or that the people who can migrate will inevitably put even more pressure on American immigration services that will be much more expensive, which Asman understands based on his analysis of Mexico, what about the fact that USAID's support confined disease outbreaks to parts of the world that meant they had a much harder time finding their way to the US? For example, the West Africa Ebola outbreak in 2014. USAID led the response, and he dismantled USAID while another outbreak is ongoing.
It's because you have people here that are dying from lack of medical care.
Yep, and we obviously cannot help the whole world and ourselves at the same time at all. We don't have the money. We're not the richest country in the whole world. We don't have billionaires making tons of money. You know what I find interesting? They just released the GDP numbers. The GDP growth, 4.3%. And you're like, wow, Papa God, that's amazing. Trump's doing a great job. Well, here's what you got to know. Consumer spending is down. Also, GDP is gross domestic profit, right? So, like, if we, let's say, for instance, we had a country that was, discouraging importing stuff, that would artificially cause GDP to go up. But anyway, with GDP going up 4.3, crazy, best it's been in 2 years. And 2 years ago, obviously, Trump was president. But again, middle class and lower class spending has cooled. It's going down. So what does that indicate to you? Oh, rich people are spending a lot of money because they got a lot of tax cuts. But middle class and lower class spending is still down, which means I guess it hasn't trickled down yet. I think that once Elon Musk is a trillionaire, that's when it'll start to trickle down. That's when it'll start to trickle down, guys. That's all we really need. So just keep waiting on trillionaire, and if that doesn't work, we'll just have to wait till he has $10 trillion. I don't know.
You have people here that don't have housing. Where is the priority list that a veteran ever gets outranked by a person in Africa? Oh, no.
I don't think you give...
You can't fire veterans anymore.
Dude, that's why they call him Asmongoldfish, baby. That's why they call him Asmongoldfish. He just talks whatever's in front of his face. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, veterans? Fuck them. Fire them. Who cares about the VA? 10 seconds later. Oh, we should really be helping veterans before we help kids dying of HIV in other countries. Oh, we really do need those big tax cuts. Oh, it'll trickle down any day now. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, holy fuck, it's always something. It's always goddamn something, dude. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I agree with it. Good call. W. And also all of these examples here that he's given are policy decisions and not actual violence.
Yeah.
I was discussing things like Charlie Kirk and Jay Jones in the clip. And so he's misinterpreted what I've said. And he's even making an argument that doesn't even make sense in the context of what I said.
Of course not.
All of these things
typical liberal, am I right, guys?
Make people more susceptible to violence and overall suffering. And regardless of if it's directly violent, his casual willingness to vocally endorse choices that have and will lead to more people needlessly dying is more monstrous than anything Jay Jones has texted. But we're not done yet. Asman's perspective on the government killing people they've labeled as terrorists has changed in the last 5 years.
Let me get this straight. So the U.S. government can read...
Well, you better get it straight, Asmongold, because and you guys don't like gay people very much.
...a license plate with a satellite from outer space, but you think that a Twitter post that said that the people were innocent is more accurate than that.
People in glass houses shouldn't throw tweets.
And they're trying to think that it's new.
But to his main point, we have not gotten any evidence that these people are absolutely guilty of crimes, that the crimes would require this response, or that the repercussions of carrying out these responses would be worth it versus other means. He's just taking Trump at his word.
Well, Trump is a really trustworthy guy. I mean, I don't know if you know this. He's a pedophile. I don't know. Like, what do you say at that point? Wasn't he just saying Trump is not a very trustworthy guy before? Like, what fucking changed?
Sure. Because they agree with it, because it's the right thing to do. It is. Absolutely. Blow up the boats. Without even a question. How could you be against that? You don't just shoot people randomly. Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the gun? What happens when they're wrong? If I saw somebody running at...
That's a great question, Asmongoldfish.
...my house with a bomb,
yeah,
I would want to shoot them before they got to my house.
Of course you'd want to do that. I don't see how that's relevant to this conversation, but...
I wouldn't want to try to apprehend them, arrest them, and try to put them through a whole process. No, you just fucking shoot them.
Yeah.
And he'd do the same thing.
The analogy doesn't work because the urgency of someone being immediately outside and someone being thousands of miles away are completely different.
It's insane. Okay, well, that's a good argument.
You know, you're insane, you're in pain, dude. I can tell by what you're saying right now.
For why they're not narco-terrorists.
Trafficking narcotics,
Yes.
the penalty is not instant death. Are you?
Yeah, it is.
Ooh, yes, it is.
And if it's
today.
not, it should be.
Why?
How about that? Who's going to stop us? Yeah, exactly.
Why, though? I don't understand. Why does it need to be instant death? Seems a little drastic. I don't know, man. It's a little bit drastic.
Fuck them.
Apparently, if you traffic drugs, instant death. But apparently, if you hide a big pedophile list, because you're probably one, you could be president. I think I like that. I like those standards.
You don't give the government unilateral authority to execute people on the premise of a crime that hasn't been proven after the execution has already taken place. Or, as Asmon said,
Who determines who a terrorist is? The person with the
Whoa.
gun? What happens when they're wrong? Do you ever think about this?
and now more equivocating of rhetoric that comes with a bunch of claims that would each require extensive work to counter, so please don't confuse my brevity for a lack of substance.
To be fair, this was after 4 years of them trying to delegitimize Trump's presidency by
Who did that?
him being connected to Russia.
Oh, but he was connected to Russia. Why do we pretend that Trump was not massively connected to Russia? I don't understand. He literally, it was admitted that Trump Jr. met with Kremlin lawyers, linked lawyers, to get opposition research for Hillary Clinton. That's number one. I don't know what else to tell you. Number two, I mean, the biggest one is Trump literally said that Ukraine started the war in Ukraine. That's incredible, right? I guess we'll just forget that, Russia genocided a bunch of Ukrainians through starvation and planted Russians and then said, hey, this is ours now. Whoa, that's a great claim. Trump has had his businesses bailed out by Russia in the past. There were 34 indictments in the Mueller investigation. I mean, why do we pretend that he's not linked to Russia? There's so much evidence in front of you. If Joe Biden farted, you'd think you'd fucking swear that he was the fucking person making everyone diarrhea themselves. But if Donald Trump has massive ties to Russia, all of a sudden it's not real. And you could tell that these people will never accept that because right now, Asmon's fucking hard coping on the Epstein files as much as he possibly can.
Multiple people on Trump's campaign were found guilty of crimes connected to Russia, even if the direct collusion theory some people promoted didn't pan out.
Remember the
Yeah, of course he wouldn't directly collude. He'd indirectly collude.
hashtag not my president, where people were saying that,
you remember when they J6'd the government? And that's not even close to the same. That's much worse.
It's just, got elected because of Russia.
A Twitter hashtag is not indicative of people trying to delegitimize an election. Trump lost the popular vote in 2016 by a significant margin, and his
because of DEI policies, frankly.
many character flaws were apparent in the way he talked and operated.
While I do say that January 6th was a bad thing, I don't think that, again, Republicans did not invent election denial. And it turned out that all that...
What? They didn't invent election denial? What does that mean?
By the way, was bullshit.
Remember Al Franken?
The fucking Hillary conceded the election and instantaneously. Are we forgetting that part? Hillary conceded the election immediately. The next day? Trump refused to concede that he lost the election for months, and he still hasn't. What are you talking about?
Franken was a senator. There was a picture that he
I don't remember
took
this.
where he was fake grabbing somebody's titty while they were sleeping.
Though that would be the most well-known of Franken's transgressions, he was also accused of forcibly kissing a woman who was performing with him at a USO show, once again showing that Kolinsky needs to stop using Twitter as a source.
Well, I think if you want to talk...
Fair enough. I like this conduit guy. He makes me feel vindicated in my original perspective that this whole fucking Kolinsky Asmongold thing, Kolinsky was just as bad as Asmongold. Not just as bad, but not great. That's what I thought personally. So thanks, bro. Appreciate it, boss.
Talk about a policy decision that's very unhinged that makes people radicalized. I think that a good example of that is the trans in sports.
Yeah, that's such a popular topic from Democrats. They're always talking about it all over Fox News every time, but they pretend they're conservatives though. Dude, shut the fuck up. I'm so tired of hearing about trans women in sports. It's so boring. I don't hear about trans women in sports at all from fucking people on the left. It is always people on the right. They do not shut the fuck up about trans women in fucking sports. And by the way, they only care about trans women in sports because they want to take fundamental rights from trans people. That's it. It's what it's always been. It's not like they're like, hey, listen, guys, trans people are people. You know, they should be able to work jobs and have protections and whatever, and we should have access to healthcare. That's not what it is. But, hey, look, on the sports thing, that one's a little too much. They're not saying that's what I say. They're not saying that. They're like, no, trans people are a threat to society. By the way, we're going to vote in a bunch of rapists that are not trans. Hey, all those school shooters, white guys, be careful of trans people. Hey, guys, we're taking away your money, giving it to billionaires. Be careful of trans people. Hey, guys, you know what they're doing to those kids? They're transing them. By the way, we're going to go teach our kids that they should be incredibly distressed if they do anything wrong. Hey, guys, we're going to go expose them to a bunch of priests in private. They're not allowed to tell us what they talk about. That's not dangerous, though. But that fucking gay dude in a dress that's not showing his cleavage, that's not trans, but that's a threat to us, right? We're the smart thinker, guys. Okay. That's all it is, dude. It's fucking boring. Shut the fuck up. Okay. Like, God damn it. Shut the fuck up about fucking trans people. And why the fuck do we even have gendered bathrooms? It's so goddamn boring. Oh, gender bathroom. Why? I've gone to bathrooms before. They have individual stalls. You lock the stalls. You go out. You wash your hands. What, guys can't fucking be around girls? You guys sit here and you fucking cope. You're not afraid of trans people. You're afraid of men. You know, it's the same guys that go, oh, yeah, you choose the bear over the guy? Are the same ones that are, like, terrified that, like, a fucking man, in general, regardless of whether they're trans, would be in a bathroom with, like, a little girl because they know that, like, I guess they think 90% of men can't resist molesting children or something. I don't know, dude.
Also, like, trans kids using bathrooms.
Kids.
Now,
trans kids using bathrooms. They should just piss their pants.
You can make an argument that this isn't really
piss yourself.
Really a big issue. But if it's not a big issue, then why are you fighting it so much?
They're not. Nobody is. You're the ones that won't stop talking about it.
Is my hair thinning because I'm getting older or because I find clumps of it in my hands moments after I hear comments like that? They are not some grand scale interference in the ability of cisgender kids to get scholarships or recognition. The biological condition of those kids is not inherently an advantage either.
Well, it might be.
Because traits that are advantageous vary from sport to sport.
So just to be clear, if you go through a male puberty, you probably are going to have a biological advantage, right? Like, I don't think that that's a hot take. That's a whole different conversation. But the thing is that, like, it can be a little bit of an issue, but that's not how it's proposed. It's not proposed as a little bit of an issue. It's proposed as, like, the literal threat. And they don't care. They just hate trans people. They use it as a dog whistle. Like, these are the same people that, like, got rid of transgenic mice fucking research so that they could hurt trans people, even though it doesn't hurt trans people. Like, they don't care, right? But, like, yeah, I do think that you're probably going to have an advantage. Most sports, being a guy, like, going through male puberty, having testosterone in you is going to make you, like, give you an advantage. I don't know, maybe long distance running you wouldn't. I don't really know, but most of them are going to give you an advantage.
Before you even get to whether the kid in question has that trait to a degree that would be advantageous in the first place. It is not worth this level of national scrutiny to monitor this issue.
That part I agree with.
Argument is of the same validity of flat Earth.
Whoa,
this is a flat Earth argument.
Flat Earth.
I think loving Hitler is bad. Absolutely, it's bad.
Whoa.
And now for why Trump insulting everyone is acceptable.
Thank God he brought that up.
Because people have been insulting him.
Okay, so what I find to be funny about this is that, yes, Trump has used negative words about Democrats.
Yeah.
But how many times was Trump called a Nazi? How many times was he called a racist? How many times was he called a Russian asset?
I mean, if he didn't want to be called those things, he shouldn't act like those things. You can't run in 2016 on Obama isn't American because he's black and then go, why are people calling me racist? I don't know. I'm fucking dumb, so I guess I couldn't come up with a reason. You know, it's like people get offended. What is this, like a conservative thing? I don't understand. Like, you guys say dumb shit and then people are like, hey, that was dumb. And you're like, oh, really? You're calling me a bad word. That's really fucked up that you'd say that the dumb thing I said was dumb. You piece of shit. Okay. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. We did a good job there.
I would say calling somebody vermin, radical, or a lunatic is not even remotely in the same category.
Trump is literally known for being the guy that would say mean shit. That's why he got voted in. What are you talking about? What magical world of fucking piss and poop are you living in right now? He's the guy known for acting like an outrageous dickhead. That's why he got voted in, and you're sitting here, it's like, yeah, everybody was so mean to him. Oh, okay. What?
as calling somebody a Nazi.
Trying to assert that someone isn't a Nazi at the same time they're using the exact same rhetoric Hitler used against Jews is not going to be very convincing.
I think the reason why people like Kyle were upset is that the words that they
This is a silly haircut, I think.
have used for many, many years, things like Nazi, racist, etc., all these bullshit words, have effectively lost all of their meaning.
Yeah. When does that go away, by the way? Like, how, like, at what point do you stop milking the fuck out of this thing? Hey, guys, in like 26, by the way, I don't know if you know what year it is. It's about to turn 2026. Hey, guys, in 2016, people were kind of mean and they were using words dumbly. You're right. How long do you get to milk that for? Is it going to be like fucking, the year 3000? Yeah, you remember back in 2016, they were calling us Nazis? We showed them by trying to become those. We really showed them. Hey, why did the Republican Party start to fracture? Oh, yeah, the guys that liked Hitler started to go, the other guys aren't liking Hitler enough. That's literally what's happening to the party right now. It's like, wow, holy fuck. Like, okay.
They haven't lost their meaning. People have just had their sense of shame eroded by the ways social media simultaneously isolates us in echo chambers and creates competition for attention via
Not me, dude. I'm not isolated at all, bro.
the most extreme ideologies. It's not that calling something racism doesn't mean anything. It's that racism itself doesn't mean anything because it's become so normalized that people have, ironically, built up a tolerance.
Yeah, that's part of it. I mean, again, if you wanted to, you could probably play like the game where you would say like, oh, they were calling people like racist a lot. So it lost some of its meaning, but like we're so beyond that, And again, MAGA's starting to realize that. If you look at it, MAGA really is starting to realize that because the party is actually fracturing, not over racism. They're fracturing over the other stuff. Oh yeah, the anti-Semitism, and that's it. That's the only thing that they're fracturing. They're literally only fracturing over anti-Semitism.
This is after they tried to put him in jail and, fucking give him a mugshot, charged him 34 times for the same exact crime.
34 times I think it was 34 counts of like the same crime, no? I think that all centralized around giving money to a hooker, right? Is that what it is?
They didn't charge him 34 times for the same crime. He did the same crimes multiple times by funneling money through his campaign to pay off Stormy Daniels to cover up their affair.
Hey, listen, based alert, am I right? Isn't it funny that that's like the least problematic thing Trump has ever done? Like, I don't even give a fuck that he was paying a fucking hooker. I don't give a shit, dude. I care about the other stuff, though. The other stuff is crazy.
Pretty obvious that this has been weaponized from both directions.
Who's the biggest commentator on the right these days? Nick Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes. Weird way to say it, boss.
Here's some stuff Nick Fuentes has said. Quote, Hitler was really fucking cool. I admire Hitler.
And how many crazy leftist people are out there? Oh, but Hassan said this thing.
Hassan and Hitler apparently are now the same. I don't know. I really don't even understand the comparison. They're nowhere. I don't know. If anybody says that Hassan is worse than Nick Fuentes, I think that person's a stupid idiot fuck. I mean, Hassan is definitely annoying, but Hassan is not gaining traction. Hassan is basically his credibility. Like, he's been pushed back down into the depths of online political slop. Nick Fuentes is on the rise again. So, yeah. I don't know. And like, yeah, I know Hassan definitely hates Western ideology and definitely doesn't like Jewish people, but Nick Fuentes also doesn't like Jews, so we can kind of cross those out together. Don't talk shit about my gameplay, dude. Okay? I fucking beat Shadow of Mordor on the hardest fucking difficulty. First time I ever played it, so shut the fuck up. Anyway, they both don't really like Jewish people very much. And then Nick Fuentes is rising in popularity and wants to get rid of all of like the non-white people in the country. Hassan is kind of gay and I guess wants to get rid of capitalism. But I think that, I don't know. I just think that Nick Fuentes is worse. I feel like Hassan is just like like an annoying dog with no teeth that tries to bite you and then ends up just fucking blowing you. He's kind of a lol cow. Although I think Fuentes is going to be hitting there pretty hard pretty soon. So,
what the fuck does that have to do with me? What Nick Fuentes said, like, I don't have to defend that. I didn't say that. Why the fuck would I even? Why even bring that up? There's nothing to do with it. I will say it's not a matter of if; it's a matter of when. It's very obvious that.
That's why they call him Nick Fuentes. You know what I'm saying?
The Democrats have been the massively violent ones.
Massively.
And if you look at all these studies, by the way,
all these studies that say that they're not, yeah,
way that were conducted, these studies don't show a massive rise in violence that happened in 2020. They don't show.
They do.
The massive rises in violence that happened during the Tesla bombings.
They do. Here's the thing. Actually, no. You know what? He's kind of right in a sense, and that is because the data, from my understanding, actually focuses around and centralizes around like murders instead of actual violence. But like, there's a productive conversation to have about. I don't even know if I said this in this video because, again, this is day 2 that we're doing this video. There's probably a conversation you could have around BLM about how like it was a pretty violent time. Not all of the violence that happened was political violence, though. A lot of people were just opportunists. But if all that political violence wasn't going on, then like, yeah, we wouldn't have seen like everything. We wouldn't have seen that type of violence. We wouldn't have seen people looting Targets, I guess, in the name of BLM. The thing is, though, and I really wanted to reinforce this to people, I think that for people like Asmongold, whose life was not really disrupted through COVID, he wouldn't understand how insane COVID was. Like, COVID was a pretty big deal. It was a pretty drastic change in everything. People were home. People were angry, disgruntled. They weren't working. Again, Asmongold's never really worked a real job in his entire life. He did a couple of tax seasons at the IRS. Great stuff, man. He never really worked in his entire life, so he doesn't understand the massive disruption that came to be. That also kind of caused a lot of young people to go through pretty drastic developmental issues, right? I mean, like, they had to take a year off of school, and it was just anti-social as fuck, So I just, I don't think he understands how fucking crazy it is, personally. That's what I think it is. And I think that if January 6th had happened in the height of COVID, that you would have seen like January 6th would have been just as bad. Honestly, that's what I think.
For example.
So, that's something to think about.
And the reason why is because all of these studies are biased.
So here's the obvious thing that Asmon gets wrong about crime in 2020. There were, in fact, noticeable spikes in crime, but there were also noticeable drops in others. You have 3 seconds to guess why this might have happened.
I don't know, good year. It was just a good year.
It was COVID.
Bro, that's the thing. That's how Trump won. Trump won because of COVID. Trump would have never won because of COVID. He was able to turn that into a conspiracy theory. Like, that's how he won again, because he convinced people that COVID was a big fake phony. It's so crazy. It's fucking crazy, dude.
The spikes in crime.
Bro, the worst thing is like, my uncle died because of COVID, man. He had to work through it. It was fucking rough. He got it and he died. It's terrible. I love that, man. And then his brothers like question COVID's like validity. It's like, wow, you guys are so fucking stupid. You know what I mean? It's like, holy shit, dude. Give me a fucking break,
Crime have some correlation to BLM, but it wasn't an aberration in criminality. It was the main focus of people's attention while everyone was mostly stuck inside, and therefore it became associated with the overall trends going haywire. And I'm not dismissing the idea that there was violence during BLM that wouldn't have happened without it. A police station was burned down. There was about...
Listen, that's terrible. That should never happen. But it makes more sense to go after a police station than it does a Target, right? Because the police were the ones causing the problems. They're the ones who did the George Floyd. So if you're going to attack anything, don't attack anything. But if you're going to attack anything, a police station makes more sense to me. I'm just being fucking honest with you. All right.
About $2 billion in property damage. But here are the FBI's own statistics, not the calculations made by whatever university you'll probably think is biased. Joe Biden...
What does this even say, dude? Robbery reported by population, larceny, theft reports. Oh, this is... Okay.
Biden didn't switch out the FBI director Trump appointed, Christopher Wray.
What is... Oh, this is 2021 to 2025. I don't know exactly what this shows us. It shows us a spike in 2020, and then everything normalizes. Yeah, sure.
All intents. These are Trump's numbers. Arson, larceny, and robbery, and then compare those to burglary, impersonations, and shoplifting.
Impersonations gets their own fucking category? That's wild.
You can see that crimes went up or down relative to the proximity they have to other people. Unrelated, did you know that the FBI tracks how many people get charged with treason?
But any reasonable person who just looks at the news can clearly see that every single time that there is anything violent, besides maybe January 6th and maybe one or two other times, the
it just has those really bad times.
Majority of mass violence and mass hysteria is done by Democrats.
What examples is you talking about? Like, I understand COVID was crazy. Outside of COVID, though, like, what's your example of that?
Asman, intentionally or not, has completely forgotten the threats against school boards, the plot to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, the Paul Pelosi hammer attack, 2020 threats against election officials, and QAnon. This is not a both sides issue. 2020 has been gradually elevated by the right-wing media as a period of extreme violence, and January 6th has been gradually minimized.
And they are justified, rationalized, and considered okay by so many liberals, and that's a huge problem. The difference...
Oh, who? Like who? Who's like, yeah, gotta do more of that. Gotta do more of that crime. What liberal is justifying it? This is another thing, because I guarantee you the people that he's talking about are gonna be people that like on Twitter. It's like, yeah, people on Twitter are justifying the violence. Then Donald Trump is obviously doing that as well, but like, hey, you know what? You know, Snoopy Poop Doop too is the same thing as Donald Trump, you know, because he said something on Twitter.
It's between me and I think a lot of people like Kyle is that if I say something that I think is wrong, I will say, I think that was wrong. I shouldn't have said that.
Yeah. Well, I typically love to say things that I think are wrong. It's incredible. Like, I do that all the time. I'm like, you know what? Let me just like, what is this argument? If I say something I think is wrong, what does that mean? Like, how? What? Isn't the whole problem that you think that it's right, but it is wrong? Isn't that the whole issue here?
But the problem is that people like Kyle don't accept that.
Well, I guess we'll see.
This is the mindset of the people that are making videos about me, disagreeing with me, crying about me, etc.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I'm definitely doing two of those things.
Maybe one day, once a week or so, I'll have to react to some videos and things like that people make of me.
In the unlikely chance he actually does that for this video, I hope you
He'll only really do that if he thinks he has a slam dunk.
can at least say I'm approaching this in good faith.
Maybe I could talk to Asmongold on Caleb Hammer's live show. That's what we should do. That's what we should do. What's up, Caleb? Whoa.
Jesus, bro, the damage is insane.
Insane. That's only day 3, guys. Holy shit.
There's been a lot of people talking about me, and it's been great.
So Dr. K was talking about people that had, he's like trying to draw a distinction between people that had like legit, like
What are we going to do to celebrate 100K? Probably nothing. We're just going to keep on keeping on, bro. Should I do something?
mental pathological illness versus people who just have logically come to a conclusion that their life isn't worth living. And people got mad about that. And I think the reason why is that 80 to 90% of all self-help on the internet is just self-indulgent to make people who are doing bad things think that it's not their fault that they're doing the bad things.
Can you give it?
Probably. I wouldn't necessarily doubt that. Well, I think the biggest reason is because people on the internet like Asmongoldfish don't really have the ability to look at something intelligently. Because that's an interesting conversation to have about the different reasons why people take their lives. The problem is people on the internet like Asmongold, who is very quick to try to like just kind of be like, oh, that group is bad, so it's okay to say bad things about them. They think, or they'll hear Dr. K say something like that and think it's a justification to like not care about people who take their own lives, which I doubt it is. Dr. K is like an intelligent, like mental health individual.
Example.
There are guys out there that have they're incels, right? And they think that, the reason why they can't get a girlfriend is because of hoflation.
So like hoes, women, is it women having higher standards?
Well, no, hoflation would be women thoughting around fucking other dudes. I just think that men and women are both shit, except for some of them. And then once you're not shit, you'll find a not shit partner, and it's kind of that simple. Also, men don't have their dads in their fucking lives to help them date, so.
It's just that simple.
Well, why would they want to date someone that they think's a hoe?
Well,
because
all girls are hoes.
Oh, they're all hoes.
And so that goes back to my point, right?
True.
And so it's like this person thinks that they can't get a girlfriend because of hoflation. No, you can't get a girlfriend because your life is a complete mess. Nobody wants to be around you. You don't have any guy friends either, except for
so true, King.
Other weirdos on the internet. People seek out different types of like people to tell them that, well, it's actually not your fault that you don't have a girlfriend. It's actually because
it's called the victim complex, bro.
Because of dating apps and these other things.
It's called the victim complex. Everybody wants to be a fucking victim. That's 100% true.
They never get
like some aspects of feminism want to just be victims and blame men for their problems. Some aspects of male advocacy just wants to be a victim and blame women for their problems. MAGA, victim complex. And we all know that MAGA is just some aspect of conservatism, right? So it's not, conservatives aren't all bad. though their party is dog shit. But it's a victim complex. They want to feel justified. Oh, the election was stolen. Oh, it's your fault. It's my kid's fault that they won't see me. Oh, you know what I mean? That's all it is. It's a fucking victim complex.
Challenge to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness. All they're doing is just feeding. It's an actual like legit thing.
It's good.
It's like a feeding frenzy on making themselves feel good for doing things that are bad, and then consuming media that reaffirms that the bad things they're doing aren't their fault and are in fact not the cause of the problems they have.
So true, King.
I really, really like playing video games.
So
I
true,
do.
King.
I love playing video games.
So good.
That's what I've been doing forever, right? And I don't know really. I don't know really what else besides that, because I just really like playing video games.
That's fucking crazy. I mean, that's that's nice, but I think you gotta. Well, I guess he doesn't have to do other things. That's what he does for a living, so he's never really grown up.
Mr. Beast built a theme park in Saudi Arabia because they probably gave him a ton of money.
Well, for sure, 100%.
Mr. Beast gets backlash for building wells in Africa, okay? There's so much irrational, brain-dead hate for Mr. Beast that any sort of, like, legitimate criticism just goes away.
Most of the criticism is just that he uses the money he gives away to create content that undercuts the sense of generosity by commodifying it.
I don't know if that's the case. I think that people hate Mr. Beast unjustifiably, generally speaking. They just have a fucking problem with every single thing that he does. I don't think it undercuts anything, like there being a financial structure to like incentivize you to do nice things. I don't really have any criticism of him trying to do the whole like water or anything like that. I think people give him too much of a raw time, honestly. But when it came to Saudi Arabia, like, yeah, he took a bunch of fucking money from Saudi Arabia that kills journalists. Like, that was a fucking scum move, dude. That was a scum fuck move. So I remember watching through that whole Ocean, they call it Ocean Gate situation. There was somebody who wanted to come onto the stream and talk, but he said he wouldn't do it if Aiden Ross was there. He just had to have Aiden Ross leave for a little bit. And Asmongold's like, oh, wow, fuck you, Aiden Ross. Oh, so you're not going to donate because Aiden Ross, blah, blah. Aiden Ross is like, what, owns like a 30% of Kick, which does like fucking terror streams that killed Jean Palamov. Aiden Ross helped his friend Jack Doherty, I think it was Jack Doherty, get unbanned from Kick after he almost killed somebody driving his car like 150 miles an hour. Aiden Ross thinks that Nick Fuentes is a great, funny guy, and Nick Fuentes obviously hates Jewish people. Aiden Ross is friends with Sneeko, the guy who's been running for like the past year or two about like talking about how it's okay for 12-year-olds to be married to 20-year-olds and get raped as long as they look mature enough. I mean, how many different fucking things from Aiden Ross do we have to do? Oh, Aiden Ross is a huge Andrew Tate fan, a fucking actual rapist person. I mean, like, how many times do we have to... Like, Aiden Ross is a bad person. He just looks like a little bitch, so people don't really think that he's a bad person. He's a bad person. The fuck who fucking cares? Why do you have to be nice to a bad person? Like, of course, I wouldn't want to associate my brain with that fucking piece of dog shit either. So, it's just like, okay. Like, we're just going to ignore all those things, I guess.
Even if the content itself is what allows him to provide the charity. More Epstein-Clinton speculation.
This is why the media wanted Trump to win. Yeah, they wanted to have the first LGBT president. Exactly.
So true, King.
Ozempic single-handedly killed the body positivity movement.
Oh my...
What the hell are you talking about? Body positivity hasn't been like a thing for a while now.
My God, can we not talk about fat people? I'd honestly rather talk about Israel at this point.
It was a psyop by fat women to make their body types seen as attractive in the public eye.
Okay.
Believe it or not, women don't just think about how to be attractive to men all day. And in this...
I mean, they might. Who cares? I don't know. I think that guys do that all the time. So, like, if you're a horny guy, you're probably doing that all the time. And if you're a horny girl, you're probably doing it all the time as well. I mean, that doesn't really change anything. Like the body positivity, everything got a little crazy in 2020. That's literally it. It's not that fucking deep. But again, Asmongold is terminally online, so he doesn't see that. He has no grounding into the actual world. But yeah, Ozempic just did a thing. That's all it was. It's not a big deal.
In this case, it isn't about their relationship to men. It's about their relationship with the world and the way people, such as yourself, treat them with intense disdain despite the fact that there is no absolute correlation between someone being fat and them over-consuming food or not exercising enough.
What? What are you talking about?
People, such as yourself, treat them with intense disdain despite the fact that there is no absolute correlation between someone being fat and them over-consuming food or not exercising enough.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the hell? What are you fucking like? Did you just go so woke that I just like literally shit my pants? Am I hearing this wrong? There's no correlation between being fat and not exercising enough or eating too much? Are you fucking, what are you talking about? You really, what?
And in this case, it isn't about their relationship to men, it's about their relationship with the world and the way people, such as yourself, treat them with intense disdain despite the fact that there is no absolute correlation between someone being fat and them over-consuming food or not exercising enough.
Yeah, what are you talking about, dog? What are you saying right now? I don't understand what you're saying, man. I'm struggling to understand what the fuck you're talking about. You're fucking on one right now, boss. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. There is a correlation between being fat and eating too much. Oh, well, that was not good. Anyway, there is a correlation between being a fat guy and eating too much. That it's a fact. I don't know. It's like, yeah, eat better. You know, it's hard because it's like an addiction. I think that's the bigger conversation to have. It's like an addiction, but there definitely is a correlation. What the fuck is he talking about? He's saying it's not like the entire determining factor. It literally is. What are you talking about? What other factor is there? You're eating too much. You're not exercising enough. I mean, you think he means in specific instances? It's just not an argument to why. Like, what's the productive nature of this argument? We don't really win talking about that. It's not really a very good argument. I don't know what to do with that. I'm gonna fucking ignore it. It's just not a compelling argument. Anyway, let's just move on.
Nobody wants to be body positive.
Oh, because it's not absolute. Oh, he said absolute. All right. Well, only the Sith deal in absolutes, guys. It's time to us to play a Star Wars game. Dude, go leftovers channel. Dude, Papa got leftovers in the description. Yeah, he said absolute. Okay. I mean, I just think the absolute argument is silly because in most cases it's because you're either eating too much or you're not exercising enough, or really it's both. In like every case, that's pretty much always what it's going to be. Always. And it's because you have a food addiction, which is not good, and you're coping and you're eating too much, and you weren't taught to be like healthy, and there's not a like proper gym educational resources for people. That's why I always say 5x5 strong lifts. But like, yeah, that's what it always is. I just feel like I think it's just important to say that. What the fuck's happening?
Positive. Like, nobody wants to be 400 pounds. It's fat and disgusting. They wanted to eat if they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. In this case, literally, right? Now they can just take Ozempic and lose weight, and they don't need to be body positive anymore because they're weight negative. They're trans fat. Yes, exactly. It takes hunger away, but also it also kickstarts many other symptoms in your body.
Like what?
Well, I don't know exactly how any of that stuff works. Okay, like I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying that you should take Ozempic. Okay.
You might not be directly saying it, but calling people who are fat ugly and disgusting, and then presenting a solution to that without a full understanding of its consequences, is basically the entire reason body positivity exists.
I guess I would say, like for me, I'm on Manjaro for my diabetes, which is a GLP-1. I mean, like I think I might have said it before in this video, but listen, man, you know, sometimes you need a little help, and being overweight is not good for your body. It puts tremendous amount of stress on you, and it can kill you. And so, like, if you're really struggling, maybe it's not a bad idea to consider going on a GLP-1. You know, maybe it's a decent idea. Might be something to consider. You know, I don't think it's such a bad thing to consider going on a GLP-1 if it's right for you. I know that there's some lawsuits. I think there might be like a kidney failure lawsuit. I don't remember exactly what it is. But it does like paralyze your stomach a little bit. That's what makes it slow you down. But I think overall it's probably a good thing. I mean, that's why you eat less, because your fucking shit's slowed down. That's like the whole point. But I think it could be good for some people, especially like, if you're getting up every day and you're working, you take care of your kids, you take care of your parents, take care of your husband or wife, your partner or whatever. And you're doing like 1,000 different things. You're doing a good job at work, blah, 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 blah. You might not have the room in your bucket, we'll say, you may not necessarily have room in your bucket to like also like diet and exercise. So it might be helpful to go on the GLP-1, bro, Because
for years, advertisements, especially for fashion, would present a standard of beauty that was unobtainable, and that would couple with the social expectations to create eating disorders.
None of these fat girls, if they could snap their fingers and be skinny, they would do it. Every single one of them would do it. But some of them want to act like they wouldn't because they never have the opportunity to. But you see with Ozempic that they were all lying.
Muslims in Germany want their kids to be able to wear headscarves in school. Asmon sees religious exemptions to rules about headwear as unfair overreach by people who should do more to assimilate.
If you have a school where you can only wear hats, then I think wearing headscarves is okay. But if you're wearing a headscarf, you should also be able to wear a hat. There should never be a situation where a person's religion grants them extra privileges that other people do not have.
The obligation of assimilation comes with the understanding that doing so...
I mean, it's a hat, so I don't really give a fuck. That doesn't really seem like a massive concession to let somebody wear a hijab or something.
...would create acceptance.
Just because you have a religious reason to wear something doesn't mean that the entire world has to accommodate it, right?
Yeah, but like, why? What's the negative? What's the negative of? What's the negative? What's the negative of like allowing them to wear a hijab? Like that's the real conversation. It's part of their religion. So like, what's the negative, dude? That's the question I would wonder. Like, what are we losing by conceding? Like, yeah, they can wear a hijab. What are they gonna do? Like hide fucking Pop-Tarts in there? Like, I don't understand.
And since that even trade doesn't happen, I see no reason to not be accommodating where it creates the least harm.
What the fuck?
And you're coming in there with something on your head. Well, you're breaking the rule. I don't give a fuck about your religion. Nobody cares.
Okay, but you do, because the point of contention is conformity and assimilation.
If you don't like it, go the fuck back to where you came from and then go live over there.
There are always questions to be resolved when a group integrates into another, but drawing the line at they might get to wear something on their head when everyone else doesn't is insane, given, especially in Germany, this exemption isn't just for immigrants, it's for the people who live in the country as well, and it's not exclusive to Muslims.
That's why I'm 50-50 about how Chinese deal with Muslims. It's harsh, but it works. Well, it's not about...
They put them in camps. What does he mean? It's harsh, but it works. What this guy... Why would you even read that chat?
About dealing with Muslims? What the fuck does that have to do with Muslims?
Again, Asmon...
This whole thing has to do with Muslims. What?
And ignores racism from his chat. During this...
Yeah, that chatter is saying that they think that Muslims should be put in camps. That's pretty fucking crazy.
Asmon has asked whether doctors should get religious exemptions for procedures they don't want to perform.
It's not tricky at all.
That's a little different. You're a doctor. You're not somebody wearing a hat.
You shouldn't be compelling a doctor to do anything that goes against their own morality. So...
What? Sorry. How did we get here? So it's okay to deny somebody wearing a hat because of their religion, but you can't force a doctor to go against their religion to perform a surgery? What?
Whether that is an abortion, whether that is something else, obviously a doctor should not have to do an abortion. A doctor should not have to do Botox. A doctor should not have to do plastic surgery.
Sure. I mean, those are specialized fields, I guess. There's some things that you don't have to necessarily do what other people can perform. Sure, but why do you have that exemption for the doctor not having to perform surgeries, but you don't have the exemption for somebody wearing a hat in school? I don't understand. Okay.
It's common sense, right?
If the state creates an expectation of a minimum standard of care that would be provided by a medical service or practitioner, and that service or practitioner refuses to provide it, leading to harm, then they are the ones doing something wrong. It is on the practitioners to opt out of providing the overall services if they are against the individual ones, because that creates the potential for greater undue harm to patients than if they were obligated to do them all, especially when you can simply opt into a specialization that doesn't include what you're against. A neurologist doesn't have to do heart surgery, but if you're a heart surgeon who doesn't believe in using animal grafts despite their efficacy, then it's up to you to decide whether heart surgery is for you.
You don't want to go and look at a graph or like some, you don't want to look at a study. All of these studies, everything like that, if it goes against your common sense and rationality...
Common sense, baby. Common sense.
It's probably bullshit.
So
I
true,
never
King.
trust studies. I never trust experts. I don't trust anybody.
That's such a smart way to operate in the world.
Thing that I trust is what I think. Now, if I see something...
Didn't this guy's thoughts lead to him letting his teeth rot out of his mouth? I don't understand what he's saying. It doesn't make any sense. What are we talking about here? This guy's entire thought is to sit down and drink shit. Like, literally, he goes online, he drinks shit and eats shit all day, and then he gets offline and he goes on Twitter. Go to the gym, dude. Go to the gym, pussy. Go to the gym. Stop being disgusting. Shut the fuck up. Your common sense, literally, if you people acted on your common sense, quote unquote, then, like, the entire world would be horribly dying. What are you talking about? This guy thinks that just because he's not fat doesn't mean he doesn't have fat slob energy.
Something that I disagree with, and there's like things that are written down, and it's like, you know, a quantified thing. I look at the reason why it's different, but at the same time, I don't start from the position that I'm wrong. I start from the position that I think I'm right. I have based
Wow, that's stupid as fuck.
everything in my life off of that, and I think that I have come to relatively good outcomes in my life.
Your outcomes in his life literally have nothing to do with any of his decisions. I don't understand. What the fuck is he talking about? His entire life was an accident. Asmongold's entire life was an accident, dude. He was a welfare baby that let his teeth... I know I keep saying this, but he was a welfare baby that let his teeth rot out of his fucking skull and then accidentally started to play video games poorly and become a streamer at a time where streaming became big. What is that? What the fuck are you talking about? Like, literally, he just rolled through life like a goddamn tumbleweed. What the fuck is he talking about? But yeah, Asmongold is a product of pure luck. What the fuck?
One thing that I've learned doing anything professionally is that the people that are experts and veterans in certain industries, and I think almost all industries, are generally brain-dead retards.
People in specialized industries put
what is that? Like what?
The majority of their effort into that industry. That doesn't mean they're stupid, it just means that their other opinions are probably less informed. I'd trust Ben Carson to do
unless they agree with Asmongold, of course. Then they're probably super informed.
Brain surgery, but I would not trust him to be president.
You know, even doctors get shit wrong all the time.
Please trust your doctor. Thousands of people...
Sure, doctors get shit wrong all the time. But generally speaking, doctors are going to be right when it comes to different things. Also, there's probably going to be a difference in your... And you know what's so funny, though? What's so funny is that, like, the things that doctors get wrong is usually when they're dealing with fat people and they just, like, brush everything off as, oh, it's just because you're fat, and they don't give, like, they don't put any effort into their patient. So it's like, yeah, doctors get shit wrong all the time, but then, like, he hates fat people, so he wouldn't care. What the fuck is he talking about?
People hurt themselves taking ivermectin and hydrochloroquine, and of the 1 million people who have died of COVID in the United States, it's estimated that over 300,000 who died would have lived if they got vaccinated.
And so you never, ever, ever do that.
Shit,
always base things off.
I mean, what did we really lose? Anti-vaxxers? That's okay.
Off of what you think.
And I don't want to talk to a scientist.
Just kidding, dude. Anti-vaxxers are people too.
Y'all motherfuckers lying and getting me pissed.
And if you can't do that, you need to figure out how to get your level of comprehension and your consciousness up to the point to where you can base things off of what you think.
So true, King. So true. How do you do that? Oh, you listen to experts in the field. Yeah, basically, hey guys, I don't know how to do math. I'm just going to trust myself that I can do the math. But since I can't do the math, I guess I have to find an expert to teach me the math, and then I could do the math. And then I could trust myself to do the math. Like, would you understand, like, how fucking stupid this fucking logic is? He's how stupid he sounds. He's like, hey guys, I hate experts. Just use common sense. But if you don't know something, then learn it. and then use your common sense. But it's like, oh. But if you didn't learn it, who are you going to talk to? I don't know. Just a homeless guy.
Yeah, tell your parents you don't want to go to college with the experts. All you need are street smarts.
Would you listen to doctors? I don't know. Like if I agreed with them? Yeah, right. If I agree with them, if I thought it made sense.
Once again, we get evidence that social media is frying Asmongold's brain.
Yeah, for real. Especially since, like, listen, it's a good thing for you to advocate for yourself. So when you go to a doctor, like, talk to your doctor, like a person, and be like, hey, why are we doing this? And if they can't give you a good explanation, then don't listen to your doctor. But, like, if they can give you a good explanation, listen to your doctor. One thing I will say is our doctors are very lazy, and they will not explain things to you. Or some of them won't. And I don't think that those are particularly good doctors. Right? So you gotta, like, make sure your doctor respects you enough to, like, teach you, like, actually explain things to you. Like, oh, yeah, I'm doing this because it'll do this. Like, if they give you a med, oh, why am I on this med? Oh, it's gonna lower your blood pressure. Oh, okay. It's very simple stuff. It doesn't have to be, like, a super complicated, like, situation. But they need to be able to explain themselves. Or else they're not a very good doctor. That's pretty mandatory. Why is this funny?
Oh, God!
Oh,
no!
It's
just a word.
No!
The Jews clearly control the media and the banks.
Oh!
Oh, okay. Incredible.
Wow. This is my Instagram? I don't know. You guys want to hear what mine sounds like? Let's find out.
Hi, my fellow Labradors. It would be racist to not let the pit bulls in to join us.
Gotcha. So that's what it is. He's just getting brain rotted by fucking racism online.
That was the first scroll.
Whoa.
That was a dog with a Jewish yarmulke on his head. Okay, so it took one.
Yes, so the dog probably had a Jewish yarmulke on and was telling the Labradors, which are supposed to represent white people, that you should get a bunch of pit bulls. It's a literal fucking like a racism meme.
Representative Stacey Plaskett was discovered to have been texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 congressional hearing with Michael Cohen over his relationship with Donald Trump. Wildly stupid and unforced error, to put it mildly.
But somehow, when you're texting in class, oh, that's bad. What the fuck? This really doesn't help the idea that there are people controlling the government, and it's on both sides.
I'm sorry, what?
Plaskett was discovered
with a Jewish yarmulke on his head. Okay, so it took one.
Representative Stacey Plaskett was discovered to have been texting with Jeffrey Epstein during a 2019 congressional hearing with Michael.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that. I think that he was pushing her to move on or something. I wonder if I could find the full clip to get the context. Here's what it said. During the hearing, Congresswoman Plaskett received text from staff, constituents, and the public at large offering advice, support, and in some cases, partisan vitriol, including from Epstein. Plaskett's spokesperson, Angeline Jabber, said to CNN, as a former prosecutor, she welcomes information that helps her get at the truth. Yeah, okay, it sounds like a conflict of interest there now. I'm happy they got, yeah, okay.
Michael Cohen over his relationship with Donald Trump. Wildly stupid and unforced error, to put it mildly.
But somehow, when you're texting in class, oh, that's bad. What the fuck? This really doesn't help the idea that there are people controlling the government, and it's on both sides.
It's probably a fair conclusion given the circumstance.
On a certain level,
yeah,
it kind of makes sense. If you were looking for somebody to have in your corner that knows this stuff, it would be Jeffrey Epstein, right?
I was almost going to agree.
Well, doesn't Nick Fuentes say that Jeffrey Epstein was the coolest guy ever or something?
Agree with Asmon before he said there's a secret group controlling the American government.
The left media has TDS, so they won't report on it and focus on it? I guess so, because they want to make it look like Jeffrey Epstein was a Republican thing.
Epstein was best friends with the current Republican president, who has worked very...
Didn't Bill Clinton also just say, hey, release the files? I don't give a fuck. He doesn't give a fuck anymore.
Very hard for most of the year to keep the Epstein files hidden, while every Democrat and every Republican except one voted to release the Epstein files. Asmongold asks and answers the age-old question. What is a woman?
This is a real response to what is a woman.
All right.
Asmon misunderstands.
I can't wait for that question, baby.
And the analogy of color being something that you cannot literally describe except as a psychological response, and decides to take that as a challenge.
Colorblindness is a disorder.
So true, King.
So if you look at blue and you think that it's not blue, you have a disorder.
Okay.
If you apply that same logic and argumentation to gender...
Cool, being trans is a mental disorder.
I mean, so, okay. What an interesting thing to say. Because if you look at it, a disorder in this context, I don't even know, would you consider color blindness a disorder? It's not a disease. It's just like a genetic condition. It's not a disorder. It's a condition. But if you consider it a disorder, like, is there anything wrong with being colorblind? No. So if you're going to directly compare it, is there anything wrong with being trans? No. What the fuck is he talking about?
Even in those terms, the most effective treatment is still tolerance and acceptance. Also, in terms of that analogy, we provide services and systems that allow colorblind people to function in society on their terms, instead of forcing them to adapt to colors they can't see.
It's funny as how, like, Asmongold literally only talks about trans people all day. Like, how often do you think that this guy talks about, like, not all religious people, but some people with, like, legitimate religious psychosis that focus more on interpreting Jesus or God's word as hating gay people and trans people instead of, loving thy neighbor and trying to help the needy? I wonder if he calls it out or calls it some kind of religious psychosis when people think that it's okay to say that if my 12-year-old daughter was raped, that she shouldn't have to get an abortion. That's abuse, by the way. It's just putting her through significant mental, physical, and emotional turmoil, and telling her that the rapist has more agency over her body still than she does. How often does he call out mega churches where people will go and give all their money to the mega church because they're afraid of going to hell so bad they're willing to, like, ruin their entire life? Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? And even if he heard somebody say something like that, you know what he'd say? Oh, that's bad too. Oh, that's bad too, but he would never talk about it unless he's pressed on it. Oh yeah, that's bad. That's bad too. That's bad too. That's what's bad too. That's the whole thing. That's bad too. I never talk about it, but it's bad too in this instance, I guess. That's it. That's all it is. Oh yeah, it was bad too. Yeah, it was fucking bad too. Pretty bad. Yeah. That's pretty bad too. You know what I mean? It's like, holy fuck, dude. What are we doing here?
We don't obligate social norms to what the average capacity of a person is. We create the means for everyone to participate.
Hey, that's bad too.
Because that has always made things better for everyone.
I don't need to watch a YouTube video to figure out that there's two genders.
That's so beautiful. Thank you, Asmongold.
Okay? This is what I was talking about before, about like, oh, but there's a study that says this. No, I don't want to hear this study.
Unless someone of a particular sex presenting as another is such a severe transgression that rates of self-harm and suicidality are acceptable to you, pronouns in bio aren't that bad.
If you
Hey, look, 3 arrows, 3 genders.
look at blue and you see another color, you have a disorder called colorblindness.
Yeah, but how would you know that you see that person sees a different color though, if they've always seen it as that their entire life? Whoa, we got fucking based here, dude. We got fucking based. Give me that cheese, boy.
If you look at a male and you see a female and you say that person has a disorder, now you're a right-wing Nazi.
Whoa, dude.
Nobody is making the argument that trans people are literally changing their DNA and bone structure when they transition. And they aren't asking other people to lie when addressing them by preferred pronouns.
Bro, you can't go with these arguments.
More than someone who got married is asking someone to lie when their last name changes.
You can't go with these arguments, dude. You can't go with the rational argument. You can't appeal to these people. Asmongold can't be appealed to because he believes in nothing and stands for nothing, just to be absolutely clear. But again, like if the, go with the go after the magical apple curse. If somebody religious is being disrespectful to trans people, mock their religion. I'm not trying to be a fucking asshole, but like if they're gonna mock a person for feeling that they were born in the wrong body, don't be like, well, let me sit here and engage with you in good faith. No, mock them for believing in a magical apple curse, dude. Mock them for only believing in climate change when it's 40 days and 40 nights of rain. Mock them for believing in the Tower of fucking Babel. We tried to build a tower to God. He threw us around the world and made us speak silly. Wow, what the fuck? Mock them for, hey, God made sin, put it in all of us, and then made his son born just to die to absolve us. And that makes no sense. By the way, I think religion can be a beautiful thing. I think that people can interpret God's love without the need of a Bible that says absolutely outrageous dumb shit from people thousands of years ago who had, maybe double-digit IQs at most. But stop engaging with like people who are disrespectful. Stop engaging with disrespectful religious people in good faith. Just tell them, like, you believe, like, what do you believe in, bro? Just stop. That's my argument, okay?
How does that happen?
But hey, if you want to be
But be respectful if they're respectful, okay?
an equal opportunity hater, here's another chance to get angry at a woman who went viral for claiming sexual assault.
Women get
dude, you can't bring up the toilet bowl girl. You can't bring up the whatever her name is, the DoorDash girl.
massively treated way better by the justice system than men do. It's not
maybe
not even remotely close. You want to talk about a privilege? That's a privilege.
Women are under greater risk of sexual assault and mistreatment in prison, as well as having more trouble receiving necessities for things like menstruation.
So this is a bureaucratic, bad faith Karen in action, weaponizing systems and different types of bureaucracy.
Well, she got completely dumpstered like almost immediately. I don't really know what you're talking about. And there's a huge backlog of rape kits, so I kind of doubt that women have get the benefit of the system. I think that there's just pretty fucked shit. Sometimes they'll get like lesser charges because they seem more vulnerable, and sometimes they won't when they don't take rape seriously and they don't do rape kits. She wasn't raped, by the way. She lied about that. But it's also important to note that people keep saying that there's footage of her going in the Ring doorbell footage, and I keep offering $500, and like TMZ reported it because they're incredibly stupid and they're not actually like journalists. The only thing that the police department said is that they're trying to verify independent film, but it doesn't say that anybody opened the door. So like that's like a DoorDash myth that like triggers the fuck out of me because some of the stupidest idiot motherfuckers. I offer $500 for proof that either the police said that there was Ring doorbell footage that proved she opened the door, or actual footage, and people can't find it. They'll show me Photoshop pictures of dumb shit. They don't show me anything. And it just triggers the fuck out of my ass. It just fucking really, it just triggers the shit out of me, dude. It just triggers me so fucking hard, bro. Still offering that $500.
This is how a Karen insulates itself inside of modern society. Everybody talks about like the Andrew Tate toxic male communities. This is the
You mean the guy who like rapes and grooms women? Yeah, it's pretty bad.
female equivalent to that, by the way.
The girl that lied about a DoorDash guy assaulting her is the same as Andrew Tate, who has a network of sex trafficking, rape, grooming tactics. Do you know what, Asmongold? You're such a smart guy, actually. Hey guys, these two things are the same. Bad girl, actual demon person. By the way, that's how I feel about the left and the right. The right, actual demons. Left, cringe. Same thing. Me personally, I'm fucking dumb as shit.
It's a bunch of dishonest, disingenuous, obnoxious, stupid women that get together, that hate men, that are liars, that try to manipulate situations, emotionally blackmail everybody, and put themselves in the position where they get to tell everybody else what to do.
The only time you have takes like this is if you're a failure of a person, just to be absolutely clear. The nothing will make you hate women more than not loving your mother and not loving your partner. You obviously don't love your mother. You never did. You don't care about her. And you obviously don't have a person, like a woman that's in your life that like makes you a better person, or else you'd have like a fundamental respect for women. You wouldn't be saying, oh, these women are terrible, blah, blah, blah. You'd be saying, oh, this woman is a fucking bitch. That's what she is. That's what you would be saying. But since you don't love your mother and you don't have a partner that you love, it turns into all women. Every single time this guy sees a woman on the screen, he literally shits his pants and calls her a bitch. He was calling a 7-year-old anime video game girl a bitch because she was a girl. That's all it is, dude. This guy obviously doesn't care. He's an apathetic dick that thinks that violence is funny. Do people think that he actually cares for anybody in his own family? No, of course not. This guy's a piece of shit.
No, this is someone on TikTok. They are not indicative of a broader trend or ideology. They are just a video that's gone viral for...
Well, she is a trend like of some people getting too comfortable saying random shit online, like whatever they want to. That part is like that is true. I don't even think that he brought that up. There is a comfortability of going online and trying to generate and garner social media attention. That goes way too far. I'm happy that she's getting like being made an example of, because people need to stop like going online and saying everything that happens to them is like literal trauma or sexual assault. So...
being rage bait that gets picked up by people looking for an excuse to be mad at women because social media algorithms seek engagement, which is honestly the most appropriate word for it because Asmon is married to this belief.
You want to talk about toxic male behavior, that's fine. True. I think there is some of that. This is toxic female behavior.
Okay, but
girls do be lying.
You aren't talking about toxic male behavior. You're only talking about women.
And now we have the Karens going to jail. Oh my God! I am so happy.
Me too, man. I love it.
Wow.
The issue isn't that women can't be bad. It's that your audience doesn't make any distinction between the women who are Karens and the women who aren't.
That is true. I agree with that. Where's my faux hammer, dude?
It's Karen until proven otherwise.
That is a good point, actually.
I love how she thinks that she matters. You're a DoorDash driver.
Damn, fuck the middle class, dude. Enslave the middle class, dude. I bet she stole the ketchup packet, bro. Put her in fucking jail. That's what I'm saying. She probably stole a french fry out of her DoorDash order. She should be a fucking slave. Sorry, guys. I put my Asmongold hat on. Just wanted to pretend to be Asmongold for a moment there.
If you died tomorrow, they wouldn't even do it. They wouldn't even know about it.
That's such a nice thing to say about somebody. Well, at least Asmongold doesn't think that he's a super important person or anything, like better than other people. At least that there's no example there.
I could give you the statistics that show what the actual success rate of false accusations of sexual assault are, but why should I try to counter an anecdotal claim like that? Show me in numbers how there are so many Karens Karening all over that it would justify...
Well, nobody believed her, like, so, in any meaningful capacity. But people are lying on her name, though.
Labeling them as an enemy of America.
Hey, what's up, Conduit? What's going on, brother? Are you the creator of this? Conduit Biscuit? I like your video. It's taking me 2 days, though. Oh, yeah, it is. It's good stuff, brother. It's good stuff.
This is the enemy of America right here.
It is the enemy of America. Not the 22-year-old girls are the enemy of America. If you're a young boy and you can't get any pussy, the young girls are the enemy of America. I agree with this 100%.
Jews. It's not the black people.
Who the fuck thought it was? Oh, Jews and black people. America first movement. Well, we have to not call it that. The Fuentes movement.
It's not the Middle East. It's not even all the Muslims. Optics.
Not even all of them. Just the girls. Just the girls ones.
Obsessed, virtue signaling, obnoxious, privileged Karens that will import every problem from the rest of the world into America.
And what he's saying is Jews, black people, and Muslims. Guys, the true enemy aren't the Jews or black people or Muslim. It's the white women who will import those people. That's what he's saying. That's so smart, dude. Holy fuck. That's not even like close to any type of bigoted, dude. That's just what a base take. Guys, sharks in the water are actually not a problem. It's the bait that you put inside the water that becomes the problem. It's super base, dude. Okay.
And they will also manipulate, lie.
Wow. That's incredible.
That is the prime evil in America. Not Jews.
All right, man. That's crazy. Well, I never thought Jews were bad, so I guess I don't really have this issue, do I?
A lot of people want it to be Jews. But I think this is the real problem. Do you hate women? No, but I hate women like her.
Oh, well, that certainly undoes saying that Karens are enemies of America. Hopefully you don't go into an explanation of why the Mexican protests you support all are right because there's no time to not be anti-Semitic while the government is corrupt.
And what if she is Jewish? Uh-oh.
What does it matter if she's Jewish? What the fuck is happening here?
Puta Judea. I don't think that I
just call her a Jewish bitch. Okay.
Need a translator for that one, okay, guys?
Okay.
I think I know exactly what that one means.
We've reached the final level of the horseshoe as Asmongoldfish.
This is fucking wild, dude. His streams are so much worse. It's so funny because people will be like, dude, you don't understand. Asmongold is just like, he's actually just like a really like common sense guy. You just don't watch the streams. I feel like I'm getting Hassan Parkered in my anus every time people say that. Like, I swear to God, these two people are fucking this. It's like a Skeksis and an Uru. That's all it is. Okay? This is like, that's what this is. You got fucking Asmongold and Hassan. They're like the same goddamn person. I think the only difference is Hassan is so unhealthy that he doesn't remember anything. So he doesn't like know how to feel shame because he forgets it the moment that it comes into his mind. He has some kind of fucking mental issue where he just cannot remember things. That's why he has like a different take based on the information that you give him right to his face. It's crazy.
Gold excuses anti-Semitism because the people doing it don't have time to not be anti-Semitic.
What?
People care about race. You might not like that. I might.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter, bro. Because I'm a grown fucking man that's worked with people of different races.
Not like that, but it's true.
He does like that. He doesn't care.
And also, by the way, oh my God, the whole protest is anti-Semitic. Well, actually, okay, to be fair, I caught this. Whoa. Guys, I think I know who's been watching all those Instagram reels.
Unironically.
You? I don't understand.
You have just figured out the problem I'm pointing to.
People don't give a shit about these like weird tone policing rules whenever they don't have any fucking food and they can't live in a way that has any degree of dignity.
Maybe that's might be an argument to explore. The problem is that like he's not expressing it intelligently. He's like, hey guys, he's not saying, hey guys, like anti-Semitism is bad, but unfortunately right now people are very closed off because your bubble shrinks when you're needing, when you're like in need of money and et cetera, ability to live, which I agree with. I mean, that's obviously going to happen. But he's not saying that, dude. He's like justifying it. He doesn't care. He likes that as part of his audience. He wants to talk to Nick Fuentes. Like he doesn't care. He doesn't stand for anything. He's a fucking loser. Right? That's not an intelligent thing to be saying. He's just literally saying, and he's saying it to justify the feeling, not to understand the feeling. Those are the two big differences, which ironically shows a cognitive dissonance between him and before when he was talking about Dr. K talking about like suicide in I would say like an intelligent way. Right? Like he's not doing the conversation a service. He's fucking dog whistling the conversation. And that's what people thought Dr. K was doing when he was talking about how most people are doing it because of mental health issue, but some people have, come to the conclusion that they don't think life is worth living. Right? And so that's like an educated mental health conversation. Right? So.
And many of the revolutionists are furious that a woman who is not a Catholic.
Whoa. Oh shit. What the fuck?
Sorry. These things matter to people.
Why? Why does it matter to people at all?
You might not like that reality, but you still got to live in it.
But why do people care if somebody's Jewish?
They're a bitch Jew. Of course it's relevant. Yeah, of course it does. Representation matters, right? Yeah, of course.
What the fuck are you talking, bro? What? Representation matters, but feminism is cringe. Okay, great stuff, man. I guess being a weird freak fucking anti-Semitic conservative is just feminism of a different kind or something. Okay.
Do you think people are going to call them anti-Semitic in the U.S.? They already are.
It's just horseshoes all the way.
Well, sometimes you do become anti-Semitic when you say anti-Semitic things.
Down.
Unless I say them. It's funny if I say it, it's just a joke. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? What the fuck is happening here? There we go.
And you guessed it.
Sorry.
More women on the internet are bad.
Ronaldo doesn't understand this, maybe. But there's a bunch of fat, ugly, disgusting middle-aged women that are on social media. They want you to replace your audience of other young guys that like abrasive, edgy, funny, just general male humor.
We get it. You don't like it when mom tells you to go to bed.
I like it edgy. I like edgy shit too, dude. You know what's? It's a fucking shame because I remember back in my day, we used to be able to say some edgy stuff, and it was just funny. You can make jokes about, Jewish people and black people and Hispanic people and women and children and, everything under the sun. And you could say slurs, and they were fun, dude. Now everybody's racist. Everybody's racist now. Now when you say something racist, people think you mean it. So I can't even really make the racist jokes I like making anymore. Because I'm afraid people we don't live in a fun time anymore, bro. We live in the time where everybody thinks it's serious. So it's a goddamn fucking shame. It's a damn shame. Jokes aren't jokes anymore, dude. The people that are making the jokes actually believe the things. You know? Maybe I'm just through a lens of nostalgia. I think I said that very, very correctly. Maybe I have a lens of, nostalgia. Am I saying that right? It sounds like a wrong word, but I don't care. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
These are the women that are in the PTA. They're in the
PTA.
fucking, they're in the
women who have jobs.
HR department.
The women who have jobs.
They're the ones in the PR department.
The women who have jobs.
They're the ones complaining to your boss. They're
the ones that have jobs and I don't have a job.
The ones in the in the bureaucracy.
They have a job. By the way, Asmongold does not have a job.
This is what they do.
That's what they do.
They're the fucking...
He's never worked a job before, by the way, in any meaningful capacity.
School moms.
School moms.
God, he admitted.
Guys, school moms. Hey guys, you should, you got to have more kids. Repopulate the white race. But if you're a school mom, fuck you. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Asmongold.
Imagine me going on Twitter and some retarded hog.
Yeah. Imagine going on Twitter. Stop right there. That's where you stop. Hey, did you imagine going on Twitter? No, I couldn't. That's actually fucking brain rot. So I choose not to do that very often. There's your problem, Asmongold. Imagine going on Twitter.
Guys on social media, oh, you shouldn't say this.
Oh,
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
Shut
You're gonna
up,
tell
bitch.
me what I can and can't say.
Hell yeah,
Who the
dude.
fuck are you?
Who are you?
It's also, I don't want to make people think it's all women doing this.
What are you, a PTA mom? What do you, love your kid? What do you, have a job in the HR department? What are you, a girl scientist? Get the fuck out of here, bitch.
It's like, this isn't like a men versus women thing.
Yeah.
He says before.
What's happiness of a Karen? The happiness of a Karen is the same principle as of a vampire. And did this stupid bitch block me? I'll stop taking part in toxic politics whenever left-wing people stop calling you a Nazi or...
On Twitter, yeah. Fart doo-doo wienerhead on Twitter is really just keeping me going, saying the Nazi shit. Sorry, guys. The fart penis poop Twitter girl, I guess, maybe girl, they keep triggering me. They're an actual real person, and so when they say mean things about conservatives, I gotta respond. My life is dominated by people on Twitter. Guys, if somebody on Twitter says a mean thing about something that I like, I literally have to engage in the slop because my life is ruled by that person. My life is ruled by Twitter lefties that say silly shit. Hey guys, by the way, my life is ruled by Casey Tron on Twitter. That's what Asmongold's basically saying here. Guys, Casey Tron is so important to me that I can't stop. I literally cannot stop. I cannot stop having terrible takes. She's just fucking so important to what I have to say.
Or a Hitler or a fascist.
What do you like Nick Fuentes? So it's fair criticism.
Whenever you want to enforce immigration law.
I am Caleb Hammer. Yes, thank you.
Once again, the topic of misleading data about left-wing versus right-wing violence comes up, and a chatter actually calls Asman out when he says he doesn't trust the government.
Riding hard for the government? What the fuck does that even mean?
That's all Asmongold does. He rides hard as fuck for Trump. What is he talking about? He's a Trumpy bumper.
It means that you're okay.
That means he wants Trump to impregnate his anus.
Okay with blowing up Venezuelan boats without evidence, deporting people without evidence, cutting government programs that have showcased decades of benefits in international diplomacy and trade, and every other thing done by Donald Trump while declaring that he is completely innocent of any wrongdoing, despite being the closest person to Jeffrey Epstein amongst every person connected to him.
I think you choose what to trust. I do.
I use common sense that I've developed through not having an education. So eat your words, bitch.
Absolutely, I choose what to trust. You should try it sometime. It would help you.
Thanks, help has a very loose definition here. Hassan in China.
The problem with what Hassan is saying is that I very strongly agree with most of it, but I don't agree with part of it.
That's a great explanation. I care to explain.
Again, I am shocked that Asmon can accurately explain a concept. Not because I think he's dumb, but because you'd think it creates some cognitive dissonance.
I think he's right that the best antidote to xenophobia is experience. A lot of us have probably had that happen ourselves, where you met somebody from a country that you had a predisposition towards, like positive or negative, and that person changed your predisposition by talking with them.
Yeah, you can go and get a job. Go work a job. You go to get a job. You can get a job and you can maybe work with people that are not, white all day. That's what I did. I got a job for a while, and I was like, "Wow, these people are pretty cool. Wow, these Hispanic people are pretty chill, man. Even if they don't speak white people language, they're pretty chill. I like them."
But at the same time, the actions of a government do not represent the will of its people necessarily, especially in countries like China, Russia, or apparently Mexico, right?
But then he's back to Eighth Amendment violations.
Can we just do lashings instead? Ooh. No, I don't want to. I mean, okay, I think that there's a place for creative kinetic punishment.
Whoa, like shocking your dog?
Recruit trainee John Rico is sentenced to administrative punishment.
Oh.
10 lashes.
You've got to really save that. That way it has a lot of...
Well, I know a good Hispanic girl that can do your lashes, Asmongold. Unfortunately, you don't like Hispanic people, so it's not going to work out.
It has emphasis when it happens.
And while looking at a propaganda video of China's surveillance technology, Asmon mentions his perspective on police clearance rates and how the world combats terrorism.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that. The murder solve rate's only 70%. If we had the surveillance in our home country, I feel like it'd be higher. No, it's not. Do you want to know why they don't solve a lot of cases? It's because they don't care.
Solving murders is actually really hard, and the reason you see people who commit...
Well, that would make sense if you didn't care about anything, even your own mother, because you hate women, and so obviously, who's your original woman? That would make sense why you'd say something like that. If you hated everybody, you would think that nobody cares. And if you didn't care and you hated everybody, you'd think everybody hated everybody and didn't care.
Commit heinous crimes getting caught isn't because Clarice spoke to Hannibal. It's because the people who do those crimes are usually really stupid. CSI technology looks so advanced because of how intensive it needs.
True, it's like that school teacher, like weird pedophile guy. You guys remember that fucking weirdo? And he made AI stuff of his students, and he was doing it at school online and talking about it on Discord, and they found him because of that. These people are dumb as hell. God bless. Thank God they're dumb as hell.
To be to scrape information out of a crime scene, which is indicative of the difficulty.
Don't forget when they blew up all those blew up all the pagers and wiped out a terrorist organization in one day. They could stop all those terrorists. They choose not to.
Wasn't that a year-long campaign to get those beepers? Also, Israel did that. I thought they hated Israel. What happened?
I also think that there is a degree of that's true.
The pager attack, while impressive as an operation, did not wipe out Hezbollah. Israel is still bombing Lebanon because of Hezbollah activity.
Damn.
I mean, I think this is badass. I'm gonna be
or it is Israel. They might be lying. I'm not saying Jews lie. I am partially Jewish. I know that's gonna be disappointing for a lot of people in the audience. But Netanyahu do be lying. He do be lying sometimes, dude. Unfortunately.
Be honest, this is crazy, and we need to have this for some people that do things here too. I'm not saying I want a surveillance state, but
everything you've said you wanted the government to do requires a surveillance state.
Well, Asmongold doesn't leave his house, so he doesn't care if other people get surveilled.
I don't know if it's just where I live or not, but ever since that whole Epstein thing started getting popular,
Epstein thing,
I've been seeing way more lizards.
Okay.
And then we go back to Mexico for a Fox News interview with these two right-wing nutjobs who do a podcast. And before
Who the fuck are those two? Those are like babies.
you think I'm calling them right-wing nutjobs as a dismissive insult.
Concretamente estamos en guerra contra una familia
I use Google Translate, okay.
que en la declaración de Balfour es la que fundó el Estado de Israel, que podemos...
Specifically, we're at a war with a family that, according to the Balfour Declaration, founded the state of Israel. We can talk about that. The Rothstein trial. Oh, okay, gotcha. Anti-Jew stuff.
Hablar de eso, que es la familia Rothschild, ¿vale? Y esa familia...
Hey, La Familia! And that family specifically has never had its wealth audited, so Elon Musk doesn't have more, not a chance. What the fuck does Elon Musk have to do with anything?
Su patrimonio. Entonces, Elon Musk tiene más ni de coña.
Elon Musk, we love that guy.
O sea, ni de coña. Elon Musk no es la persona más rica del planeta ni la más poderosa, te lo puedo garantizar. Hay familias que tienen muchísimo más patrimonio, pero como no sabemos verdaderamente qué es lo que tienen y qué es lo que dejan de tener, porque han diversificado en esta estructura bursátil todo su poder y todo su monopolio, que lo tienen, ¿por qué más? O sea, llega un punto en el que ni en 25 millones de generaciones se pueden gastar lo que han amasado. Entonces yo digo, es que no puede ser solo el dinero, aquí tiene que haber algo más metafísico, tiene que haber algo más espiritual, tiene que haber algo...
So to say this is about money, there's... Okay, I get it. I get this. Sorry, I kind of dismissed him once I saw anti-Semitism shit. I was like, oh, okay, I get it.
Más profundo. Y ahí es donde entra el tema de vamos a juzgar qué es lo que ellos atacan siempre. Pues siempre atacan la moral católica, la moral cristiana.
Y Jota, 2 puntos ahí muy interesantes. La parte del capitalismo, que tienes opiniones muy diferentes a lo que la gente común piensa acerca de. Pero esta parte de Jesús, de Cristo, de los católicos, de esta guerra en contra del catolicismo, ¿por qué crees que hay tanto odio en contra de Jesús? En contra del verdadero Dios.
Porque es lo que daría mayor poder a las personas para no ser controladas.
Did Fox even check what these...
I got a lot of context for that. I tuned out once I saw the Rothschilds. I was like, oh, okay, I get what this is. You know, they're just saying anti-Jew shit. A lot of people that are failures in the world want to blame all their problems on Jewish people. So that's always fun. And which is so interesting because, like, obviously the richest person in the world is Jewish, Elon Musk. Like, it's just so funny. It's like, it's so funny. We haven't had a single Jewish president. Oh, except for Trump. The Jews actually called him a Jewish president and he accepted that, you know. But we haven't had a single Jewish president. We haven't had, like the richest person in the world is, like, some fucking, like, horrible white guy. Like, just terrible looking white guy. I mean... burns in the sun white guy. Let's be fucking real. But somehow the Jewish people control the world. It makes absolutely no fucking sense.
Guys talk about on their podcast.
I'm sure there's like a degree of partisan politics that's attached to everything, but this is primarily a identity revolt rather than a political revolt, which is insane.
Once again, Asmon misunderstands the capabilities of the U.S. military.
If you put experienced Navy SEALs and generals that actually want to...
They really have blue SEAls?
...in this war, how long do you think it would take them to totally figure out, map out, and completely eliminate every single one of those people?
What people is he talking about?
I would say less than 6 months.
Okay.
This is the exact same line of thinking that got the U.S. stuck in Iraq for over a decade.
It's at 2 weeks. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, it doesn't seem like, I mean, we've got fucked in Vietnam and everything. I mean, I know that we're very powerful, but we also do adhere to certain standards of not, you know, overextending and demolishing people. At least most of the time, I think that we do, and we're not as capable as people want to like pretend we are. We can't just do whatever we want, and if we overextend, like, what's going to stop Russia or China from like, you know, escalating that as well?
I mean, come on, guys. Wait, what are we talking about?
And then Asmon says he'd support regime-changing Mexico if their police started shooting protesters.
Whoa! I would never... That's cool. Never say that.
Basically, regime changed their government. Which, I mean, by the way, I would support that.
Yeah.
I would completely support that.
That's like literally the reason why we have to send aid to other countries is because we keep supporting regime changes that fuck that just fuck them over. I love this take though. Hey guys, we got to do the thing that keeps making other countries dependent onto our foreign aid. It's so smart, Asmongold. Dude, that's fucking based as hell. Wouldn't it make more sense to try to like work with a particular country to try to change their mind than necessarily implementing a regime change? I mean, that seems like a drastic measure.
There's no way that we should have a country that is a bordering country of ours that is a PvP server.
I can only speculate, but
a PvP server. Oh, that's definitely gotcha. Okay.
I think this belief is downstream of thinking that Venezuelan boats are okay to blow up as well.
What's the goal when they get through?
What if, Asmongold, what if the drug runners were white guys in a fancy tie? What would you do then? Should we indiscriminately bomb them? What do we do?
You don't want to know.
Please tell me how to think. I can't.
What do you think? What do you think happens? What do you think happens when they get through and they get to all the people in the government?
I guess they get pardoned. That's the standard that we've set here in the United States, which is probably why these people feel so confident and comfortable doing what they're doing.
1, 2, 3. I know that one. This is something I didn't talk about yesterday, is that the media is part of the uniparty. And the uniparty
the fuck do I get this
is the one thing that they are more afraid of than anything else is for identity politics to die.
What?
And a protest like this is a protest that transcends identity politics. I think the BBC is a totally biased, completely partisan network. You shouldn't trust anything that they say. They're total bullshit, and they're all liars.
BBC is probably better than most other organizations in America, but I know that they did some editing of like a Trump conversation. So
because Trump said,
I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
In a speech that also included,
So, let's have trial by combat. We will never.
yeah, I think the issue is that they edited two things together to make it seem worse than it was. That's probably the bigger issue, but they're still right. I mean, Trump did incite a riot. Like, well, it's not even a contested thing. Asmongold believes that. So what I find interesting is that, like, why is he talking so much about how partisan and shitty the BBC is when he agrees with their general sentiment? Like, the issue would be like, yeah, I don't agree with like what they did because I think that it was it seeds mistrust. Okay, that's fair, but at the same time, you know, they did do it. They did a bad thing. You know,
Never give up. We will never concede because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
Yeah.
We will not take it anymore. And we fight.
How do you take this guy seriously?
We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Terrible.
And the result was a group of people assaulting cops to force their way into a building, and based on your reaction to the rioting in Mexico,
They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing. What's the goal when they get through? What do you think happens when they get through and they get to all the people in the government?
you know what they
Trump gives him a pardon, baby!
wanted to do in there. Asmon's getting upset that they didn't include his one mention of being peaceful, not because they're biased, but because they didn't provide an excuse to exonerate him.
And like, again, like, I mean, why would you edit Trump's speech in that way? Well, it's because you're biased.
He talks about,
But Asmongold pretends that he agrees that Trump's bad in January 6th specifically. So how are they biased? They're really not biased. They made a mistake. Like, you shouldn't put media out like that. But what they were trying to do is they were trying to convey the message in a more concise way. But it comes off as misleading, and it like causes mistrust, which is totally valid for people to mistrust them. But like, they're not wrong. Like, literally, the edit they did was to show that Donald Trump incited a riot, which he did. Right. So that should be Asmongold's criticism if he's actually holding to his beliefs.
about the Epstein files some more. It's nothing we haven't heard already.
Yeah, he's mentioned, but that doesn't mean that he did anything wrong. If it's a hoax, then...
Guys, he was just mentioned once or twice and also best friends with the big pedophile guy, but that doesn't mean he did anything wrong, dude. Like, are you fucking kidding me? God damn it. You guys just don't get it, dude. God.
Just release it and show everybody that it's bullshit.
You just release it. I'm like, why aren't you doing that? I couldn't, in my smelly little fucking rotten brain, I couldn't understand at all why he wouldn't release it. Like, it makes no sense because he's definitely innocent, right? Like, what the fuck?
Like, I don't even understand the logic here.
I don't get it. I'm an actual stupid fucking baby. I don't get the logic. I'm actually incredibly fucking stupid. I don't have basic... I don't understand anything. I'm incredibly dumb. I'm incredibly fucking stupid, and I just couldn't understand why Trump wouldn't release the files. Like, he's obviously innocent because I think that's true. What the Sigma?
Taylor Greene tries to pivot towards not being a Jewish space laser nut job. Asmon sees her as capitulating to the media and creating a permission structure for people to move away from the right. His phrasing is a little word salady. Maybe you get something different.
This is what mainstream media does, is they try to manufacture consensus by having a degree of, like, kind of, they create an ecosystem that allows them to manufacture consensus about different issues. And I think this is a good example of them doing that.
But the point is that he doesn't think the left will accept her because she used to be in the bag for Trump.
It doesn't matter how many apologies you do. It doesn't.
Well, I'm pretty sure Marjorie Taylor Greene just can't keep the grift going because she actually like thinks child molestation is bad. So she's like, I gotta go with my morals finally, and I gotta say something. I think that's really the answer here, and I think that's really the reason why I don't think it's that deep.
Doesn't matter anything. You will always be the Trump person. Like the boats are burned. The bridge is burned. Ooh. It's never going to.
Is that the Trump tactic? Is that the grooming tactic for politicians? Like pull them into the Trump sphere and then have them do such horrible shit that they're like, I guess I can't go anywhere else now. Wow, based
happen. Like the problem is these people are like defined by purity testing.
Purity testing.
That you're not going to apologize to them and then have them vote for you.
Purity
it's not purity testing to say that someone who rode the wave of QAnon to get elected to Congress and harass school shooters needs to do more to show that they've had a change of heart. Not every judgment is based solely on in-group, out-group.
Trying to apologize and capitulate to Democrats or leftists will never work.
Never work. So
it will never work, and it will only make people more frustrated with you.
To be clear, this messaging is what makes it so hard to reach people. The idea that you won't be accepted, so you might as well entrench yourself on one side regardless of what actually happens. If you agree with a lot of what someone like Kyle Kulinski wants for the country, then you aren't capitulating because the plans being put in place are still intended to go in the same direction you want and your input will be appreciated. Being conservative isn't, in itself, a bad thing. Obviously, a lot of people on the far left on the internet have a maximalist view of things and say that you're immoral if you don't want to spend all of the money on all of the things. But they're taking hypotheticals too literally. We need people with reasonable expectations of budgetary, economic, and even social changes so that we can take time and use experimentation to get things right.
Sure. I mean, I agree generally. It's just also, unfortunately, the Republican Party has been absolute dog shit for a while now. And this is just the natural conclusion of how dog shit things have gotten. Like, that's why there was a welcoming mat inside of the Republican Party for Trump. Because Republicans are fucking, like, our current Republican Party is absolutely fucking brain dead. Right? Like, it's always been massive tax cuts and deregulation that lead to terrible things happening. So.
But culture war nonsense has infected every debate and dialogue such that every possible point of negotiation becomes a hill to die on, and that has allowed more and more extreme people to get away with worse and worse things. If I told Asmongold 5 years ago that Trump was using the military to kill people in the middle of the ocean on the premise of them being terrorists without proper evidence, he would say that's bad. But now, if he doesn't defend that, then the rest of the defenses collapse. You can think that people knowingly trafficking drugs like fentanyl into the United States deserve to die on the spot, but you should be able to recognize that allowing the state to actually do that is an opening for much worse abuses of power.
Yeah, of course.
And when those abuses happen and they're defended, the abuses...
Well, that's why I think that's partially why his whole entire thing has just become to say, like, oh, everything, like, who cares? It's based to be violent, LOL, and just, like, laughing about everything.
This can once again get worse. At some point, you have to say that even though I'm not against what's happening, I don't want something worse to happen in its place.
I think that in 2026, if they have the midterm elections...
The fact that you'll say if we still have elections is exactly why people take issue with your politics.
What's wrong?
Well, does he not understand that, like, the Republicans are going to lose horribly in the midterms? Like, maybe he actually thinks that they're going to win. That's interesting.
What's wrong, fat bitch?
Oh! Fat bitch, got him!
Oh, no.
I drink what I want, when I want.
Face, dude.
So what is all this racist ass shit that you've been saying?
What the fuck? Only 10 were actually kids? Ugh. So that means they're going to end up being sent to a high school with kids and they're an adult?
He's so dumb.
Oh, I mean, don't forget homophobic.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, saying gay is okay, guys. It doesn't make you homophobic. Being Asmongold does make you homophobic, though.
Misogynistic.
Chance of...
Or I guess it means you're homophobic.
Success, number of women involved. Is this for video game?
Gay male couples have the lowest breakup rates. Female couples have the highest. Heterosexual couples fall somewhere in the middle. Okay, cool.
No, it's for a relationship. Yeah,
Okay.
I would have agreed with it either way. Yeah, for everything?
What?
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Transphobic.
Trans people are like 0.6% of the population, but if you look at media representation, you'd think that they're like 10 or 20%.
Oh, based on what? I haven't like seen any fucking trans characters in anything. I don't understand what he means when he says that. What's a trans character? The person from Fallout. Like that's it. What oh, one of the people from Euphoria. Okay. Who else? Yeah, we need more trans people, dude. What the fuck?
Fat phobic.
You guys noticed there aren't any fat people in this game?
Oh, dude, I was thinking that there would be actually 20% of them would be fat. There should be more fat people, right? Don't we have a lot of fat people? Isn't that so funny though? Wait, that's actually so fucking funny. Wait, Asmongold is complaining that there's too much trans representation in media. Despite the fact that, like, I know 2 trans characters, the trans person from Fallout show, the trans person from Euphoria show. That's like it. But like 50% of the population in the United States is fat as fuck. And yet, when it comes to some kind of American media show, he would complain like, "Oh my god, why is everybody so fucking fat?" What the fuck, dude? Pick a fucking side, dude. What are you talking about, bro? It's fucking ridiculous.
Poor people.
And I would reduce foreign aid by about 80%.
I would reduce it by 600%. Personally, I'm just using Trump numbers. I would reduce it by 10,000%. I think we could save 10,000% by reducing aid.
People that were residents of the country, if they were not net positive taxpayers, and they were not performing an essential job.
Me when I'm Asmongold and his entire family that are that were not net positive taxpayers until, of course, until he got luckily rich streaming.
I'd deport them too. There are just some things that you see that really put things into perspective, don't they?
Oh yeah, so true, King, so true.
One more dawn, one more day, one day more.
So, we need to make it too big to rig? That's a fact. Well, we thought we did that with Black Myth Wukong, but unfortunately, the Game Awards was using the 3/5 compromise.
I love the too big to rig is such a funny thing because that's what they use to be like, oh, that's why Trump won this time because we were just so amazing. Despite all the corruption, we were too big to rig. We were too amazing this time. It's like, okay.
Where Chinese players only count for 3/5 of a vote of an American player, right, guys?
Well, thanks for explaining the joke, Asmongold. It makes it a lot better.
It doesn't even make sense.
Somebody took a picture of me and my stomach was sticking out a bit, and I just stopped eating food.
Nice. That's awesome.
I stopped. No.
That's amazing.
No, obviously you don't need any food. Look at that.
Oh,
if you needed food, you wouldn't look like that.
Oh, now it makes sense.
Body shaming? It's not body shaming, it's body accountability. Okay, you've got to be accountable for being a fat piece of shit.
Ooh, dude, that's so true, King. Thank you. I appreciate it. Asmongold. Like, what the fuck? I guess, guys. Hey, be accountable for being overweight, guys. Now that Asmongold said that, I think it's going to help me lose tremendous amounts of weight. Just got to stop eating. But if I do, I'll stop making these gains, baby.
Deja vu all over again.
Well, I already said that before. You end 9 wars and you suck 1 dick. I don't think it's going to be anything damaging for Trump that's going to come out. People say he's like a mob boss. Like, he probably would have edited the files or changed them or something like that. I don't think he would want to release the files if they would incriminate him to be a pedophile, right?
I need
Okay, so I guess he admits it here, but okay.
Asmon to square his approval of Trump with the recognition that he'd manipulate the documents that would expose him as a pedophile, and that doing so would make the entire file release worthless because you wouldn't know what was legitimate and what was altered for the benefit of Trump or the people Trump would want to protect.
We'll see what happens.
Oh my god.
That's what I'm saying. What will I be if I don't have the gut? Exactly, dude. If I don't have my fucking gut, what am I going to be? Maybe I'll do OnlyFans, dude. I think that if I didn't have the gut, I couldn't do OnlyFans, because I think that gay men are fucking all over that shit, boy.
Now Claudia Scheinbaum is a Karen because she doesn't want to send the Mexican.
Her name is Scheinbaum? Oh, yeah. She sounds... Wait. Claudia Scheinbaum. That's a very... Was this the person before that they were like, oh, she might be Jewish? Yeah, of course she's Jewish. Scheinbaum? Yeah, who cares? I mean, I'm just saying, like, what the fuck?
Military to fight the cartels.
Do you remember what I said yesterday about how a Karen mind has to exist inside?
Scheinbaum, people Trump would want to protect.
We'll see what happens.
Oh my god, now Claudia Scheinbaum is a Karen because she doesn't want to send the Mexican military to fight the cartels.
What the hell? Just start a war in your country. What the fuck?
You remember what I said yesterday about how a Karen mind has to exist inside of a bureaucracy? Like a bureaucracy and the mind of a Karen are one and the same thing.
I don't understand what that means. I'm very confused.
This is it. So let me get this straight. Because the law says you can't go after the people that are causing problems, then I guess we just have to let the people cause problems. No.
What?
Oh, you change the law or you ignore it. If you have a
ignore the law, it's based. It's incredible.
Rule and the rule leads you to chaos, what reason do you have the rule for?
Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm not a very smart guy, but I have a lot of common sense. So I've been taught that I'm supposed to just use that as a fact. I think that using the military to go after the cartels that are very powerful, probably not good for the stabilization of the country. Might be better off doing it in a less aggressive, violent way that would maximize people dying. But you want to know what, dude? I also don't think that Hispanic people deserve to be dead. And Asmongold, of course, has no value of anybody's life unless they are a American white person. So that's a tough one. Or maybe he likes American black people too. You know, he's I don't know. Maybe he's just xenophobic, or I don't know. What the fuck's up with this owl?
Because we're not all Anton Chigurh.
There's a gay in the game, dude. There's an owl and rainbow. That's gay.
You're thinking in absolutes about a coin toss dictating life and death.
Never actually give a fuck about rules, guys. Like,
care.
every rule can be changed. Every rule was written...
Rule 1, pay your taxes. You think Asmongold dodges taxes?
By a council of old geriatric retards.
Whoa.
Obviously, you have to follow the law as an individual.
Me when I support an 80-year-old president?
Citizen. But whenever you're talking about like how to change your country and how to improve your country, you should not look at the existing rules and say, well, that's as far as we can go.
Does he realize this perspective completely undoes literally every argument that he's made about immigration that isn't justified by cultural
That's actually a good point. Yeah, he's saying by this logic, people should just break in here. They should just not give a fuck about rules because old people made those rules, I guess.
Your chat became anti-Semitic as fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't like Jewish people. And
yeah, that should be a problem to you, boss man.
They don't like Israel and she's a Jew. That's true.
I mean, it's fine to not like the Israeli government, but like, why do they not like her just because she happens to be Jewish?
Like in an unmodern.
How do I think that Asmongold is going to turn out in 5 years health wise with the way he lives? He's gonna be like, he's gonna not be able to formulate an entire sentence. He's actually going to be completely brain corrupt, like broken. He's gonna pause a lot and be like, wait, okay, or he's gonna yap and try to fill in the blanks. He's gonna talk like Trump. That's what it's gonna be. 5 years now, dude, I'm gonna be a fucking even more powerful, bro. It's gonna be crazy. 5 years from now is my reckoning. It's a reckoning on the online sphere, dude. You mark my words, dude. And if it doesn't happen in 5 years, you're gonna forget anyway. So it won't matter. So shut up.
Moderated platform. That's what happens. I don't agree with that. I'm not anti-Semitic. I don't even really like. I don't like what
about Uncle Semitic?
Israel's government's doing. I think Israel's government's problematic in a lot of ways.
So true.
But if you want me to go around and like ban every single person that said something that you might see as anti-Semitic, that's just
no, not what I might see. Ban everything that is actively anti-Semitic. If somebody hates her because she's Jewish, ban that person.
Not gonna happen. Like if you think there's,
I want this all. Hey guys, you know what? I don't hate Jewish people, but I'm very comfortable with people who do. Guys, I'm very comfortable with it. So don't expect me to moderate my chat because I'm actually 100% fine with that. Because I'm a good person and I love freedom of speech. I love freedom of speech, baby. I love it so much.
Saying something bad, just report them. And the crazy stuff does get banned. I don't want to hear this. I don't care about this. The words mean nothing to me, okay? Like, don't waste my fucking time.
You're not personally anti-Semitic.
Shut up,
but you're not willing to actually do anything about anti-Semitism within your sphere.
Yes, that's right. So if you kill the people...
Yes, that's right. That was funny.
People that are being violent, then you're just going to have more violence. No. So... What? At first, they came for the cartels, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't part of the cartels. And after that, they came after the drug dealers and murderers, and I didn't speak out because I wasn't a drug dealer and murderer. And then after that, they stopped coming for people because the problems went away.
Yes, of course. I remember that age-old adage.
You have completely missed the point, and also that was anti-Semitic, so good job. Why do I need to explain that it's actually much harder to deal with people who have guns than just throwing the military at them? That there's a real human cost to these choices, and that we should be wary of leaders who are so enthusiastic about their willingness to throw people in the meat grinder just because overall you have more to expend.
Oh, by the way, fascism is when the government is controlled by a paramilitary organization that kills people extrajudicially.
That is not what fascism is. More hating women.
That's right, you stupid bitch.
Oh, got him! Just remember, guys, every time Asmongold calls a random woman a bitch, he does not love his mother. And he obviously never did. So, I don't know. I don't understand how you could hate women so much in the way Asmongold does. And have it, like, he obviously doesn't respect a single woman in his entire life. Pretty crazy stuff, though, guys. Are facts hateful now? What the fuck?
Just get out of here.
Actually, you know what? Let me give you a rundown. Wikipedia says fascism is characterized by support for a dictatorial leader.
I don't think it's going to be anything damaging.
Supporting a dick. That's hot.
For Trump that's going to come out.
Centralized autocracy.
Hire 250,000 government workers overall. Nobody fucking critical.
Good. It should have been more.
Militarism.
Because it's the right thing to do. It is. Absolutely. Blow up the boats.
Forcible suppression of opposition.
I have a fucking, like a directive, a mandate by God.
Okay. I mean, Trump has been doing that. He's been like threatening media outlets. So, like.
Okay. To get rid of as much of this woke millennial slop that I possibly can. And that's why I do it, by the way. I do it because I know it bothers them. It upsets them and it bothers them and it scares them. And I will continue doing it until they stop doing the things that I don't like.
Belief in a natural social hierarchy.
I would even take people that were residents of the country. If they were not net positive taxpayers and they were not performing an essential job.
Me when I don't understand the flow of money?
I'd deport them too. And
net positive taxpayers is so stupid because like we're dependent on people who are not net positive taxpayers because if you give them money, they spend that money to live. Right. So that's like a kind of one of the things. What the fuck is happening here?
So guys should have a complete monopoly on making games. Yes.
Nice. Subordination of individual interests for the perceived interest of the nation or race.
I would want to use the military to deport every illegal alien in the country. I would want to bring back insane asylums and put crazy people in insane asylums. So just put them in jail. Simple.
And strong regimentation of society and the economy.
And if girls want to make games, they should make their own games. Damn. You have Stardew Valley. You have Animal Crossing
and Pokemon. Don't forget, no boys don't like Pokemon. Pokemon gay.
It's more left-wing ideologies such as democracy.
I think that in 2026, if they have the midterm elections...
Britannica says the characteristics are extreme militaristic nationalism.
Not in the Western Hemisphere, not in our backyard, because that destabilizes trade, it destabilizes economies. It's the security of the United States at stake here.
Contempt for electoral democracy.
They're January 6ing. I'm proud of them. They're January 6ing?
A belief in a natural social hierarchy and the rule of elites.
Elon Musk took over Twitter, fired 80% of the staff, and nothing changed to the product. In fact, I think the product got better.
A lot better, guys. I love the racism on there.
And a desire to create a German word that I'm not going to try pronouncing.
If you have a rule, and
this game sucks, bro.
Rule leads you to chaos, what reason do you have the rule for? And now we have the Karens going to jail. Oh my God!
Webster's defines fascism as a populist political philosophy, movement, or regime.
And so you never, ever, ever do that. Always base things off of what you think.
That exalts nation and often race above the individual.
That's super base, guys. Always base things off of what you think. Don't and never learn from anybody what things mean. This is the best way to live. That's how I've actually went through life personally.
Why the fuck do we keep importing people?
That is associated with a centralized autocratic government.
Because the law says you can't go after the people that are causing problems, then I guess we just have to let the people cause problems. No, you change the law or you ignore it.
Headed by a dictatorial leader.
And do you not feel bad for telling people to vote for him? No.
It's insane how social media can groom grown-ass men into extremism. Yeah, pretty much. Well, that's what happens when you're terminally online. Like, this is the problem. This is one of the biggest things. It's one of the things I'm like very fortunate is that like I was able to like I have a relationship with my wife that keeps me from being terminally online. And a lot of these people like Asmongold, Hassan Parker, a lot of these different people, they don't really they don't really have people to ground them in the real world. So, like, you know, honestly, even Ethan Klein, let's be fucking real. I mean, the guy's on the goddamn fucking Instagram all every day. He gets off of work, Instagram, reposting like 20 things a day. What happens when the only support structure you have is other people that are terminally online? Like, you're going to collapse because you forget how to interact with the real world. And with that, you forget how to interact with the real world audience of normal people. And you kind of start not operating correctly, and you become fucking crazy. I think that's how a lot of these things happen, unfortunately. And so, yeah, man, I don't know. I feel like that's kind of one of the problems here. Turn into a fucking Asmongold. I mean, what are you doing? Yeah, you think that like the online world is your life, and then you get an audience of people who think that as well, and then you regress, and you like just start to generate more of an audience of fucking terminally online people, and then like that's your life now. And you think that's what truly matters. It fucks you over.
No, he's done a lot of things that I agree with.
And that is characterized by severe economic and social regimentation and by forcible suppression of opposition.
And people like this, in my opinion, they need to be put in a mental institution and just kept there until they stop being crazy or they die. I don't know. Either
okay, stop being crazy or they die. Gotcha.
Either one.
I think that's one of the problems when we institutionalize is people do be dying.
But yeah, it's not.
And even if you take all of those as left-wing biased shills, Conservapedia says that the characteristics of fascism include a belief that the state is more important than the individual.
So the U.S. government can read a license plate with a satellite, but you think that a Twitter post...
Where are they doing that? I'm a little confused because they always have those goddamn red light cameras. Those aren't satellites. Confused.
That said that the people were innocent is more accurate than that.
A leaning towards authoritarian government and violence.
If you steal from a store, instant mandatory prison time. Even if you stole...
Preference for centralized economic planning.
And if they don't want to get along with that, then I wouldn't give them access to the American economy and I would heavily tariff them.
An emphasis on nationalism and national traditions.
And you're coming in there with something on your head, well, you're breaking the rule.
Yep. You can't be wearing anything on your head. Would you say the same thing about a yarmulke, Asmongold? Because I don't think that you're a very anti-Semitic person.
Give a fuck about your religion. Nobody cares. If you don't like it, go the fuck back to where you came from and then go live over there.
Live over there, dude.
If you put...
Go live in the country. Go live in that country, dude. Go live in the country that's probably destabilized your government, bro. Or go live in the country that has had its government destabilized because of our country. Go live there, bitch. Why the fuck do you want to come here? What, did we do wars in your area and destabilize you? Why the fuck would you want to go somewhere with opportunity? What the fuck? Fuck you, dude.
Experienced Navy SEALs and generals that actually want to end this war. How long do you think it would take them to totally figure out, map out, and completely eliminate every single one of those people? I would say less than 6 months.
6 months.
Information control and censorship.
I'm not fucking gonna do what I'm supposed to do here.
If it's a hoax, then just release it and show everybody that it's bullshit.
Media propagation.
Yeah, dude, if it's just a hoax, release it, man. What are you doing? Why would you not release it?
Of the great leader, which demonizes and trivializes his critics.
If you are intentionally redacting a name that was previously unredacted publicly, you're doing that because you're trying to mislead people.
That's what I think. That's what I also think. I remember the context of that situation was specifically that the family just wished her name stays redacted. And she actually, if they did redact it, it would have looked worse because there was contradicting information from what she said versus what the Jeffrey Epstein had said. So it actually would have been better for the Democrats if they posted it. I guess the Dems can't even post their W's, dude. Fucking losers!
And a rejection of both free enterprise and socialism in favor of corporatist economic policies.
You think that you get a free enterprise? Come on, guys. That's a car rental place. You can't make that stuff free.
Good. They weren't doing their job.
The characteristics of fascism also include rampant cronyism and corruption.
Yeah, he's mentioned, but that doesn't mean that he did anything wrong.
As well as rigged elections.
If they have the midterm elections.
And a general disdain for free speech and human rights.
A human rights violation. According to who? Somebody who disagrees with you?
Yeah, exactly. They're not human, so who cares?
Okay. Well, let's just listen to them tell you why you're wrong. No, I don't think so.
I don't think
Fascism has several tenets to it, with enough fluidity between them that no pillar is truly central until it needs to be, and then it can be replaced with another depending on what is necessary at the time to placate the masses. You might have once heard that fascism needs an enemy that is simultaneously strong enough to negatively affect your life, but weak enough that it can be easily fought and defeated.
This is the enemy of America.
The leftists.
America, right here.
This is the means by which that enemy is created, and the
it's the girl. That girls do not run the world. They lied.
Populace is held in a
Beyonce lied to us. What the fuck?
Constant state of war against them. When a pillar is moved, so too is the definition of the enemy.
We need to start looking at people that are crazy, and we need to put all of the crazy people in a box that says mental institution, and we just keep them there. And then everybody else can live in paradise.
That's so true, Asmongold. You have a great understanding of the way the world works. I actually like this so much. I understand why everybody listens to you. You're such a smart guy. And my favorite part about you is that you've ever worked a real job in your life. And that's what I like so much about you, that you've somebody with so much experience as like a, just like a middle-class person, and like you've done so much work and you get everything. And you reference Lord of the Rings a lot, and that's cool. We love Lord of the Rings.
We just need to keep women out of things that I don't like.
Yes.
Strictly enforce the law on immigrants and the mentally ill, which includes queer people.
Yeah, it's too brutal. We'll make them do big rocks and little rocks. Well, yeah, I don't think we should kill them. I don't think so at all. It's a waste of labor.
Shit, if we got rid of mentally ill people, we get rid of like fucking pretty much every MAGA person.
People into conformity.
It was a psyop by fat women to make their...
Unless you count that he worked for the IRS. Yeah, if you count that he worked for the IRS for 2 tax seasons for like 6 months and then Sam's Club for a couple days, true. Then I'm fucking owned.
Body types seen as attractive in the public eye.
Lie when it benefits you.
Lie on your resume. Lie in your interview. Lie in your tutorial. Lie while you're doing your job. And the only time you don't do that is if it's against the law. Terrible advice? That worked for me.
Don't trust the decadent elite.
One thing that I've learned doing anything professionally is that the people that are experts and veterans in certain industries, and I think almost all industries, are generally brain-dead retards.
Of course.
Embrace the traditional level of anti-Semitism.
If they
experts, more like stupid idiots. What the fuck? I was buddied up.
They want to unban Sneeko, I'd be fine with that. I like Sneeko. I think he's a great guy.
Sneeko, the guy who's like going on about how like it should be okay to molest children as long as they look like adults or something like that. That's so based, Asmongold. Well, it kind of makes sense. That makes sense, because this guy doesn't really care if children are safe. That's why he doesn't give a fuck that Trump molested a bunch of kids. Probably. I only say probably because he was best friends with the really big pedophile guy. So, I'm just using my common sense like I was taught to do.
I don't agree with everything he says, obviously.
Down with the Yahood! Down with the Yahood!
So, I think they should unban him. Why wouldn't they? It's been driving me fucking crazy because I just keep forgetting about it. And...
Wait!
Magnify! Yeah, Asmongold has been... We gotta do a stream. Does he want me to reach out to him?
I don't know if Twitch is ready for that one yet.
Whoa.
Now, I will say it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. You're just making this up because you don't want somebody that you disagree with to be on the fucking computer, right?
You're saying that Hitler was not a bad guy?
If we're going to say Hitler bad, then I'm going to say Churchill bad, and I'm going to say Roosevelt bad, and I'm going to say they're all bad. But if we look at him as a product of his time in that moment...
I think love...
What the fuck, dude? I don't even know what I'm supposed to do here. But what I find so funny is that, like, apparently systemic racism only exists when it comes to justifying hating Jewish people. If he's a product of that time, dude, systemic oppression, I guess, of in his logic, Jewish people, which obviously is ridiculous because Jews have always been like a minority in like every country they've been in. But but when it comes to black people, that's not systemic oppression, I guess. Okay.
I think Hitler is bad. Absolutely, it's bad.
Right, support conspiracy theories.
Somebody else is running our government. Who?
Fucking based. Absolutely 100% true. I completely agree with him.
So true, King. So true.
Absolutely.
I mean, the answer seems to be clear. There's no question Epstein was working with Israel.
Israel was gaining a
why the fuck was Epstein working with Israel? What does that even fucking mean?
Benefit from him, but I think it could be possible that Epstein could have been an unwilling participant.
Ignore the law so we can kill all the people who are causing problems.
Never actually give a fuck about rules, guys. Like, every rule can be changed. Every rule was written by a council of old geriatric retards.
Whoa.
And then society will be perfect. Why does Asmon take offense to being called a fascist? In the 1 week I've watched him, hell, just today, He has endorsed every core aspect of the ideology.
And we just keep them there. And then everybody else can live in paradise.
Also, why does the "and then we would have paradise" line sound so familiar?
No, it's not women. No, it's not blacks. It's actually really complicated. No, it fucking isn't at all.
Who is it, dude? You gotta tell me the answer. I can't think for myself.
Jews are running society. Women need to shut the fuck up. Blacks need to be imprisoned for the most part.
Oh, dude, what the hell? I like black people and women. How am I going to have sex with black women if you put them all in jail? Oh, slavery. Asmongold says we should bring that back, so that way it makes sense. Okay. That's still, I don't agree with slavery. I think it's terrible.
And we would live in paradise.
Who would even like saying something like that?
He's saying the same thing Nick Fuentes said.
Everybody else is going to be everything.
Not my Asmongold. That guy loves the world.
In the world is going to instantly get better. The whole world is going to improve instantaneously. We just put all the crazy people in a box, and then everybody else can go do what they want.
Wow. Incredible.
And now I get this. I get this. I don't even know what that is. It's a bigger number. A yeller. Oh, wow. XQC says Asmongold has been pretty unhinged the last few months and calls his chat pretty radical. Maybe.
Ooh, then he gets to like have a performative apology and go, you know what, maybe I need to calm it down a little bit. And then he looks like a good guy. Oh, look, he's a both sides good guy, dude. He calmed it down a little bit after saying horrible shit. See, he's actually a good guy. He's smart.
I take it a little bit too far sometimes. And I generally don't really explain what I think because I think that in doing so, you capitulate to people that are bad actors.
Guys, you should never explain what you think because that means that bad actors. Whoa, dude, that's such a smart thing to say. I mean, that makes absolutely no fucking sense. Are you fucking brain dead? What kind of logic is it? I'm not going to explain myself because bad actors. What the fuck does that mean, dude? What the fuck does that even mean, bro? That doesn't mean goddamn thing. That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. Like, unironically, the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
Like, I think anybody going out there saying some crazy genocidal mass murder person is good. I think that, yeah, you should probably get suspended for that. Again, like...
Like Nick Fuentes?
I take somebody like him saying something like this about me, I'll like actually seriously, and I'll think about it, rather than, you know, like a Reddit thread or like a tweet or something like that, especially from somebody that I know doesn't even like me, doesn't even know me, right? And so that's...
it's hard to know Asmongold, the guy who sits on stream fucking 50, 60, 70 hours a week. How the fuck did you ever get to know this guy?
That's it.
When Mel Brooks took his script for the producers to his producer, they were initially very concerned about making a satire of Adolf Hitler, even if it was in the context of characters in the story trying to be offensive on purpose.
Because they said, Hitler is too strong, too menacing. How about springtime for Mussolini?
This was 1966, and memories of the Holocaust were still fresh in the minds of people who had been liberated from the camps, as well as the soldiers who did the liberating. To make light of this was to make light of their trauma.
What kind of makes it? I also have no intentions of covering Frogan. That's funny to put up Frogan when you say that. I was gonna say it kind of makes sense though. It's almost like reclaiming like a slur, you know. That's kind of how I interpret it.
And Hitler was the personification of it. But Mel pushed on and said it had to be Hitler because he understood something they didn't. That the joke he was making wasn't at the expense of the audience. He wasn't really trying to make a joke at all. He was trying to reveal one. In The Producers, the characters are trying to put on a sincere performance of a show that glorifies Hitler, actual Nazi propaganda, but a last-minute substitution of the actor who plays the Führer himself with the, cross-dressing director they hired for the play meant that instead of a serious performance, they got a whimsical one.
Hey, man. I leave you, baby, I leave you. Now leave me alone.
And that one change completely upends the context. It reveals the extent of the pageantry and the absurdity that made the Nazis' propaganda so effective. It was the very fact itself that you couldn't make fun of them that gave them power. All the performances of strength they used to build themselves up were built on the fact that it all had the implicit threat of violence behind it.
Thelonious, you were saying?
The more absurd it was, the greater the strength it conveyed. And once the threat was removed, all that was left was the insecurity that comes with telling people not to laugh at you.
I got you, King.
Damn. Well, we're getting close to MAGA getting fucking cucked then. Because they are fucking laughable, and the memes are starting to work, guys. I really think that MAGA has basically become like a joke in and of itself. I mean, especially with the whole Epstein thing. It really fucked everything up.
I got you. Kaya, please.
Whoa! Got it! Does Frogan make enough content to watch for a week? That's a great question. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if he does. Sorry, she? They? I don't know. Is Frogan trans now? I don't know. Unfortunately, Frogan's on the line because she's modding for Hassan for free. So, really good person.
Get down.
Whoa, Thorin Oakenshield.
The Fuhrer had no clothes. Stop me if you've heard this one. A man goes to the doctor, says he's depressed. Life isn't worth living anymore. The doctor...
Yo, guys, just a reminder that Rorschach is not supposed to be like a guy that you like. He's supposed to be like a bad guy. Like, he's supposed to be like an idiot. Like, he's upset that the comedian dies, even though the comedian's like actually like a piece of shit that like rapes people and kills people indiscriminately. He murders a pregnant woman and like tries to rape another girl. That's like the whole point of the whole show. At least the comic book.
Says the cure is simple. Go see the great clown Pagliacci. The man bursts into tears. He says, but doctor, I am Pagliacci. There's a lot of fear, a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and a lot of pain. And there's a lot of anxiety. And the anxiety entrenches all the rest because it tells you that change is impossible, that being happy is perpetually out of reach, that other people will reject you. So you reject them first. You accept the labels put on you as a badge of honor, because at least then it's on your own terms.
I am a
That's not something to be proud of.
It is something to be proud of. You want to talk racism? I can be way more racist than you.
Maybe.
What the fuck?
Asmongold is happy in the way he lives his life, but his presentation as someone who's happy is why he's so popular. For some, he's the clown, unaware that people are laughing at him.
Has it ever occurred to you that maybe the research was done in a way that was bad?
And for others, he's the aspiration. Instead of needing to change, you can simply learn to not care what people think.
You get
Wow, it's so beautiful, guys. Just don't care what people think. That's how you're supposed to operate, dude.
All these strings attached to you, bro. And you get enough strings attached to you and you become a puppet.
But no,
you get so many strings attached to you, you become string cheese. And then what are you? You can't hang out with anybody who's lactose free.
No one is truly capable of doing.
Can't hang out with anybody that lacks toes. And now what are you gonna suck on?
That because we see other people as what they present, and we see ourselves as what we feel. That's what self-talk is built out of. Your inner monologue uses the face of someone else to speak, but it uses your voice. If you're worried someone else will laugh at you, it's because you think something is worth making fun of.
You just going from stupid town?
And that makes people put up their guard and reject vulnerability and deny themselves what they feel and what would make them happy. It's easier to be numb than it is to be sad. But really, you aren't numb, because all that pressure you need to push down those feelings just makes them that much more forceful.
I'm a nice, easygoing man. I might be a little bit indecisive at times.
Lashing out at perceived slights, looking for some justification to allow yourself to embrace the negativity. The Sopranos was a show all about how Tony was constantly pushing down his feelings in order.
I like The Sopranos. Sopranos was a really good example of like a really interesting like show about toxic masculinity. By the way, my wife liked it a lot. My wife is one of those weird bureaucracy womans. I don't know if you guys know what that means, but she's a social worker, so you know she liked that show a lot. She thought it was interesting for different reasons. I liked the masculine aspect of it. She liked the interesting like dynamic, the anti-masculine toxic masculinity aspect. So
to force himself into the idea of who he wanted to be and how miserable it made him as a result. Breaking Bad is the same. So is practically every Martin Scorsese movie. We make ourselves miserable because we try to fit ourselves into other people's molds, and the more warped it makes us, the more we squeeze to try and fit. And so, like Asmon said about conspiracies, you feel worse, and so you put up more defenses, and that makes you feel even worse, so you put up even more. And eventually, you're sitting alone, constantly needing to justify to yourself that this is okay, because everyone else is terrible anyway. And at that point, the solution shifts from putting up more guards yourself to getting everyone else to put up their own.
And when everyone's super, no one will be.
Kind of based.
Women are Karens, immigrants are criminals, woke is trying to take over. I've talked about horseshoe theory throughout all of this, and this is the true point of connection, a desire to have the world conform to your standard so that everyone has the same guards up.
Pretty soon, soon everyone will embrace sadness, and there'll be no such thing as smiling!
In a moment where Asmon tries to put forward the idea that people who commit political violence can't be judged on the politics because they're acting in a way that's crazy, he manages to touch on the issue I'm talking about.
Like, you shouldn't be looking at what they're saying and trying to blame this on a political party. Yeah, obviously, like, you can talk about how political parties, like, enable violence and certain types of rhetoric, etc. And their mindset it is so far removed from what an average person believes or thinks or behaves. So you trying to use logic to reverse engineer their thinking won't work because they didn't use logic to get there in the first place.
Exactly. I agree with that 100%. And that's why, if a religious person is ever transphobic, do not engage them with any type of science, mental health, or otherwise. If they say trans people are crazy, remind them what they believe. And that is in a magical apple curse that removed our immortality. That is God creating all sin and then putting it in us and then creating a son to go die for the sin that he put in us. Okay? That's climate change, but only when it rains for 40 days and 40 nights. All right? And burning bushes. Do not try to counter it with logic, because like that is the logic. If you believe those things, which I think can be beautiful, then you're not allowed to say you think somebody who feels like they were born in the wrong body is crazy. You're just not. You're just not allowed to. If you believe that holding a rock is going to make you happier, or maybe like, I don't know, like you think that fucking different stones have different meanings to them, like this Darth Vader, I think it's rainbow fluorite. If you think that this has meaning to it and will make something happen based on a description, you're fucking crazy, bro. And that's just you. That's just your logical. You know, that's your. What is that called? Your spiritual side, which can be beautiful, but you shouldn't be trying to, you know, speak negatively on other people's spiritual sides. You know what I'm saying?
Asmon's touching on the idea that you can't rational someone out of an idea they got to irrationally. I don't think that's necessarily a universal truth, but I do think this is an awareness you need to have about yourself and your own understanding of how you come to certain conclusions.
Well, I know how I come.
The fundamental issue Asmon misses here is that the rhetoric and political ideology are what create the thought process in people capable of committing violence. It's not that they couldn't find other excuses, it's that the ideology and the rhetoric are how people come to conclusions about how to live and how to act. Someone who isn't a Nazi wouldn't
mood rings? Oh, those are logical. Those are logical rings.
Necessarily believe that it's heroic to sacrifice yourself in a blaze of glory for a cause dedicated to racial superiority, but when you're a Nazi, that's the goal. Politicians and pundits provide the means by which we can.
Well, yeah. Well, they actually, but they, you know, I guess they're natural. The idea. Sorry, I just started rambling. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, dude. That is true. Sorry, I went to pause. Sorry, guys. I'm brain farting.
Can turn the
guys. It's Christmas Eve. Leave me the fuck alone.
Inscrutable feelings we have about the world into something we can put words to. Some people will find themselves attracted to certain ideas and descriptions that satisfy certain feelings at the expense of others, and the result is that they won't ever be able to deal with the underlying problems they have, creating the frustration that leads to stronger outbursts.
That makes sense to me, sure.
Some people find Jesus, some people find Alex Jones,
and some people find a cold beer and a cigarette. And you really can't beat that one.
Some people find Antifa.
Saying that someone's mental illness
Antifa
is the main culprit is thought terminating. It allows you to justify and hold on to a way of thinking that continues to ignore deeper problems you might have. Instead,
whoa, guys, I'm the problem.
Of trying to reconcile what it is about your ideology that could drive people in that direction.
Research doesn't lie, Jenna, unless us know what we're thinking. What's too boring, what's too gay, what's too old.
The most common belief in the people who commit violence.
Gay?
Political acts is that they are ultimately saving people. The white supremacists think they're saving vulnerable white people from racial domination. The extremists on the far left think they're saving vulnerable people from their own persecution.
Yeah, that's probably true. I just want to be very clear, though. The far left is not anywhere as dangerous as the far right. That needs to be stated just for context. I'm not saying this creator doesn't think that. I'm just saying I feel like I just want to say that.
And everyone thinks at some level that the Jews are behind it all.
No, dude, they're not. If they are, they better start helping me out. Just kidding. I'm kidding, dude. I don't need that $7,000. I'm just fucking around. But no, the Jews are not behind anything, dude. They're fucking. I mean, the only thing they're behind on is like the fucking, you know, Well, actually, I guess they're becoming strong now. They've historically been fucking battered down, but, you know, they're reversing that oppression, I'll tell you that.
Ultimately, in both cases, these actions are about satisfying those surface-level feelings at the expense of the deeper ones.
But only Israel, okay? Jews are not bad, stop.
At least I can deal with my own problems.
Ooh.
Unlike some I know.
I think this is right when, that's right when, right after that, Tony is like, oh yeah, well, you eat pussy. And his uncle gets so fucking triggered by that, he tries to kill him. Isn't that fucking crazy, dude? I'm not kidding. I remember that. I remember that. You guys remember that fucking part? That was fucking bananas, dude. He tried to, his own uncle tried to kill him, Junior, because he fucking made fun of him for eating pussy. Isn't that crazy? And it turned out that pussy was a traitor.
And the endless analysis we get of what motivation people have are in turn about soothing that denial in everyone who will, in some way, do the same thing without the violent tendencies. But it is the ideologies on the right that put more focus on the idea of committing this kind of violence. That there is glory in the fight, and that blood...
Maybe I could have made that a bit more clear. I think that you did it throughout the entire video, to be honest with you. Like, you're pretty... I think that people could tell that you're definitely more left-leaning. I'm not saying that's a bad thing at all. I'm just saying I think that people understood that.
And honor are the most important things.
And we fight.
We fight.
We fight like hell.
Like hell.
And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore.
Guys, we're not going to have a country if you don't fight. Who are we fighting? I guess the Democrats. Yeah, that would be the ones, huh?
This is a story about big, hairy, muscular men killing each other.
Dude, I just can't believe that this guy jerked off fucking Warlords of Draenor. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. One of the worst, if not the worst expansion ever. Yeah, this is a story about big, muscular guys. Just ignore Jaina and Sylvanas and Alexstrasza and, you know, or Onyxia or anything. Like, you kind of have to ignore the girl characters that were really, really popular even back in the day when there was more sexisms about. You know, that was back in the day when there was a Cosby room inside of the, you know, Blizzard, which is pretty fucked up. Yeah, you know, if you ignore all those strong female characters, of course, it's just a big hairy guy game. Big hairy guy with big hairy balls. We love big hairy fat cocks and balls. Those are my favorite things. Hell yeah, baby. You think Asmongold has complained that Classic WoW doesn't have male-female anymore? They have option 1 and option 2. Think that triggers the fuck out of him? Or
and dying for honor, glory, tradition.
That's so
and while
triggering.
we can find the fictional narratives that...
Also, it's about escaping slavery, because Thrall was a slave. So I don't know if Asmongold knows that. That WoW is about Asmongold escaping being a slave. Because he keeps saying that he likes slavery, so it's kind of strange. So...
explore these beliefs fun, we have to recognize that when they're brought into the real world, they're destructive to how we interact with one another. In truth, it's a way to force people to feel the way you do, and there are people who will take advantage of that. I think that's the biggest irony here. Every claim about Karens Asmon has made is one that he himself has endorsed, but on his terms.
This is bad. I am so fucking upset.
I'm
and
so
these
upset,
retards
dude.
are sitting here making
words.
these award shows for other retards.
Oh my god. Oh, isn't this guy talking about making an award show for white supremacists? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? He was talking about it with Aiden Ross, the guy who likes white supremacists, the Jewish guy who likes anti-Jewish people, like Nick Fuentes. Why don't you just make your own fucking award show then, dude? Like, if you're so triggered, make your own award show. What are you doing, bro? The hell are you doing? Also, it's kind of weird that Asmongold makes fun of like fat people, because like the only person that would really want to fuck him is a fat girl, at least if he didn't have the money. Like, he looks like the kind of guy that would be like with like a 600-pound fucking, like my 600-pound life girl. Is that not the case? Am I fucking crazy or what?
And it's making me mad. They never get challenged to actually improve themselves on a personal level. They just get a fucking vicious cycle of learned helplessness.
Yeah, exactly. That's Asmongold, especially since he's rich now. What incentive does he have to change anything that he has to say? He's rich. Nothing he says can ever make him bankrupt. It doesn't matter. So he can say whatever he wants and doesn't have to think critically about it. But especially in an online atmosphere that fucking gives you money for being fucking racist.
His chat even does the same practice of overqualifying questions as sincere to avoid making Asmon mad. I've been there. It sucks. But it's a choice. And though Asmon would say that I'm calling it a choice because I want you to choose differently, I'm really telling you that I want it to be your decision. Whether you stay the same or you try something different, you should do it on your own terms. And not because of what someone else tells you is the right way to be. If you think the world will judge you for it, think about whether it's really what the world thinks, or if it's what you're afraid of the world thinking. It might feel safe to have a wall between you and everyone else, but if the person you don't want to spend time with is yourself, all you've done is build your own trap. Not caring what people think comes from accepting the vulnerability of others so that they can accept the vulnerability of you. It's an act of trust. And all Asmongold has really taught me over the course of this week is that he doesn't trust anyone.
I never trust studies. I never trust experts. I don't trust anybody. The thing that I trust is what I think. All of these different media companies, they are all biased. None of them should be trusted. The only people you should trust are individual YouTube creators, and even them.
You should only trust me, guys. Only trust individual YouTube creators like Asmongold, bro. It's fucking amazing.
You should
only trust me specifically, guys. Don't trust anybody else except for me, the YouTube creator. I have no credentials. I'm talking about myself, by the way. I don't care. That's true.
Take with a massive grain of salt, even including me.
He wants you to feel like you can't laugh at the performance.
Exactly.
But I can tell you, looking in from outside, there's nothing worth being afraid of.
If you can't be happy by yourself and you can't be happy by just simply living your life normally, then the problem isn't really with the world, it's with you.
I don't know, maybe. I can't be happy living by myself. I love my wife. I don't care. When she's done, I'm done. I don't care how toxic that is, dude. I don't give a fuck, boy!
And I think that if you can listen to yourself and you can take part in things that you enjoy and you're not doing it for somebody else or for some other reason, you can end up being a happy person. There are people...
Is Asmongold a happy person, do you think? You think Asmongold's actually happy? Genuine question.
People who can find the bad in the good, and there are people who can find the good in the bad. And I think that if you're around a person that finds bad things inside of good things, that is like the closest that you can be to a vampire in your entire life. They are toxic, awful, obnoxious, exhausting, tiresome, annoying, just shitty people, right? They are energy vampires. The moment that you think about something else making you happy or somebody else making you happy or something like that, you have already lost the game. You have to base that off of what you want and what you want to do. That's the only thing that matters. But I think at a certain point, people don't want to take accountability for themselves in their own situation, and they want to look at some external factor and then try to blame that instead. Happiness is a state of lying to yourself that life has no meaning? Well, I don't know. Happiness to me is getting a bag of beef jerky. Happiness to me is finishing a stream and being able to lay down in my nice bed and
go on Twitter and literally stay online all day.
I can just relax.
Be online all day.
Basically, I think everything has to come from within yourself. And if you don't do that...
He said before he relaxes by going on Twitter.
You've got a lot of problems. I could go back and forth about it over and over, but that's basically what I'm saying, okay? Yeah, that's about it. How many soda cups? I don't know, like a lot. Anyway, guys, yeah, I'm going to do this.
Cleaning.
And, actually, I'll be right back.
So beautiful. I love that. These videos are always good, man. The Hassan one was good and this one was good too. Thank you. I think you go conduit. Go subscribe to his Patreon.